The subject that we will take up this evening, as Sir Tia was saying, is all about photography. So, although ang pangalan ngayon is really forensic photography, but they are very much related. So, we will discuss that shortly. And I would like to encourage everyone to focus all your attention in this subject because ang mga concepts dito highly technical. Kaya this is guaranteed na talagang it will really bore you down if you do not follow closely, if you do not focus or give your utmost focus to the subject. However, kung mag-focus kayo, I can assure you that this is very rewarding. So yung mga dati hindi nyo naintindihan ng mga concepts, I can assure you that this time around, mas maintindihan ninyo. Okay? So let us start first with the definition of terms. By the way, ito ay naka-align sa PRC syllabus. Kaya ano tayo na rest assured tayo na sigurado na kung may mga topics na i-take up sa actual questions, that should be covered in this discussion. Okay? So let us start with the definition of terms. So we have here the term photography coming from the two Greek words. We have photos. Ang ibig sabihin, light. Or from the term graphia or graphian, ang ibig sabihin ay to record or to write. So that is why literally, ang ibig sabihin yan ay to write with light. We also have the term police photography. Photography applied to police work. So any application, any relevance of photography to the work of the police that is under the field of police photography. Halimbawa, yung mga surveillance na ginagawa ng mga operatives, yung mga photographs in order to show to the public what the police were doing, yung tinatawag natin for purposes of police community relations, part yan sa police photography. And even kung tingnan natin, broadly speaking, kapag yung pagkuha ng litrato sa crime scene, part pa rin yan ng tinatawag na police photography. Okay? Although we already have a term ngayon na forensic photography, pero ang forensic photography, kung tingnan natin, it is focused specifically. So that is about documenting three things. So the crime scene, the evidence, and the laboratory examination and analysis that is for purposes of court trial. Along that line, kapag ka ma-encounter ninyo sa actual board examinations ang term na forensic, almost always hanapin ninyo ang court kasi yun ang connection niya. Ang forensic is coming from the Latin word forensis. Galing yan sa term na forensis. Ang term na forensic. Okay? So sabi dito, no? From the term forensis. So ang ibig sabihin ng forensis ay marketplace. In ancient Rome, kung mayroong mga important issues of the day, doon yan dinidiscuss sa marketplace. Now, later on, it was also understood as forum, debate, and then court. Sa modern times, ang ibig sabihin ng forensic, it has something to do with court, law, or administration of justice. Kaya, kung may ma-encounter tayong question na bring the term forensic, you have to almost always connect the term with court, law, or administration of justice. Okay? So, therefore, pag sinabing forensic photography, ito yung mga kuha ng litrato na later on presented in court. Okay, that's what we call as, ito yung mga concepts of forensic photography. Now, there was a board question that came out relating to the definition of term dito. Itong tanong na to. No? Several times to na-encounter. So the question is, what is the utmost or the ultimate purpose of photography in police work? So is it for record purposes, for preservation, for identification, or court presentation? Sabi dito, the ultimate purpose or the utmost. Merong isang kwan, ang kabit is utmost. Utmost purpose or use of photography in police work. So, ganyan, ang pinaka-ultimate purpose, hindi naman lahat ng mga litrato ay later on na ginawa ng mga police ay may present sa korte. Kasi merong mga litrato na for purposes of secrecy na sila lang ang may access. So, kaya kung nandun na yan sa court, that will become public. So therefore, hindi natin sabihin na ang sagot dito ay for court presentation. Pag sinabing identification, well, that is for the purpose of, like, for example, in the identification person, pero hindi naman lahat ng mga litrato ganyan, no? So, for preservation, that is when evidence. Therefore, ang pinakasagot natin dito should be for record purposes. Kung tingnan natin, yung pag-preserve sa evidence, yung identification, court presentation, they are all records. So therefore, ang pinakasagot natin dito is for record purposes. Itong ano na to, what is the utmost use of police photography or the ultimate purpose of police photography? Nandun din yan sa libro ni Attorney Aquino, yung pinakaunang author sa police photography. Okay? That is a very old book, pero gamit pa rin, no? Marami tayong mga matutunan doon, especially yung mga principles of taking photograph or in the principles of photography in general. Okay? So, let us now go to the next, yung elements ng photography. So, kung tingnan natin, ang discussion sa photography is revolving around these four elements with the addition of forensic photography, yung pagkuha ng litrato at the crime scene. So, what are the elements of photography? We have the first one, light. So again, people, kung tingnan natin ang sa curriculum, sa digital age na tayo ngayon, pero ang sa PRC curriculum, ano pa rin siya? More of the film photography. Okay? So I do not question the wisdom of those framers sa curriculum, pero kung sana, dapat na adapt na dapat ang digital photography. It should be more of digital photography. So with that, kailangan pa rin natin i-discuss so that we can connect with the PRC curriculum and TOS. Siguro in some future time, in the near future, baka mabago na yan, no? So along this line, when we say elements of photography, our perspective is more of doon sa film photography. Kaya ang elements ng photography is geared towards the film photography. So we have here light, and then sensitized materials. So you have there the film and the paper, and then camera and its accessories, and the chemical processing. So kung tingnan natin, ano talaga, film photography ang concept. Wala tayong magawa because nandiyan pa rin yan sa PRC curriculum, PRC TOS, nandun pa rin yan sa CHED curriculum. Okay? So we have to align our discussion with those. However, na hindi natin ma-agree yan. No? So, ang elements ng photography, we have, again, we have the term, we have light. So we have light, and then we have sensitized materials. So speaking of sensitized materials, so sa film photography, nandun pa rin yung ang film at saka sensitized paper. Okay? So nandiyan pa rin. Pero sa digital photography, ang pinaka-counterpart, no? Lumabas to siyang CCD sa board exams. Ang pinaka-counterpart ng sensitized materials wherein the image is said to be stored, yun ang CCD. Na ang ibig sabihin ay charge coupled device. And the other one, camera and its accessories and the chemical processing. So we will discuss these things item by item. Kaya before going into the full-blown discussion on this one, meron na itanong sa board examinations. Puntahan natin yan, no? Mas maganda kasi kagad i-align natin sa mga naitanong na sa board examinations para mas holistic ang dating natin at ang perspective natin, makita natin kung paano magtanong ang mga board examiners. So, ang tanong dito, what is the component of photography which is very important or indispensable? So, pagka sinabing indispensable, alam natin nyo, ang literal meaning nito ay cannot do without. Meaning to say, kung wala yan, kung wala daw itong component na to, walang matawag natin na photography. So, is it all of the above? So, anong sagot natin dito? Without this one, there cannot be photography. The answer should only be light. Because there is photography even without sensitized materials. Diba ngayon sa in the digital age, kahit wala tayong sensitized materials, nang sinasabi, but meron tayong yung in our cellphone, no? Mga digital, pwede na nating ma-record kahit wala pa tayong mga film, wala tayong sensitized paper. And then, pwede pa rin merong photography even without camera and its accessories. Merong photography even without camera. So let us consider that shortly. So kaya, isa lamang ang component, no? What is the component in photography which is very important or indispensable? It should only be light. So light lamang ang matawag natin na indispensable. Okay? Now, what is the proof na sabi natin na pwede ba na merong photography even without camera? Here is the proof, no? Yung unang photograph na tinatawag natin na heliograph, ito, lumabas dito siya, heliograph. It is said to be the first photograph. So, ang term ng araw, nung hindi pa na-coin ni Herschel ang term na photography, ang tawag ng araw niyan ay heliograph. Okay? Nung unang nag-experiment si Joseph Nicephore Niepce, kasi si Joseph Nicephore Niepce ang nag-experiment yan. No? Nung time na, si Joseph Nicephore Niepce ang nag-invent, no, ng tinatawag na heliography. That is said to be the writing of the sun. So simply used sensitized materials coated with silver chloride at the time. Iniharap niya sa isang part na yan. So at that time, nung una siyang nag-experiment, hindi pa siya gumamit ng camera. Because we have to remember na ang development ng photography, ang pagka-develop ng photography, ano yan siya? Kung tingnan natin, nung na-develop siya, there is what we call as two components dito sa development sa photography. Meron tayong tinatawag na mechanical aspect sa photography. Sorry, dito na lang para mas linaw. So yung development. So kung tingnan natin ang development ng photography, meron tayong mechanical aspect. At saka merong tinatawag na chemical aspect. So ngayon, nasa digital aspect na tayo. Pero nung araw, nung wala pa ang digital, nung mga pioneering years pa lang, may mga grupo ng mga tao na ang pinaka-concentration nila ay yung mechanical aspect, yung sa camera. No? Paano i-kuha yung camera? Sorry. So it's about the camera na, sorry, ano ko na lang. Type ko na lang. So it's more of the invention, no, sa camera. And then may mga grupo din na tao, mga tao na ang pinaka-concentration nila is more of how they can permanently, no, how to record, how to permanently record the image of light. So during those times, hindi pa yan together ang mechanical aspect at saka chemical aspect. Ibig sabihin, parang naging later on, no, accidental lang yun na yung camera, and then later on may mga taong gusto nilang ma-permanently record ang ng image light of light using certain chemicals, hanggang umabot sa punto na join ang dalawang bagay, no? Na pwede magamit ang camera in taking of the photograph, no? So hindi kagaya sa ngayon na naabutan na natin yung camera na yan at saka meron ng film and paper na they are being used together. So, ganyan, no? So, may mga grupo ng mga tao. Kagaya ni Joseph Nisipornitz, nabilong siya doon sa mga grupo na tao na ang pinaka-concentration is the chemical aspect. Okay? Nung nag-experiment si Joseph Nisipornitz, wala pang camera, no? That time, we was not yet using camera. And then later on, nung naging popular na ang camera na pwede pala siya magamit alongside with this experiment, saka pa siya gumamit ng camera. Okay? So, another thing, another proof na merong photography without camera is the so-called photograms. So, simple lang ang photographs. If you have a sensitized paper in a dark room, you can turn on the red light or the safe light because usually yung mga sensitized papers, they are not sensitive to the red light. So in a dark room, the objects are placed like this one. They are placed on top of the sensitized paper and then later on exposed with light. So ito yung mangyari, no? So yung area na hindi natapunan, no? Hindi na takpan, no? Hindi natakpan ng object would appear to be black. Whereas the areas na yun yung puti, na natabo na covered with the object, yun yung puti. Okay? So again, dito, ang photograms, walang camera. No? Therefore, it goes on to show na there is only one element in photography that is indispensable. Meaning to say, you cannot do without it. There cannot be photography without it. Okay? Let us now discuss the elements of photography. Let us start with light. Light is said to be an electromagnetic energy that is explainable in terms of energy, wavelength, and frequency. Ngayon, sa police photography or forensic photography, ang pinaka-focus natin is more of wavelength. When we discuss energy, frequency, that is only in passing because itong mga ito, energy at saka frequency, ito yung mga dinidiscuss, no, na sa physics na, malalim na using higher mathematics, no, to explain it. So sa atin, focus lang tayo dito sa wavelength. Okay? Naitanong din to sa board examination na in a straight line or in an open space, light travels in about 186,000 miles per second. So try to imagine, no? In just a second, light will already be able to travel in about 186,000 miles per second. If ang ano natin sa science na ang sun, the distance of the sun going to the earth or to the earth is about 93 million. No? 93 million miles. Sorry. $93 million miles away. So, kung magbigay tayo ng rough estimate, ilang minuto, di ba, the Earth is revolving around the sun, ilang minuto ang isang parte ng Earth na nakaharap sa sun, no? Na ma-receive niya ang light mula sa sun. If the light travels in about 186,000 miles per second, and the sun is said to be 93 million miles away. Roughly, the estimate is around 8 minutes. Around 8 minutes makarating ang light coming from the sun towards that part of the Earth facing the sun. Okay? So 8 minutes ang rough estimate. So wavelength is said to be defined as the distance from one crest to the next crest. And it could also be defined as from the distance from one trough to the next trough. Okay? So kung tingnan natin dito, kasi ang picture dito sa kwan, the very picture of light, the travel of light. Like for example, if you will throw a stone on a still water, tumama yan dyan dito sa surface nito. Anong mangyari? It will create a ripple. Mag-create yan ng tinatawag natin na ripple. So, kung tingnan natin sa ano nito, sa top view nito, ang ripple ay parang ganito yan. So, nandito yung pinaka-punto na tumama sa tubig, and then it creates a ripple. Ito. And then parang radiating outward, no? Radiating away from the center na doon tumama. So kaya ang side view nito parang ang dating ay parang ganyan, no? Wave. Yan ang travel. So that is why it is said to be wavelength. Okay? So ano yung wavelength na sinasabi? Ito. Wavelength is designated by the Greek letter lambda. So ito yung tinatawag natin na distance from one crest, no, to the next crest. So pwede din ang reference natin yung from one trough to the next trough. Then we have one wavelength. Okay? So, maano natin yan, ma-take up natin yan in more detail, yung mga patungkol sa wavelength. We progress. So, the unit of measurement, no, of wavelength is, it could be millimicrons, angstrom, or nanometer. Merong naitanong yan sa board examinations. That is why we need to also remember the units. No? Although pinaka-common na ginagamit ay ang nanometer. No? But there are times na ginagamit millimicrons and even angstrom. Okay? Let's continue further. Ito, napaka-importanting topic to siya. There are a lot of questions already on this topic. The 4 photographic rays of modern photography. What are those? 4 photographic rays of modern photography. So we have X-rays, that is 1 to 30 nanometers. And then ultraviolet rays, that's about 30 to 400 nanometers. And then visible light, 400 to 700 nanometers. And infrared rays, 700 to 1,000 nanometers. Now, kung tingnan natin dito, no? Ang kayang makita ng tao, ito lang, visible light. That is about 400 to 700 nanometers. So, below it, like ultra on X-ray, hindi yan makita. And then above the visible light, that is the infrared, hindi din yan makita. By the way, ang pinaka-memory aid natin dito, yung 4 photographic rays of modern photography, just remember XUVI. So, yun, no? Hindi makita. And then, importante ang mga ito kasi mayroong mga tanong na na-encounter natin sa sa board examinations with regard to this topic. Kaya tingnan natin ito siya item by item. So let us first take up itong sa X-rays. Pag sinabing X-rays, they are said to be ang paggamit ng X-rays, no, to detect contraband such as drugs, firearms, etc. And it is also used to examine opaque objects. That is pronounced correctly as opaque. Ang ibig sabihin ng opaque, where light cannot pass through. So, hindi makalagpas ang light. That is what we call as opaque object. Okay? Go ahead. Okay. Let us now go to the next. Tapos na natin na take up ang X-rays. Kailan gamitin? Gagamitin siya to detect contraband such as drugs, firearms, etc. Especially during sa airport, merong tinatawag na live X-ray doon. Makikita doon yung mga nasa loob ng mga bags ng mga pasahero. No? So, let us now go to the next. Ang gamit ng visible light, no? Ang mga so far, mga na-encounter natin na mga board question with regard to the use of visible light, more focus on the lighting position. No? Lighting position. So we have the following. So a lighting position pala, let us first illustrate that one. So let us suppose ito yung specimen. Sinabing specimen, ito yung itong bagay na ini-examine. So if the light is placed, if the light is said to be placed in front, no, sa harap mismo, directly in front of the specimen, ang tawag natin dito ay direct light. So that is direct lighting, no? Ang tawag. Kapag ang light ay inilagay sa likod ng specimen, no? Kung ito ay inilagay dito sa likod ng specimen, ang tawag natin dito ay transmitted. So, makita natin mamaya kailan gamitin ang transmitted light. May mga tanong dyan, no? Yeah, we have to know exactly kailan matawag natin na there is what we call as transmitted light. Kailan gamitin ang transmitted light, no? And then, meron din ang light ay inilagay sa gilid. Ang tawag natin dyan ay oblique lighting. So it is equivalent to saying na side light, oblique light, no? So direct, oblique, and transmitted. So yun yung mga lighting position. Kaya tingnan natin bawat isa nito, no? Let us start with the first one, oblique light. Pagka sinabing oblique light, ang other term nito ay side light. So kailan gamitin ang oblique light? Remember, when you are examining an impression. Another keyword na mahanap natin dito sa oblique light is that it creates shadow. No? Ang shadow, ang effect ng shadow dito, yun talaga ang magbigay ng tinatawag na perception sa tao na nakatingin diyan, no, through ang ma-receive or makuha ng litrato na merong tinatawag na impression because of that shadow. For example, ito yung object na hindi siya flat, rather meron siya mga depression, no? Kung ang light ay placed on the side, dito sa gilid na to, ang light nilagay, illuminating on this one. So that light will cast, no? Ito siya dito, it will cast a shadow in this area. So, because of that, kung kunan ng litrato na nasa harap, this will create a perception na merong tinatawag na difference on this area and with this area. Meaning to say, merong tinatawag na impression. Okay? So again, for emphasis, kailan gagamitin ang oblique light? When you are examining an impression. Anong mga impression ito? Like for example, we have the tire marks, shoe impressions, footprints. So, yun ang tinatawag natin na impression. So, pwede din yung erasure. For example, ang gamit ang mechanical erasure. Rubber eraser, for example. So, that rubber eraser being rubbed into the surface of the paper. So, of course, yung surface ng paper na where the rubber is being rubbed upon it, ang mga fibers doon ay matanggal. Kumbaga, kung ang mangyari diyan, kung mayroong papel na where the rubber is being rubbed in this area, that will create depression. So, pwedeng magamit ang oblique light in order to examine an erasure, a mechanical erasure. So, pwede siya because there is also an impression in that regard. No? But anyway, matingnan natin shortly ang mga na-encounter natin na mga board question with regard to that. No? Next is transmitted light. It is also known as backlight. So, nasa likod. Kanina sa pinapakita kong illustration, nasa likod siya. And it is used in examining the so-called opacity. The opacity or yung other term nito ay translucency. The opacity or the translucency of the paper or the see-through of the paper. So you will only use transmitted light kung may tinatawag na pagkanipis ng papel or isang material. We need to say, ang opacity kasi, it talks of, when we define opacity, that's about the capacity of the paper or the capacity of the material, that is talking of the capacity of material to transmit light. Meaning, pwede bang makalusot ang light in that particular material? So, may mga material na hindi talaga makalusot ang light. Like for example, yung opaque object. So, hindi makalusot ang light doon. So, depende sa material. Okay? So, kung may pagkanipis ang isang material or isang papel, then you can use transmitted light. Pwede ba magamit ang transmitted light sa in examining erasure? Pwede, no? For example, itong part na to, there was a mechanical eraser, rubber being rubbed upon the surface. Naturally, maging manipis na yan. No? Ang surface na to will be compared to other surface of the paper, itong part na to ay manipis. No? Mas manipis siya kumpara sa ibang surface of paper. Kaya, kung i-ano natin, examine natin under transmitted light, makita natin ang difference ng area na to compared to other areas na walang ginawang erasure, no, with the use of a rubber. Okay? So pwede siya magamit, no? So along that line, merong naitanong sa 2017 na board examination. Ang pinaka-concept dito, ibigay ko na lang ang pinaka-idea sa question. So it's about the mechanical erasure. So ang pinaka-idea doon ay mechanical erasure. There was a mechanical erasure. So ang ginamit sa pag-erase ay rubber eraser. Rubber eraser. So dalawa ang nandun na possible correct answer. We have transmitted light and the other one ay yung oblique light. Okay? So without going into that question, no? Pero ang team nito parang ang dami nang naitanong nito sa board examinations. Just to give you one, yung naitanong sa 2017, kanyan, na mayroong rubber eraser and then ang pinaka-idea sa tanong, anong gagamitin na lighting position para malaman ang surface ng papel na on that surface merong mechanical erasure using rubber eraser, for example. So, tingnan natin ang kung kailan natin gagamitin yung transmitted light, kailan din ang oblique light. Pag transmitted light ang pinag-usapan, dapat mahanap natin ang keyword na opacity. Meaning to say, manipis na ba ang papel? Or yung part na yan? No? So, titingnan yung part ng paper with the transmitted light. Kung may erasure na sa isang portion ng papel, mas manipis yun kumpara sa ibang parts ng paper or yung the general part ng paper. So, mas manipis yun yung may erasure. Or, hanap din natin ang word na translucency. So, keyword lang ang titingnan natin. No? So, translucency. So, kung makita natin either the word opacity or translucency, then our answer should be transmitted light. Pero kung may maghanap tayo na word na impression in the question, or di kaya shadow effect, then we are to answer with oblique light. No? Yun ang tingnan natin, no? Yun ang hanapin natin so that we'll be able to apply, no, yung mga lighting position. Now, although somewhat related pa rin dito, pero it's not about lighting position. May isang tanong sa board exams na tandaan ko dito. Ito yon, no? Na tanong. So, ang tanong, in photographing an impression. So dito, impression. We're talking of impression. In photographing an impression such as shoe prints, tire marks, footprints, etc. Where will the camera? Dito, iba. Hindi yung, ang tanong dito, hindi yung lighting position, kundi ang camera position. No? No doubt ha, kung ang tanong dito, lighting position, and then meron tayong keyword na impression, our answer should have been oblique. No? Oblique dapat ang sagot natin. But since ang tanong hindi yung patungkol sa light, it's about where you will position the camera. So dito mali ang oblique because ang oblique to the impression, totoo yan if you are talking of the lighting position. In this case, ang sagot natin should be parallel to the impression. Meaning to say, ang camera ay nasa harap, no? And then dapat naka-align sa impression. So i-align ang impression doon sa camera. Meaning to say, na i-frame, ipasok, no, doon sa loob ng, makita doon sa loob ng camera, dapat maipasok ang buong impression. So that is what we mean by parallel to the impression. So in terms of camera position, it should be parallel to the impression. But in terms of lighting position, kapag meron tayong impression, then oblique light. Obviously dito, ang light ay inilagay sa gilid or oblique light ang ginamit dito. Okay? So that's the question no, encounter natin. And then we will now move to the next. There is direct light. So sabi natin, pag sinabing direct light, the other term here is yung right now that is placed in front of the specimen. So the other term is incident light. It is used in preliminary examination of specimen. Pag sinabing preliminary, hindi yung madiinan na pagka-examine ng mga sa unang encounter ng specimen, tingnan, just rough examination of the specimen. Hindi katulad ng transmitted light at saka oblique light. By the way, ang transmitted light, pwede din pala ito siya magamit in examining, no, kasi sabi nito, the opacity paper, pwede siya magamit in examining watermarks. So, in the examination of watermarks, pwede siya magamit. Okay? Well, okay. Let us now go to, so tapos na natin na take ang X-ray and then visible light. Dito na tayo sa ultraviolet photography at saka infrared photography. Ang daming naitanong nito sa board examinations, no? Kaya we have to differentiate clearly kailan gamitin ang ultraviolet photography, kailan din ang infrared photography. Alam natin pagka sinabing ultraviolet at saka infrared, beyond the human eye can perceive ito. So, hindi to siya ma-perceive ng mata. It's beyond the human eye. No? Beyond human eye's perception. Hindi siya makita. However, kung ito yung ginamit sa pag-examine sa isang specimen, kapag ka ang specimen ay matamaan ng ultraviolet or infrared, ang specimen na yan ay mag-reflect ng visible light. No? So, ang visible light na ma-reflect ng object or specimen na na-examine under ultraviolet light ay yung tinatawag na fluorescence, the ultraviolet light. No? Whereas infrared, we have luminescence. So makita nyo ang memory aid natin, no? Simple lang. Ultraviolet, so just connect that letter U in fluorescence dito sa U sa ultraviolet para hindi tayo malito, no? And then ang luminescence, mayroong IN na highlight natin. I-connect natin yan sa IN sa infrared. Okay? So let us first define ito. Naitanong to siya na definition sa actual examination. Yung definition ng luminescence at saka fluorescence. So, Alam natin, no? Both infrared and ultraviolet are invisible to the eye. So if used to examine a specimen, the specimen reflects, no? That will the specimen reflects visible light. So may reflect niya ang visible light. So ang visible light na ma-reflect ng natamaan ng ultraviolet is known as fluorescence. So visible light reflected by specimen examined under an ultraviolet. So that is fluorescence. And then luminescence sa infrared. Okay? So that's it. Now, how can we differentiate? Paano natin ma-differentiate ang ultraviolet photography at saka infrared photography for purposes of identifying a situation? Kailan natin siya gamitin? Simple lang, no? Tingnan natin ito. Kung ang specimen na in-examine ay invisible, hindi makita, requiring visibility, kailangan siya makita, then we are talking of ultraviolet photography. Ang gagamitan natin, ultraviolet. On the other hand, kung kailan natin gamitin ang infrared photography, you have to be guided na kung ang specimen na in-examine ay obscured image, malabo, no? Obscured, natabunan, ganyan. Or natakpa, no? That will require decipherment. No? That requires decipherment. So, makita natin ang kaibahan. Ang isa, invisible. Ang isa naman, makita siya pero obscured. Kaya, kailangan siyang linawin na malinaw para ano yung, for example, nakasulat. No? So, you should be guided. No? Magtanong ka kaagad. No? Nandun sa tanong, kung ang specimen ba invisible or obscured. Kung invisible siya, ultra. Kung obscured siya, infra. So, let us now go to the several questions na encounter natin. So, itong mga examples ito, based ito sa mga actual na itanong. So, for example, sa ultraviolet photography, pwede siya gamitin sa mga biological evidence. Such as blood. O, makita naman yung blood. O, tingnan natin. Semen, vaginal secretions, saliva, etc. on the same color background. Halimbawa, pula, dugo, pero nasa background na pula. Hindi yan makita. No? Although makita natin pula, pero if it is on the same color background, hirap din natin masabi na merong ibang material na nandun sa background na yan. No? Or kung semen, puti, usually on a white surface. Vaginal secretions, colorless yan or puti. No? Or even saliva, makita, invisible yan. Paano makita? That is with the use of ultraviolet photography. Pwede din dito watermarks kasi di kagad yan makita sa mata natin, invisible yan. So, except lang kung if it is placed in a particular angle, so hindi siya makita natin kung ano yung watermarks. Pero kung at a particular position na hindi siya kagad makita, kailangan siya ng ultraviolet photography. Otherwise, pwede din yung transmitted light. Another is cigarette butt. O sa sigarilyo. Pero, paano natin malaman na mayroong saliva? Alam natin ang saliva colorless. So, with the use of ultraviolet. In the case of sympathetic, sa isang board question yan, sympathetic ink, or di kaya secret ink, another board question, and then invisible ink. So, pag sinabing sympathetic, same lang yan sa secret, same lang din yan sa invisible. Hindi siya makita. So, paano siya examine? With the use of ultraviolet photography. Ano din yung mga na-encounter natin na mga board questions na ang sagot natin should be infrared photography. In the case of charred or burnt document, alam natin, no? Yung dahil sa init, no? Yung papel mangitim. So kung mangitim na yan, yung mga nakasulat, possibly hindi siya ganun hindi na siya klaro. It is now obscured. So paano natin makita or malinaw yung pagkakuha na yun ang nakasulat? So with the use of infrared. Another is obliterated writing. What is obliterated writing? That is an obscuring of writing by superimposing ink. Meaning to say, merong, halimbawa, ito yung nakasulat. Original nakasulat. Ganyan. And then, merong inilagay na ink on top of it. Kaya, anong nangyari? Natabunan siya or natakpan siya. So, that will be, that should be best examined, o itong obliterated writing, best examined kung ano yung nasa likod ng ink na yan with the use of infrared photography. Another is gunshot wound covered with blood. No? Natakpan siya ng dugo. So, tingnan natin dito, no? So, there is what we call as gunshot wound. Interesado ang investigator kung ang gunshot wound meron bang tinatawag na blackening around the area, yung meron bang abrasion ring, no? Kasi kapag merong blackening around the entrance hole, malapitan ang pagbaril nito. So, ang problema ngayon, ito ay natakpan, no? Natakpan to siya ng dugo. So, kaya we can hardly say na meron ba talagang blackening around the entrance wound or hole. So in that regard, we have to use infrared photography. Kaya it is covered with blood. No? Another, dito, no? Tingnan natin dito ang cigarette butt pa rin. Kaya dito, cigarette butt. Pero dito, saliva. That is why invisible. No? Hindi siya makita. Pero dito, lipstick. Makita yan. Pero malabo kung ano ba yan. Dugo ba yan? Or simply that color red is just lipstick. So, with the use of infrared. Okay? So, linawin nyo ng maigi ang mga information na to para mas klaro ang the next time na ma-encounter natin, no? So, or if we encounter this one in the actual board examinations, mas klaro kung ano ba talaga siya, ultraviolet photography ba gagamitin or infrared photography. Okay, along that line, merong isang board question na gusto kong i-analyze niyo. Applying our knowledge of this one, na alam natin, no? Kapag invisible ang specimen, ultraviolet photography. Kapag ang specimen ay obscured, no? Then we have to use the infrared photography. Okay? So, ito, tinan nyo ang tanong na to. Anyone who would want to interact, you may just type in your answer para at least I can have an idea kung na-apply ninyo ang naibigay natin na principle to differentiate ultra at saka infra. Ano kaya ang gagamitin dito? You may just type in your answer. May sumagot na dito. Yes. Yes, dito, no? So, i-analyze natin, no? May mga sagot. Salamat sa mga response, no? Ang sabi dito, kung tingnan natin ang kwan, di ba ang principle na titingnan natin, ano ang specimen na in-examine? Kung tingnan natin sa tanong, walang specimen na binigay. Kasi ang nandito yung method of examining or instrument, no? Or yes, method ang pag-examine or instrument. So, nandito if spectrographic analysis, spectrographic gagamitin to siya when you want to look at the color, no? The difference of the color present in the material. Or the color analysis. So, may mga sagot dito. So, nandito, no? Methods of examining the specimen. Walang sinabi dito na ang specimen mismo. Or di kaya, comparison microscope. Siguro, merong kung tingnan natin, hindi masyadong malinaw dito ang no, na spectrographic analysis. You may not be able to get what that is. No? So, color analysis, no? Sabi dito, or, meaning to say, katulad lang din ang concept ng spectrographic analysis sa color analysis or sa comparison microscope. Siguro, mas mabilis nating ma-analyze kung dito tayo mag-focus sa comparison microscope. So, ang tanong natin ngayon, anong specimen na usually in-examine ng comparison microscope? No? Dito tayo titingin. Anong specimen ang usually na i-examine sa comparison microscope when you compare one item to the next? Obviously, kung tingnan mo sa microscope, makita yan. No? Makita. So, kapag ka sinabing makita, automatic, wrong na ang ultra. No? Wrong na ang ultraviolet. No? So, in this case, is it X-ray photography? Hindi din, because ang X-ray photography, gagamitin lang to siya if you want to examine an opaque object. What about ang visible light? What about ang visible light? Visible light photography. Ito dito sa visible light photography, wala namang sinabi dito na specific about whether transmitted kaya or oblique light or direct light. And then kung tingnan natin dito, kung i-analyze natin ang tanong, it is more of na paano natin malaman, no, ang kaibahan, no, ng kulay, no, ng isang bagay, no? So, spectrographic analysis, color analysis, ganyan, no? They are not available. So, ano yung gagamitin instead of it? No? Ang visible light, more of general purpose yan siya. Like kanina yung sinabi natin oblique, wala namang sinabi dito na merong impression. And then, transmitted, wala namang sinabi dito na may pagka-translucent ang papel or ang material. Or wala namang sinabi dito na yung sa direct light na concept na for preliminary examination. So therefore, we have to abandon this one, letter C. Our answer should be infrared photography. Okay? It should be infrared photography. Again, kung tingnan natin dito, walang sinabi specimen directly, pero mayroong instrument na ginamit. So, simple lang, sabihin natin kung anong usual na ginagamit ng, ini-examine ng comparison microscope. So, makita ba? Hindi makita. So, makita yan. So, therefore, out na yung ultraviolet photography. Okay? So, let us now proceed. So, again, I thank you all for participating. Yun ang pinaka-mahalaga sa isang, lalo na sa instructor, no, na nagtuturo online. Kasi importante yung interaction. Okay, let us now go to the next. I hope you're able to master this one kasi I'm very sure kung meron ding actual ngayon, no, yung application dito, merong application to. No? Yeah, be able to remember clearly the difference on how to use ultraviolet photography at saka infrared photography. So dito tayo sa effects of light on the object. So pag tumama ang light on the object, it may be reflected. So pag tumama yan, mag-reflect siya, it will bounce back the light. Or it may be absorbed. Like for example, yung mga dark colored materials, usually they are absorbing light. And then transmitted. Kung manipis ang papel or material, so it can transmit light. So it may be, the light may be transmitted. And then it may be converted, like in the instance of luminescence. No? So it may also be sa fluorescence or phosphorescence. What is the difference between fluorescence and the phosphorescence? Sabi dito sa fluorescence, the ability of the object to convert one wavelength to another as long as the active energy source is irradiating the object. Ibig sabihin, ang energy source, for example, yung fluorescent na, habang naka-turn on ang energy source, yung kuryente, it will continue to radiate the object. Continue siyang mag-ilaw. Pero kapag phosphorescence, it continues to reflect light. Meron pa ring light na ma-reflect, to reflect new wavelengths even after the energy source is removed. So makita niyo yung mga minsan ilalagay natin yung green na kulay na nilalagay natin sa ceiling, like sa mga animals, ganyan. So it reflects light. No? So even if the energy source is already removed. So ang tawag doon ay phosphorescence. Next ay ang absorption. Ito yung absorption. So ma-absorb ang light into the body. Scattering. So because of the clouds, so yung clouds na yan na nag-hamper sa light coming from the sun. Kung titingnan natin yung sky, hindi natin makita ang blue sky because of this particular nag-obstruct yung clouds that scatters the light coming from the sun. Another is interference. Pag sinabing interference, ito ay tinatawag din na Newton's ring. So, tinatawag din siyang Newton's ring. So, yan, makita natin yung paano ang bubbles that will interfere the light, the passage of light, so that ang mga, kung tinan natin ang yung imahe, no? So, liktad, iba ang kwan. And then, ito yung fluorescence. Now, we will focus more on this one, yung concept sa dispersion. I think available to siya sa laboratory. I think in your school, merong prism. Ang prism kasi sa laboratory, makita natin to siya solid pyramidal. Solid pyramidal glass ito. Mabigat ito. Now, I tried this one, no? So, if you have a prism and then a strong white light, and then itama yung white light doon sa gilid ng isang ng prism, that white light will be divided into rainbow color. So you have there Roy GB, yung rainbow color. So Roy GB. So the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. So yun yung rainbow color. So mas interested tayo dito, no? Itong rainbow color is actually can be, makita natin, no? May mga dominant na kulay dito. Ano yung mga dominant color dito sa pan? Merong pula. And then we have green. And then we have blue. So that can be sum up into three colors, the so-called primary colors. Sa additive color concept, ito ay nakabase sa tinatawag na primary colors of light. What are the primary colors of light? So take note of the term, primary colors of light. So pag sinabing primary colors of light, we have to say the RGB. The red, green, and blue. Okay? So makita natin yan, no? Nung na-disperse natin ang light, makita natin ang dominant na kulay na nandito. So we have the red, green, and the blue. Although may mga shades dito na kwan, but we have to go to the dominant colors. Kaya sa color, sa primary colors of light, we have to say doon sa dominant color na nakita natin, the red, green, and blue. However, kung ang pinag-usapan natin ay primary colors of coloring matters, pag ganyan ang pinag-usapan, primary colors of light of or coloring matters, I mean. Pag yan, ang matawag natin na primary colors of dito. No, kung tingnan natin, it should be, ito siya, primary colors of coloring matters. We have to say red, yellow, and blue. Okay? Now, tingnan nyo, you examine closely. No? Dito sa Venn diagram. So, nagpang-abot, no, ang mga kulay using three projectors of light. Projecting red, blue, and green. No? So, kung tinanin natin dito, kung nagpang-abot ang red, kaya nito, no? Nagpang-abot ang red at saka green. So, napangabot ang red at saka green. Sa gitna nito, we have a new color. May panibagong kulay na lumabas. So, again, ang additive ba, that is based on the primary colors of light. So, itong yellow na lumabas as a result of the combination of red and green, yun yung yellow. And then, ganun din ang i-combine natin ang green at saka blue, may lumabas na cyan. When we combine blue and red, may lumabas na magenta. Ito sila. Ito yung mga tinatawag natin na secondary colors of light. No? The secondary colors of light. So, ito yung importante ito siya, yung secondary colors of light, ito yung sa tinatawag natin na subtractive color. O, tingnan natin ha. Subtractive colors. So, pinalitan natin ang projector. Ang projector dito, ginamit natin ang secondary colors of light. We have the magenta, the cyan, and the yellow. Ito, take note ha. Ito sila ang mga secondary colors. Ibig sabihin, nagresulta ito sila. No? Bunga nang na-combine natin ang primary colors. And by the way, nasa gitna, no? Sa gitna nito, ng the combination of the three primary colors, we have white. Kaya naman, ang white ay i-describe natin na the presence of light. Sorry. So, sabihin natin dito, no, na ang white ay presence of Like ko na lang para problema. So white is said to be described as the presence of light or the presence of all colors. That is our description, no? Kasi kung tingnan natin, no? Nandun lahat ang kulay. So, nasa gitna, no? Ang puti. But that white is said to be the source of the other colors. So, we have the rainbow colors. Now, dito tayo sa, balik tayo dito sa subtractive color. Tandaan natin, ang subtractive color, ito siya ay nakabase. No, nakabase siya sa tinatawag na secondary colors. So, pinalitan natin yung projector. So, pinalitan natin with the secondary colors like the magenta, the cyan, and the yellow. Sinabi dito na subtractive. Bakit tinawag na subtractive? Dito naman ang tawag dito additive. Kasi ang resulta nito, additive siya kasi kung nung na-combine natin ang dalawa o tatlong kulay, may lumabas na panibagong kulay. So, we add red and green, we have yellow, may bagong kulay. We add red and blue, we have new color, we have the magenta. And when we add green and blue, we have the cyan. Pero pagdating dito, sa subtractive, subtract meaning merong nabawas, no? Subtract, no? Anong ibig sabihin ng nabawas dito? O, anong nabawas ito? Ang ibig sabihin, kung nung nagpang-abot ang magenta at sa cyan, nawala sila. Nabawas, nawala, ang ibig sabihin, no? Nawala ang magenta, nawala ang cyan, naiwan ang tinatawag na blue. Diba sir, hindi ba yan bago sa kulay yet? No. Ito siya ay primary colors. Kita natin kanina, isa to siya sa dominant na kulay when we disperse white light with the use of prism. Di ba? Kanina, nakita nyo, dominant light to siya. Dominant color. So, ang nangyari, nung nagpang-abot ang magenta at cyan, nawala sila, na-subtract. So, kaya tinawag natin dito na subtractive color. Ganon din ang nangyari when we combine yellow, nawala ang magenta at saka yellow, nawala sila, naiwan yung red. And then, when we combine cyan at saka yellow, nawala yung yellow at saka cyan, naiwan yung green. So, ito yung tinatawag natin na subtractive. No? Nabawas, no? Nawala. No? So, hindi natin sabihin na, sir, panibagong kulay yan, blue. Panibagong kulay yan, green. Panibagong kulay ng red. Yung red na yan. No. That is not a new color because that is a basic color. That is the result when we disperse white light, no? Nung nag-create ng rainbow color. So nung na-create ang rainbow color, makikita natin yung mga dominant na mga kulay na tatlo na yan, yung red, green, and blue. Now, if you have noticed, nasa gitna ay black. No? Black ang kulay. No? So, anong description natin sa black? Ang nangyari kasi dito, sa gitna, nawala lahat, no? Nawala ang cyan, nawala ang yellow, nawala ang magenta. No? So, yun ang black. So therefore, when we describe black, that is the absence of light or color. So, in photography, we do not consider black as a color. Hindi natin siya ino-consider black as a color. So, along this line, importante, no, in this subtractive color concept, we will focus more on this one rather than the primary colors, no? Kasi nandiyan na yan, no? Itong ano kasi ang subtractive color, may mga principles in photography na dito kinuha. Dito kinuha. So, ito yung mga tinatawag natin na complementary colors. So, complementary color na tinatawag. Now, so ito yun, no? So, black is not a color but the absence of colors or light. So, sa complementary color concept, ang complementary color ng magenta at saka green ay magenta ay ang green. Ang complementary color ng cyan ay red. You have to memorize this one. The complementary color of yellow is blue. Kaya ito ay magresulta sa pagkawala. Black ang resulta nito. Ang complementary color, no? Remember, magenta, green, and then cyan, red, and then yellow, blue. So, ito yung mga complementary colors. Remember this concept of complementary colors kasi merong lumabas sa board examinations with regard to this concept. No? By the way, not necessarily i-question, no? Ito pa lang may tanong dito sa board exam. So, what country in the world that first used color photography? So, unang gumamit ng color photography. Iris, ang answer natin ay US. Why? Because ang accolade na father of color photography was given to Levi Hill. Actually, walang naibigay na evidence si Levi Hill. More of conceptual discussion niya na merong tinatawag na color photography. But kung tingnan natin kung sino yung nauna na nag-present ng tinatawag na evidence of color photography, it was Sir James Clerk Maxwell. So si Levi Hill, an American, siya ang nabigyan ng titulo na yan, the father of color photography. So, si Levi Hill. Pero ang tunay na may nagbigay ng evidence of color photography is Sir James Clerk Maxwell. So siya, no, ang nauna. Now, mahilig ang mga board examiners, no, sa mga ganitong pan. What country in the world? Kung araw, ganyan ang mga tanong. Pero I do not know kung ibabalik ang mga ganitong klaseng tanong. Ayun. Along that line, yung pagkahilig nila, meron din itanong, no? What country in the world that first used what country in the world that first used photography in police work? So ang sagot natin dyan ay France. Bakit? Because si Alphonse Bertillon, a Frenchman, siya yung unang gumamit ng photography. So yung na-discuss ko na sa fingerprint, no? Na siya yung nag-introduce ng mugshot at saka yung profile photograph. Sa ilalim ng kanyang portrait parley, no? Yung tinatawag na verbal description, or also known as the Bertillon system or Bertillonage. So yung portrait parley sa na-discuss ko na, no? Tatlo. We have anthropometry, photography, and the so-called cartographic sketch. Okay? So enough of that. Let us continue. So again, sabi ko, itong subtractive color concept, ang basis nito ay yung secondary colors. Ito yung may application sa photography. Nung araw kasi, ganito, ang mga litrato, yung mga black and white litrato, halo-halo ang mga kulay. No? Pero nung na-discover ang subtractive color, yung complementary color, doon na nagsimula na ang mga kulay ay hindi na halo, naiihiwalay na, kaya we have the so-called color photography. No? So, ang tanong, ano yung mga application nito? Dito. Ito yung dalawang application ng subtractive color. Sa color film at saka sa filter. Ginamit ang principle dito, ha. Again, ang complementary color ng magenta ay green. No, nasa gitna nito, nasa harap ito. No? Ang complementary color ng yellow ay ang blue. Ang complementary color ng cyan, of course, red. No? So, kung tingnan natin, no, ang itong mga principle na to ginamit, no, in color film at saka filter. Tingnan natin yung color film na yan. We will discuss that in more detail, yung layers. We are not after on this one yet. So, the moment. Tingnan natin ang structure ng color films. Kung tingnan natin ang color films, it is said to be multi-layer emulsion. Pag sinabing emulsion, ito yung front, no? Front ng film that is said to be sensitive to light. That is sensitive to light. So, yung emulsion na yan that is sensitive to light, meron siyang mga sub-layers. So, yung pinaka-front layer ay tinatawag na blue sensitive layer. And then we have the green sensitive layer. And then the red sensitive layer. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng mga kulay na mag-relate sa blue, dito yan ma-record sa area na to. Lahat naman ng mga kulay na akin to blue, green, or ang green na kulay, dito. And then lahat naman na malapit sa red, malapit sa red, dito yan ma-record. So, yun yung ginawa kung bakit maihiwalay ang mga kulay. So, for example, if we have white light, so, we have here the white light. So, alam natin ang white light that consists of the primary colors, no? The red, the green, and the blue as the dominant colors of the rainbow colors. So, yan ang mga kuano na makita natin. So, ang red na makita natin doon sa white, pag tumama yan dito sa emulsion, hindi siya ma-record sa part na to. Hindi din ma-record sa green sensitive layer, doon siya ma-record sa red sensitive layer. Pero naharangan siya, no? Hindi siya makalagpas papunta doon sa base. May harang. No? May harang dito. Ang green naman, hindi siya ma-record dito sa part na to, sa blue sensitive layer. Ma-record lang siya papunta doon sa green sensitive layer. So, naharangan siya dito. Hindi siya makalagpas papunta sa red sensitive layer. Ang blue naman, dito lang siya ma-record. At saka hindi siya makalagpas papunta sa green sensitive layer. Ang tanong natin dito, anong ginawa kung bakit naharangan ang blue para hindi makapunta sa green at saka sa red sensitive layers? So, anong ginawa kung bakit naharangan ang green, naharangan ang red? Ang ginamit dito yung konsepto sa tinatawag na secondary colors. No? Kaya dito, hindi makalagpas ang blue na kulay papunta doon sa green sensitive layer kasi because of that harang. Anong naiharang dito? So, it should be the complementary color of blue. Ano yung complementary color of blue? Yellow. So, lahat ng blue na kulay, dito yan siya ma-record. So, we have already shown. So, dito lang siya ma-record. Hindi siya makalagpas papunta sa green. Whereas, ang green naman, hindi siya ma-record dito sa blue sensitive kasi hindi yan sensitive sa green. Dito lang yan sa green. Titigil. Bakit hindi siya papunta doon sa red sensitive layer? Because there is the complementary color. So, dito na available na kulay. So, isipin lang natin na ito yung magenta. Isipin natin na ito yung magenta. And then, ang pula naman na kulay, so hindi siya ma-record dito sa blue sensitive, hindi din siya ma-record sa green sensitive, doon lang siya ma-record sa red sensitive layer. So, hindi siya makapunta sa base. Ang red light na yan, hindi makalagpas papunta sa base because of the so-called cyan na harang. So that's how color films or that particular film was able to differentiate or separate blue, green, red, and all other similar colors. No? Ang malapit dito sa blue, malapit sa green, malapit sa red. Because of the complementary color. It is because of the concept of the complementary color. So, yung counterpart na yan. Kasi, nung na-invent yan, doon na, no, naihiwalay. Okay? Let us continue further. So, yan, no? So, hindi makalagpas ang blue because of the yellow, which is the complementary color of blue. Hindi din makalagpas ang green, ma-absorb siya dito because of the complementary color na magenta. Hindi din makalagpas ang pula, punta dito because mayroong harang, yun yung cyan. So, ang ma-record, lahat ng mga kulay malapit sa blue, dito yan may record. Ganon din dito sa magenta, lahat mga green, lahat ng mga pula. Ito yan ma-record. Okay? That's the concept of color concept. So, balik tayo. What about ang filter? Filter is a camera accessory. So, pagka sinabing filter, pag ang bagay ay sinala, may binawas. No? May binawas. So, yun ang konsepto ng filter. Ito yun. No? Lumabas to siya. No? What is the concept of filter? That is said to be subtraction. So, subtracting some light reflected from the scene. So, ang definition, ma-connect din natin sa subtractive color concept or sa subtraction. Kasi dito merong word na difference. Diba? Ang difference, yun yung resulta sa subtraction. So, homogeneous medium which absorbs and transmits differentially light rays passing through it. Okay? Yun yung filter. Ma-discuss din natin later on. Balikan natin yung filter factor mamaya. So, hindi na muna ngayon kasi we are more interested on this one. Ang pinaka-importante dito, ganito, how the filter is being or how the so-called complementary color is being used in the filter. Like for example, merong fingerprint. Merong fingerprint, no? Na-develop sa crime scene, no? Na-develop itong fingerprint ito sa crime scene. Pero ang problema ngayon is that this fingerprint was found nandun yan sa surface na pula. Okay, alam natin yung pula na kulay, napakalakas ng kulay na yan. Because that is about 700 nanometers. So sa Roy G. Biv, ito yung pinaka-longest, no, na range of color. So 700 nanometers yan. So we have red background. Ang tanong dito, ang pinaka-idea dito, what will the photographer do para itong pula na napakalakas na ito, maharangan, hindi yan makapasok doon sa film. Kumbaga, ang dating, parang walang pulang makita, no, ng camera. So, kumbaga, ito ang nangyari dito, mayroong one, this is the lens of the camera. So, dito yung film, no? So, ang makapasok na light, dapat, no? Dito, ang pumasok na light papunta dito, dapat walang pula. So, paano yan gawin? So, dito ilagay ang filter para siyang that will just be screwed in the front of the lens of the camera. So, ang tanong, anong ilagay dito na filter para ang pula ay maharangan hanggang dito lang siya, hindi siya makalagpas papunta doon sa film. Hindi siya makita, hindi siya ma-record ng film. So, balik tayo sa tinatawag natin na complementary color. So, what is the complementary color of red? It should be cyan. Tandaan natin, di ba? Pagka cyan, ang complementary color nito ay ang red. Kapag yellow, ang complementary color nito ay blue. Kapag pinag-usapan ay magenta, so ang complementary color with the magenta is green. Kaya kung tingnan natin dito, pula yung background, no? Kaya para maharangan yung pula na yan, kailangan ang filter na gagamitin ay cyan. So in order to bar that red light from getting inside and exposing the film. Okay? So ito yung gamit, no, ng tinatawag natin na complementary color. Kaya napaka-importante niyan. That is why intindihin natin yan maigi. Ito, application na dito siya, no? No, ano yung gagamitin na filter para maharangan yung pula na yan. Hindi makaabot doon sa film. Okay? So, ang problema dito, people, ang problema kung gagamit ka ng filter, remember, ang white light, tandaan natin yung basic concept. Ang white light, that consists of red, green, and blue. Para makompleto ang white light, there has to be red, green, and blue. Ang tanong, paano yung nangyari na inalis natin ang red? Hindi yan nakaabot sa film. Do you think or do we think na kompleto pa ang light, ang white or ang light? Hindi na kompleto. Kaya ito yung filter factor. No? Kasi hindi na kompleto ang nandun lang green at saka blue, hinarangan. Ang pula, hindi siya nakaabot papunta doon sa film. Kaya naturally, we could say na kulang ang light. So, may possibility of underexposure ang mangyari niyan. Kaya, when we use filter, we have to also remember the concept of filter factor. Ano yung filter factor? That is the measure of increase. Ito yung pag-increase daw. Anong i-increase ang exposure? But when we say exposure, at this point in time, no, later on, discuss din natin yan. Kapag ka sinabing exposure, dalawang bagay ang pinag-usapan. Yung aperture, yung butas, no, ng yung lens opening, no, yung tinatawag na aperture, at saka yung shutter. So, pag sinabing increase, pwedeng sabihin natin na lakihan ang butas, no? Lakihan natin ang butas, pwedeng sabihin yan para masigurado na there is sufficient amount of light na makapasok. Or it could be bagalan pa ang shutter. Yung shutter kasi ito yung takip, no? So takip siya ng film, parang ng pinaka-purpose niya ay hanggat hindi ito siya mabuksan, hindi talaga ma-expose ang film. So, yun ang shutter. So, pwedeng sabihin natin na bagalan ang shutter in order to allow more time for light to expose the film. Okay? Now, okay. Okay, shortly I will give some may ano tayo no, recess tayo. Tapusin ko na lang to. So, ito yung i-memorize no, mga naitanong na yan sa actual question. It's just a matter of memorization dito. So, light balance filter, that is to change the color quality of exposing light. So, kanina, yun yung masabi natin na light balance filter. Another is color compensating filter, that is to change the overall color. And neutral density filter, kailan siya gagamitin? Kung if you have in a situation na there is what we call as too bright light present in the area. And then polarizing filter, that is to reduce or minimize reflections or glare or highly polished surfaces. Yung mga pula na yan, yun yung mga keywords na makita natin. Ito, naitanong na itong apat na mga filters na to. Okay? Okay, let us pause for a break. Just 15 minutes break lang. Okay, so tapos na tayo dito, no, na take up natin yung tinatawag natin na subtractive color. So, kanina, no, we went to this link dito sa color film at sa filter, yung mga tinatawag natin na applications sa subtractive color. So, masabi natin, no, na significant ang discovery ng subtractive color kasi ito yung nagbigay daan kung bakit meron ng color film and then nagamit din yung mas malinaw ang pagkuha, no, ng imahe with the use of filter. Okay, let us now move to the next. So, attributes of color. So, we have the following: dependent on light reflected from an object. May mga discussion, no, sa malalim na mga discussion sa light or sa photography and even sa physics, na ang kulay daw ay hindi lang yan matawag na based on the perception of the person. Rather, it is also based on the light reflected from an object. Kaya yun ang ma-perceive natin. But we will not go to the deeper discussion on that. No? Yun na tayo sa mga merong relevance, no, sa actual board examinations. How we perceive colors are dependent on the hue, the saturation, and brightness. So for example, we have the following. No? The hue, saturation, and brightness. Kumbaga, ang hue ay parang kulay. No? So, hue, and then saturation, kung gaano ka-concentrated ang kulay, and then brightness. So, kung madilim or light ba ang kulay na yan. So, that is what we call as hue, saturation, and brightness. Okay? Let us continue. So, dito sa topic na to, not much that we encounter in the actual examinations. Pero dito sa topic na to, marami din, no, na-encounter natin. So, bending of light. In photography, kapag ka sinabing bending, ibig sabihin yan ay focus or focusing. So, it has something to do where light or how light focuses on a particular object. So again, focusing. Mhm. So, focusing. So, tingnan natin, no, ang mga item by item dito with regard to bending of light. We have the following. Again, ang ano natin, direct ang ano natin, no, sa actual na question. So we have here reflection. Ang naitanong nito sa actual examination is the deflection or bouncing back of light when it hits the surface. So we have two subtypes of the so-called reflection. We have regular or specular reflection, and the other one, irregular or diffuse reflection. So far, wala pa tayo na-encounter ng mga tanong ng specific type of reflection. So, tingnan natin, no? So, ito yung reflection when light hits on the surface and it will be reflected and can be perceived by the eye. So, we have here regular reflection, specular reflection. So, it is dependent on how smooth the surface. Kaya, nireflect siya ang sky with the water na ang nag-reflect dito ay napakalinaw ng tubig. And then, regular reflection or diffuse. So, hindi masyadong malinaw kung ano yung nandun, no, na na-reflect because of the surface which is rough. Okay, regular at saka diffuse, yun yung difference. So again, sa actual examination, yun ang na-encounter natin, no, na question. Deflection or the bouncing back of light when it hits the surface. Next is refraction. Ang actual din na tanong dito, ito siya, the statement. The change of direction of the wave due to change in speed. Or it is said to be the passing from one medium to another. So, yung pagpasok ng light, no, especially on a transparent object. Tingnan natin itong illustration dito. So, kung tingnan natin, no, ang image ng pencil, no, bago pa itong nakapasok doon sa loob ng glass, and then ang image ng pencil na nandun na sa glass at saka sa water. So, obviously, iba ang refractive index ng hangin at saka yung sa glass at lalo na doon sa tubig. Kaya naiba ang perception natin sa position ng pencil. So again, the key word to remember here is the change of direction of the wave due to change in speed. Okay? Next is diffraction. So again, ang mga ito tinatanong na sa board examinations, no? So highlight natin yung tanong sa actual exams, no? The bending of light around small obstacles or objects. So that is diffraction or on a sharp edge of an opaque object. Tingnan natin ang example. So kung makita natin yung mga grating na to, no? Because of the burning of the CD by placing information inside it. So makita natin, no, yung diffraction grating. Ito yung nag-create ng rainbow color dito sa compact disc na to, no? So that is diffraction. And then go to the next. Kinds of objects, ito tinatanong din sa actual examination. So you have to know exactly on this one. Transparent objects, it allows sufficient visible light to pass so that the object on the other side is said to be clearly seen. So allowing light, visible light to pass, sufficient amount of visible light. Kaya the object on the other side is clearly seen. Kaya nito. And the other one, translucent objects. It allows light to pass but diffuse. Pag sinabing diffuse, ano siya, na scattered, no? Or hindi siya concentrated, kalat, no? So that the objects on the other side is said to be not clearly distinguished. So again, na mga board question na to na nandito, no? Yung statement doon sa actual exams nandito. So translucent objects, kita nyo dito, no? Translucent. So kaya ang nasa likod hindi ganun kalinaw kung ano yung nasa likod. Somehow we can make out the shape, but in terms of the clarity, hindi ganun kaklaro. Next, opaque objects. So, isa sa mga definition, no, nakita natin sa libro, sa some criminology books. Ito siya, greatly diffuse the light so that the object on the other side is very difficult, if not impossible, to recognize. So dito, hindi siya masyadong accurate ang pagka-define dito. But let us consider this one kasi yung libro na saan natin kinuha ito siya. Nakita natin na maraming mga questions sa board exams na doon kinuha. No? Kaya, although we do not agree with this definition, but we will take it as it is, considering na nakita natin in that book, maraming na itanong na sa board examinations. So, kung bigyan natin ng pansin dito, ang opaque object, kung sabi dito, the object on the other side is very difficult. Kasi sinabing very difficult, it does not close the possibility. Kaya, not impossible to recognize. So, pwede natin mailagay dito yung if only following this particular description that I do not agree entirely. No? Pwede natin mailagay based on this description, on this definition, ang heavily tinted, no? Tinted na glass. So, sa heavily tinted na glass, alam natin, no, na kung nandun ka sa malayo, hindi talaga malinaw kung ano yung nasa loob, no? Pero kung lapitan mo siya, you can somehow tell kung ano yung nasa loob nito. So, in that description or definition, we could place in its category tinted glass. Pero if I were to define opaque objects, it should be this one. Objects that do not allow any light to pass through them. So, yun talaga ang opaque. So, kung tingnan natin, no, hindi lusot yung light. But we will take the definition as it is, no? Ito siya. Dito sabi, greatly diffuse so that the object on the other side is very difficult, if not impossible to define or to recognize. So, we'll accept this one because that book is, alam natin na marami nang naitanong sa board exams na doon kinuha. So, please be able to remember the keywords kanya, para at least the next time around, ma-encounter itong mga kinds of objects na to, will be able to address clearly the question. Again, let me remind everyone, no, na sa learning, hindi kumpleto ang yung learning hanggat hindi mo ma-satisfy ang tatlong bagay. Una, intindihin mo muna ang ibig sabihin ng bagay na binabasa or na-encounter mo na information. Pagkatapos na naintindihan, you need to memorize your understanding. Hindi yung word for word. Kundi, dapat tandaan mo yung ano yung naintindihan mo. No? Dapat matandaan mo yan. No? And then pagkatapos, pangatlo, yung transfer. Nang ibig sabihin, the ability to apply prior knowledge. So, paano natin to siya bigyan ng, for example, doon sa pagre-review? Simple lang. So, naintindihan and then na-memorize pagkatapos, gagawa ka ng tanong. No? Base sa iyong naintindihan, i-test mo yung sarili mo, pwede mong ilagay doon sa index card or whatever paper na later on that you can browse, you can test yourself, and then nandun ang key answer doon sa likod para kung nakalimutan mo, hindi mo matandaan kung anong ibig sabihin nito, you can just turn the back of that paper or index card para ma-refresh ang yung mind patungkol sa sagot na yan. No? Those are the three things na kailangan para masabi mo na you have learning. Huh? Okay? Just a simple reminder on how you should process a particular information for your utmost learning. Next is sources of life. So we have the first source, that is natural light source. Kapag sinabing natural light source, there is no intervention of man. So maraming sources of tinatawag natin na natural light source. Pwede sabihin na lightning, pwede fire, and some other natural light source. Pero for purposes of being able to set out clearly difference of several forms of natural light, mas maganda focus lang muna natin dito sa sunlight. Anyway, sa actual examinations, ito din ang focus ng klase-klaseng sunlight. Like for example, when we say bright sunlight, so ang titingnan dito ang shadow. The shadow that it casts on an object in an open space. So in a bright sunlight, the shadow that it casts on an object in an open space is said to be deep and uniform. Dito din ang tanong dito sa board exams, no? In the case of hazy sunlight, shadow pa rin ang tinitingnan. And then, ang shadow that is being cast on an object is said to be transparent. And then the other one, dull sunlight, none. No? Merong naitanong nito sa board examinations. So, gusto ko lang ipakita sa inyo para sabi natin na may application ang tanong na to. No, merong application sa topic. Okay? Tignan natin muna ang tanong. Later on, sagutin natin yung tanong na yan. Ito siya. Sabi dito, in a bright sunlight, the aperture and shutter speed combination is f11 1/125. So, ang aperture dito, f11, and then ang shutter speed ay 1/125. Given the same shutter speed, what is the aperture to use in a dull sunlight? So, ang tanong dito is about dull sunlight. Anong aperture ang gagamitin? So, as of the moment, hindi na muna natin siya sagutin kasi kailangan muna nating ma-discuss. Although na-encounter nyo na ang term na aperture, na-encounter nyo na ang term na shutter speed, but we will answer this one as soon as we are able to discuss aperture and shutter speed. Okay? So, just in an introduction to that topic. So, makita natin na tinatanong talaga ang patungkol sa klase-klaseng sunlight. So we have bright sunlight, hazy sunlight, and dull sunlight. So dito tayo sa sunod, artificial light source. Kapag ka sinabing artificial, ibig sabihin yan, there is intervention of man. So therefore, it is man-made. So it consists of two types. We have continuous radiation, like for example, fluorescent lamp, incandescent lamp, so on. And then the other one of short duration, just like in the case of a flash unit. So, nung araw, pinakaunang ginamit na flash unit, flash powder. And then, pagkatapos yan, flash bulb. And then, at present, even until today, nandito pa rin ang electronic flash. Okay? So, still within artificial light sources, especially of maggamit to siya sa forensic use, UV lamp, and then laser, light amplification through stimulated emission of radiation. Yan, ang actual question yan. Yung pinaka-meaning ng acronym na laser, light amplification through stimulated emission of radiation. And then, naitanong din ang other term for laser, that is coherent light. Okay, the other term. So, anong value nito? Anong gamit ng laser? So, it is used for locating dried biological stains such as semen, urine, and saliva, and even wash stains. Pero ang problema nito nung araw, nung na-invent ito, napakamahal. Cost millions. That is why hindi siya readily available. So, in lieu of the laser na napakamahal, may na-invent na alternate light source or light sources. So, itong alternate light sources, they are having the same effect, no, that simulates the effect or the use of the laser. But this one is less expensive compared to laser. Another is forensic light source. So yung mga ginagamit sa forensic science. So yun yung mga artificial light source. Okay? So far, lahat ng mga dapat i-take up with regard to the topic on light are already addressed. So mamaya you can self-check, no? Kung ano yung naintindihan nyo ba ang pinaka-concept about light. And then we will now proceed to the next element, that is the sensitized materials. So again, in film photography, like in the curriculum na sinusunod natin, still focusing on film photography. Kaya ang focus natin dito is about the film and paper. Okay? So, tandaan natin yung mga importante bagay na ganito, no? Kapag ka sinabing film, that refers to the material that is unexposed and undeveloped. Okay? Mas dapat malinaw yan ha sa there should be no room for any mistake. No, there should be no room for any mistake. So film ha, that is a material that is unexposed and undeveloped. Kapag ito ay na-expose na at saka na-develop na, ang term natin na ginagamit dito ay negative. The counterpart of film is sensitized paper. So, yun yung unexposed and undeveloped. Kapag ito ay na-expose na, saka na-develop na, the term there is positive or photographic. Well, basic naman yan, pero ang problema, maraming mga, siguro sabihin natin na hindi nila nabigyan ng pansin, no, sa actual question. Kaya maraming nagkamali sa isang board question na relating to this very basic term na film, negative, sensitized paper, positive, or photograph. Ito yung actual na question. In police photography, the purpose of darkroom is to prevent the untimely exposure of, marami pa rin sumagot dito ng negative. Untimely exposure of. Tandaan natin, ang negative ay no longer subject to exposure because it is already exposed. Tapos na yan na-exposed, and in fact, it was already developed. No? It is already exposed and developed. So, therefore, it is wrong to answer the so-called negative. Kasi hindi naman siya subject na sa exposure. Untimely exposure, of course, ito lang, of the film. Of course, it should be the biggest mistake, no? Kung ang sagot natin dito suspect, no? To prevent, no, darkroom, to prevent the untimely exposure of the suspect. It would be the biggest mistake na wala talagang relevance whatsoever sa photography. Now, regarding the use of yung paggamit ng term na negative at saka positive. Actually, it was suggested to Dagger yung paggamit ng term na positive at saka negative. So, yung dalawang pioneers sa photography na si Dagger at saka si William Henry Fox Talbot, may mga rival sila mga na-invent nila na contributing to the development of photography. So, ito kay Louis Jacques Mandy Daguerre. So, si Louis Jacques Mandy Daguerre is the one who invented the daguerreotype. Ito yung photographic process na it is said to be a positive process photography. One of a kind ito. So kapag kukuha ka nito ng litrato na to, you can no longer reproduce it. That is one of a kind photograph. At saka baliktad, mirror image. Ang kay William Henry Fox Talbot naman, ang contribution ni Daguerre, of course, maganda yung kuha niya because gumamit siya ng hypo in fixing the image na ito ay nasuggest din sa kanya ni Herschel. Si William Henry Fox Talbot, his contribution is that his process, no? Ang kanyang process is a negative to positive process. Meaning to say, katulad ngayon, no? Even sa modern time, although ngayon, hindi na natin kadalasan makikita yung mga negative, ganyan, no? Kasi digital na. Pero in recent past, may makita tayong quad na ginagamit na mula sa negative na i-reproduce ang yung positive for a number of times. So yan ang contribution ni Henry Fox Talbot. Negative ang kanyang process. Kaya pwede mong ma-reproduce, no? The image can be reproduced for a number of times. So nag-complement ang work ni Talbot at ang kay Daguerre, although they are rival inventors at the time. Okay? Another very worthy to include in our discussion, I see Herschel. So dapat hindi natin kaligtaan yan, no? Si Herschel. Kasi significant din ang kanyang contribution. So ito yung puan kay Herschel. Natin. So ito yung contribution ni Herschel. Lumabas sa board examination yung mga tinatawag natin na properties or characteristics ng infrared. Because si Herschel ang nag-discover ng infrared. So sa kanyang discovery, he found out na infrared has properties or characteristics of reflective, refractive, thermal, at saka absorption. So be able to remember that because merong actual na question, no, relating to the properties of infrared. And then he was also the one who suggested the use, no? Nakipag-communicate siya sa mga pioneers like ni Talbot, ni Daguerre. No? He suggested the use of negative and positive to photography. He was also the one who suggested to Daguerre the use of hypo, so-called sodium thiosulfate, in fixing the image. Kaya successful yung ang kay Daguerre with the use of hypo. He invented his own photographic process that we call cyanotype. That is a blue process photography that is still being used today in engineering sa pagsagawa ng tinatawag na blueprint. So si Herschel, siya din ang nag-coin. Kapag ka sinabing coin, it is equivalent to invent. No? Siya ang nag-invent, pero the word, ang yan na-invent ay ang word na photography. So he was the one who invented the term photography. Okay? Enough of this historical matter, pero I cannot help but include this one kasi napaka-importante ito siya. Not just for knowledge on certain trivia, but of course as a foundation, no, sa mas malalim na knowledge. Okay, continue tayo dito. The things to remember when we talk of film and paper. Lumabas dito siya sa, ito mga things to remember, lumabas sa board exams. No? Photograph that is said to be the result of the so-called mechanical and the chemical result of photography. So the other term here is positive. Simple lang to, pero mga basic na bagay na dapat sana alam na. Pero may mga reviews pa rin o mga takers sa board exams na nagkamali sa actual question. Yeah, we go down to the very basic of things. Ito, nasa libro to siya. Isang author na doon laging nakikita natin na ang mga question ay ng actual exams doon kinukuha. Lights reflected by the subject. Nandun sabi ng author. Lights reflected by the subject must reach the sensitized materials so that unwanted lights must be excluded. Okay? Kung tingnan natin ito, this explains, no? Yung statement na yan, unwanted lights must be excluded. So lights reflected by the subject, so dapat makaabot yan sa sensitized materials. Tingnan natin dito. Now we will use this one as our illustration. No? So lights from the outside, papasok yan through the camera lens. And then we have here this area, the aperture. Huh? So ito yung aperture dito na area. And then pagdating dito, by the way, this is a good example of a single lens reflex. So this is a single lens reflex na camera. So kung bakit single lens reflex na camera to siya? Kasi isa lang ang lens na ginamit, no? Both for viewing the image and for recording into the film. Kaya tinawag siya single lens reflex. Anyway, mabalikan natin yung topic na yan later on when we reach about topic in camera. So, lights from the outside, papasok dito sa camera lens and then through the aperture. Dito yung aperture, may butas dito. And then, maharangan siya ng mirror. So, this mirror here is a one-sided mirror, meaning to say, itong side na to, merong pintura na hindi makagpas ang light so that it will be reflected upwards. So, kung may pentaprism, it is the pentaprism that further reflects that light to that point here and of those area, in this area, na dito titingin ang photographer. Ito yung tinatawag na viewfinder eyepiece. So kung ano natin to siya, kung ano yung nakita ng photographer dito, the same light or the same image na makita dito sa area nito. So it is as if na ang photographer is simply directly behind the lens. Ngayon, when this shutter release button, no, kung i-press na yung shutter release button, there is simultaneous action that takes place in just a matter of seconds. Ito siya ay aakyat sa itaas at ang shutter curtain ay bubukas. Mabuksan to siya. Magbukas to siya. So it will open, resulting to this light going inside and exposing the film. And then, alam natin, no, yung pagbukas ng shutter curtain at saka pag moving upwards ng tinatawag na mirror, it is just a matter of seconds. No? Matter of seconds lang yan. Kaya, madali lang, kaya, in fact, a fraction of a second. Ang mangyari niyan, yung ibang light na masaraduhan, they are said to be excluded. Ito yan. Kaya, all other lights are said to be excluded. Now, the exposed, no? Na-expose ngayon ang film. Ito, sabi dito, reflected and reached the sensitized material. Kung umabot na siya sa sensitized materials, that will cause the exposure of the film. The exposed sensitized materials must now undergo development process for the image to be visible. So, ano na siya, no? So, yung material ng film, ang pinaka matawag natin na chemical na sensitive to light in film is yung, sa ngayon, yung silver halide. Itong silver halide, kapag ma-expose na siya, kapag ma-expose ang silver halide, no, exposed to light, so if it is exposed to light, ito ay magiging black silver. Hindi siya makita. So magiging black silver siya. Ibig sabihin, dito na record ang image, no? Ang light. So, it will become black silver. Kung kaya, during development, itong black silver ay i-convert into visible image. So, ito na ay magiging metallic silver. So, ito na yung makita na imahe. So, kung ang pinag-usapan natin na material ay film, so kung development ang pinag-usapan, develop na, then later on that will become negative. Kung ang pinag-usapan natin ay sensitized paper, later on, kung ma-develop na siya, it will become photograph or yung positive. Okay? Ayan. Continue. Ito, tatlong tanong din to siya sa board exams. We have to know exactly, no? So, in the case of black and white film, so, if in the actual scene, kung merong more light, there is more light in the actual scene. Pagdating daw sa negative, kaya tinawag siya negative kasi baliktad. Pagdating sa negative, it appears to be opaque or black shade. If in the actual scene, there is said to be too little amount of light. In the negative, it is said to be transparent or white shade. Baliktad nga, no? Kung abundant ang light sa negative, madilim, no? Kung sa situation na too little amount of light, then pagdating sa negative, puti or transparent or white shade. And then the complete image, no? The combination of the black and the white, it will become a very in shade of gray, because gray is the result when we combine black and white. Okay? So be able to understand and then memorize your understanding this one, and then if possible, you formulate a question to test yourself. Okay? Dito. Kasi kailangan to siya, importante to siya. No? And again, proven na mga ito ay talagang naitanong na sa actual examinations. Okay? Now, ito yung tanong na na-encounter natin, no? Dito sa ano, itong konsepto na to. Ito siya. Lights reflected by the subject must reach the sensitized materials so that all unwanted lights must be excluded. Ito yung actual na tanong. In taking photographs, the lights must be regulated, meaning to say controlled. So kung tingnan natin dito ang pinaka part ng camera na mag-regulate ang aperture, the aperture, and the other one is the shutter. Aperture and shutter. Okay? So the lights must be regulated by the aperture and the shutter, so that when light reaches the sensitized materials, sabi doon, or the film, all other lights must be excluded. So yun yung sabi natin kanina doon sa in our discussion, no? So this was the actual question na nandun ang sagot natin ay excluded. Okay? Let us go to the next. So the black and white film has layers. So what are the layers of the black and white film? So we have emulsion. So pag sinabing emulsion, that is the layer of the black and white film that in its surface, suspended in its surface, are silver halide granules. They are spread out na at random ang silver halide. And then another is base that supports the emulsion. Anong purpose ito? Kasi after the exposure of the emulsion, the film will undergo development process. So merong chemical doon, may tubig, ganyan. So may possibility na masira ang material ng film. Para hindi siya masira, kailangan na merong tinatawag na base. So therefore, ang purpose ng base ay it supports the emulsion para hindi siya masira, hindi mag-deteriorate ang material. And then the other one is the gray or anti-halation packing. Ang purpose ito is it absorbs light passing through the emulsion. Absorb na, hindi na maka-reflect ulit ang light. Kapag tumama na siya sa film, hindi na siya mag-reflect, i-absorb na siya ng film so that it prevents the so-called re-exposure and development of the so-called halo. Okay? Yun ang tinatawag natin na elements of or layers of the black and white film. Now, I want you to consider this particular board question. And then, ano kaya ang sagot natin dito? Okay? Ano kaya ang sagot? No? The following are the layers of the black and white film. Except, pwede kayong sumagot, no? To interact with the discussion. Except, basic lang to siya, siguro parang mayroon ding some sort of confusion. Huh? Okay. So, eliminate muna natin, no? Emotion, ang tanong kasi ay negative. Kaya, maghanap din tayo ng negative dito. So, pag sinabing emotion, that is positive, therefore wrong. Pag sinabing base naman, that is also positive because part of the layers of the so-called black and white film. Ngayon, mamili tayo sa silver chloride at saka animal gelatin. So, nabanggit natin yung tatlo, no? Pero ba yung silver chloride? Ha? Is there silver chloride or meron bang animal gelatin? The answer here, ang silver chloride, no? Kung tingnan natin, or ang animal gelatin, which of the two na matawag natin na hindi siya part ng layers of black and white film? Ang sagot natin dito should be silver chloride. Bakit? Bakit ang animal gelatin na ilista ba to sa black and white film na layers? Hindi. Pero ang animal gelatin, this is the very material. Ito yung pinaka-material that makes up the film. So yung film na yan, viscous gelatinous material that is coming from skin of the animal. So material that makes up the film. So therefore, ang sagot natin ay silver chloride. Thanks for the answer. No? So ganda yan that we have interaction only dito. Okay. Let's proceed. Okay, let us proceed with the next topic that is about the characteristics of the black and white films. Ang daming naitanong na nito, no? Kaya importanteng topic na to. So you have to be able to understand and then memorize, and if possible, try to formulate questions, no? Para mai-test niyo ang sarili niyo. If only to complete your learning on this topic, characteristics of the black and white film. So the first characteristic of the black and white film is emulsion speed. Kasi having emulsion speed, you could also use the term film speed. So it is also known as film speed. Huh? Now, there are three common na way to express the so-called film speed. Una, meron tayong tinatawag na ASA rating, the so-called American Standard Association. American Standard Association. And then, ang isa is DIN. Ano yung DIN rating? So, alam na natin ASA, American Standards Association. Ang DIN, that stands for Deutsche Industrie Normen. This is the correct way of pronouncing the word. That is not Jutz. Jutz, hindi yan. That is correctly pronounced as Deutsch. No? So it refers to German. Deutsche Industrie Normen. So anong ibig sabihin ng Deutsche Industrie Normen? That is German Industrial Standard. That's the literal meaning of it. No? So ang ASA rating, that is expressed in arithmetical value. That is why we have ASA 100. No? ASA 100. Arithmetical. Whereas ang DIN, logarithmic value. That is by degrees. Like for example, ang equivalent sa ASA 100 sa DIN is DIN 21 degrees. So, equivalent yan sa ASA 100. No? Somewhat confusing, although same lang ang result, no? Ng ASA 100 at saka DIN 21 degrees. Pero, still, it causes confusion. No? Kaya, merong tinatawag na, to coincide the two, yung tinatawag natin na ISO rating. Merong ISO rating. Ngayon, merong naitanong dito sa board examinations. Ang parang some sort of equivalence or some sort of number to be added. Ito yung tanong. What is the number to be added to the DIN rating in order to correspond to the next ASA rating? Ano ang number? Anong number na idagdag daw? I-add. Sorry. What is the number to be added to the DIN rating in order to correspond to the next ASA rating? O, tingnan muna natin ang kuwan, ha? Itong equivalence nito. Okay, may sagot ito. Okay. Anong number na i-dagdag? Sige, we can wait for some other. I-ano ko muna, ha? I-click ko muna itong link na to kasi dito meron tayong idea kung ano yung number na i-add. So again, ha, ang tanong, what is the number to be added to the DIN rating in order to correspond to the next ASA rating? Ibig sabihin nito, na daw ang number ng numero na idagdag sa DIN rating para ito ay tumugma sa sunod, no? Tumugma sa sunod na ASA rating. So tinan niyo dito, no, ang equivalence ng ASA, DIN at saka ISO. So dito kung tinan natin ASA 12, DIN 12 degrees, no? Ngayon, anong dinagdag dito sa 12 degrees sa DIN rating para ito ay magtugma dito sa 25? Diba ang tugma ng ang equivalent ng 25 ASA 25 ay DIN 15 degrees. So ano yung dinagdag natin sa 12 para ito ay tumugma sa 25 or ASA 25? So in the same manner, no, kung ano natin, di ba, equal ang 100 ASA at saka 21 degrees. Anong dinagdag natin sa 21 degrees para ito ay tutugma sa susunod na ASA rating? So kaya nagiging 24 ito. So sagot? Sige daw, sige, sagot pa daw. Kaya interact kung ano yung sagot natin. So, anong dinagdag, no? Ang equivalent ng ASA 100 is 21 degrees. So, anong dinagdag sa 21 degrees para ito ay tutugma sa 100 sa 200, kaya nagiging 24 degrees. O, tingnan natin. Tama, no? Kuha niyo, no? Very good, no? Ang idinagdag natin dito, constant yan, no? 12 to 15, 15 to 18, added 18 to 21, and so on and so forth. That is 3. Ito yung dinagdag natin. Ito naman dito, except lang sa 12, no? Pagkatapos ng 12, nagiging 25. It is multiplied by itself, multiplied by 2. So, 25 multiplied by 2, magiging 15. Multiplied by 2, magiging 100. Multiplied by 2, magiging 200. Multiplied by 2, magiging 400. Multiplied by 2, magiging 800. Multiplied by 2, magiging 1,600. Multiplied by 2, magiging sunod nito ay 3,200. Dito, ang sunod naman sa 33, plus 3 palagi, that should be 36 degrees. So, what is the number to be added to the DIN rating in order to correspond to the next ASA rating? Ang sagot natin ay 3. Okay? That's good. And thank you for interacting. No? Maganda yan. I'm happy na somehow, di pala ako dito nag-iisa. No? I am with people who have dreams of becoming somebody someday. No? Kasi yung mga taong may pangarap, yung mga tao na yan, yung mga taong hindi matulog hanggat hindi makuha ang kanilang pangarap. Okay? Next. Oh, dito tayo, ano natin, ang daming mga application dito, ha. Ngayon, ito yung mga importante. By the way, ano muna natin, tingnan muna natin ang comparison nito. Just look at the comparison of the different immersion speed or film speed. So mula sa maliit hanggang sa pinakamataas na dito, in this set, 6,400. So we have 3 things to consider dito. Kung ang arrow ay papunta dito in these categories dito sa unang description. Kung ang arrow ay papunta doon, meaning to say, kapag going into na mababa ang tinatawag na film speed rating, mula dito yung arrow papunta doon sa 400, 200, 150. ito daw ay less sensitive to light. Anong ibig sabihin ng less sensitive to light? Hindi siya gaanong makakapture ng light. Kaya kung madilim ang lugar, ang gagamitin mo na quad is lower emulsion speed. Hindi gaanong makuha ang light, madilim. Dito naman, kung ang number ay becoming higher, ang emulsion speed, it is said to be more sensitive to light. It would seem, sa unang category, pwede mong sabihin na advantage pala kapag mataas ang emulsion speed rating. Yes, in that regard, in that aspect, we could say na advantage because it is sensitive to light. So kung madilim ang lugar, since kung higher emulsion speed rating, more sensitive to light, mas maganda yung mas mataas ang higher emulsion speed rating. Pero pagdating dito sa baba, it becomes a disadvantage and becoming advantage on the lower emulsion. So dito tinan nyo, kung ang araw papunta doon, going into the lower emulsion, less image noise or grain. Kapag ka sinabing less image noise or grain, pino ang imahe dito, pino. Kapag pino ang imahe, klaro, mas malinaw ang image. Dito naman, more image noise or grain. So, dito malalaki ang yung mga grains na yan. These grains will affect the clarity of the image. Therefore, disadvantage ito sa mga tinatawag natin na higher emulsion speed. Dito, papunta dito, more light needed for exposure. Although advantage dito ang clarity, maliit ang number, pero sa lugar na madilim or during the so-called night time, kailangan siya ng tinatawag na light para we can attain the so-called proper exposure. Dito naman, papunta doon yung mga higher emulsion speed, less light needed for proper exposure. So we have their advantage and disadvantage. Well, anyway, it all boils down to the very purpose of the photographer in taking photographs. So, hindi natin masabi na entirely disadvantage ang lower emulsion speed rating or disadvantage ang higher emulsion speed rating. There are advantages and disadvantages to consider. And in the end, depende yan sa purpose ng photographer. Okay, somebody raised his hand. Siguro may tanong dito. Please post your question dito sa chat. Maganda yang may magtanong. I highly encourage everyone. At saka gusto ko yan na ganyan kasi this is the only way na mas further enhance natin ang discussion. Considering na ang photography ay highly technical. Kaya nga kailangan dito sa subject na to na more exercises sa actual na pagturo doon sa photography, doon sa classroom. Exercise dito so please raise your give your comment kung may mga tanong kayo, type lang and then I will answer that right away. Tingnan natin dito yung things to remember with regard to film speed. Ito yung sa mga application niya. So ito yung principle to remember. If you have a higher emulsion speed rating, ang meaning niyan ay faster film. Kung mataas ang emulsion speed rating, having higher number, ang ibig sabihin daw niyan ay faster film. If you have lower emulsion speed rating, it means to say that the film is said to be slower film. Okay? Ngayon, anong ibig sabihin ng faster film? If you have a faster film, ang implication nito, more sensitive to light. Meaning to say, mas mataas ang kanyang ability to capture light available in the particular scene. And in the situation or in the case na slower film, less sensitivity niya to light. So in other words, kung right away we could say na pag faster film, maganda to siya gamitin sa mga situation na kulang sa light. Kasi nga, it is more sensitive. Whereas kapag slower film, dito siya maganda gamitin para in that situation na kulang sa light. So you need to have more light. Although sabi natin na advantage to siya in the sense na mas pino ang imahe dito na makuha, pero ang problema niya ang liwanag. And then dito tayo sa application. Kailan gagamit ng faster film? Ito importante maintindihan natin to siya ng malinaw kasi again, we are anticipating the board examinations come December 2022 would be more of application, more of analysis of the situation. Kaya pwede nito siya possible to siya na itatanong, no? So, if you have a faster film, pwede mo siyang gamitin ang faster film, meaning to say, sensitive siya more sensitive to light, in a particular scene na kulang sa light, low lighting condition. On the other hand, ang paggamit ng slower film, that is in a particular scene na well lighted. So kung kailangan mong gumamit ng slower film kasi nasa isipan mo gusto ko yung mas pino, mas malinaw ang imahe, kailangan na ang lugar ay well lighted. You need to say, tama ang mga ilaw na nandun, no? Or enough, no? Sapat, no? Ang mga ilaw na nandun. No? And then, another application. So, ang paggamit ng faster film, no? Kung gagamit ka ng faster film, pwede kang gumamit ng faster shutter speed. Ang shutter speed ay nandun yan sa camera, part ng camera. Ito yung, ang shutter, ito yung magbubukas para ang light ay maka-expose ng film. Hanggat hindi magbukas ang shutter speed, or shutter, hindi din ma-expose ang film to light. Ngayon, kung gusto mong gumamit ng tinatawag na faster shutter speed, for example, you want to capture in the air, you want to freeze the action, no? Para ma-freeze siya, kailangan mo gumamit ng faster shutter speed. Pero kung gagamit ka ng faster shutter speed, make sure na ang gamit mo na film ay faster film. Kasi nga, sabi natin, mabilis ang pagbukas at pagsarado ng shutter speed. Kaya kulang ng time para ang light ay talagang maka-expose ng todo doon sa film. Kaya nga, kailangan ng faster film. So, even in low lighting condition, pwede pa rin ang faster shutter speed. Basta ang film na ginamit ay faster film. In the case of slower film, ideal na shutter speed dito should be slower shutter speed. Otherwise, kung slower film, less ang kanyang sensitivity to light at saka faster ang shutter speed na ginamit, talagang exposure ang resulta niyan. It will result to underexposure. Okay? Now, tingnan natin yung mga illustration dito. Okay. We have here ISO 100 or ISO 100, ISO 200, 400, 800, 1600. Tingnan nyo. In terms of liwanag dito, no? So, kung ang purpose, no? Kuha ka ng litrato in the available light in the scene, you have to have higher emulsion speed. So, kaya tingnan nyo dito ang comparison dito. So, if you have 1,600, mas ano siya, maliwanag. No? Mas maliwanag. So, if the purpose of the photographer is to show the scene with its corresponding ambient light, dapat ang gagamitin na film speed ay higher, or like this one, 1,600. Another, in night sky, so sa gabi, ang source of light, yun lamang ang night sky, yung liwanag sa mga stars dito, skylight. So, kailangan mo ng faster shutter speed, faster film, no? Para mas sensitive siya sa light. Ganon din dito. Ngayon, I want you to consider this particular image. Actually, ang actual scene na to dito, madilim to siya. Although mayroong street light, pero hindi yan enough para lumiwanag ang scene. No? So kaya ang photographer dito gumamit ng faster film. Pero, tingnan nyo ha, lumiwanag na ang scene kasi gamit ang faster film. But the disadvantage, tingnan nyo ang mga grains dito. Oh. Ang mga grains na nandito, oh, ang daming mga puntik-puntik na yan, lalaki na mga grains, affecting the clarity. Hindi siya pino, no? Ang lalaki ng mga grains dito. Kaya, it affects the clarity. Hindi na natin makita ang detalye dito, maklaro ang detalye dito. Lalo na dito sa mga kwano. So, yun ang disadvantage ng higher emulsion speed. Yung tinatawag na grains. No? Mas malaki ang grains na marisulta. Okay? Now, so at night, kung ang kailangan mo ay liwanag ng scene, kahit hindi ganun ka well-lighted ang lugar, you have to use faster film speed. Okay? Next. Next is spectral sensitivity. Ito, paborito to siya sa board exams. A lot of times, na-encountered natin itong topic na to. We have monochromatic film, orthochromatic film, panchromatic film, and infrared film. And then sabi dito, all are sensitive to UV rays. Lahat ng mga films na to, they are sensitive to UV rays. Wala tayong magawa in this particular topic. We need to memorize. So, paano natin ma-memorize? There are a lot of ways. One of the techniques of memorizing is by the word connection or by the letter or number connection. Tingnan nyo, ang word na mono, ang ibig sabihin yan ay 1. That is why we connect that word mono with number 1. So a memory aid dito by letter or by word or by number correction. No? And then ang word na chromatic in photography, ang ibig sabihin ng chromatic ay color. So it has something to do with color. Kaya chromatic, it has something to do with color. Okay, madali lang masabi, no, na not that is said to be sensitive to one color. So a good example is blue sensitive film. Ito yung film na ginagamit sa medical x-ray. Okay? Next is orthochromatic film. So isipin natin na ang O dito, 0. Pwede natin sabihin na 0. Kaya may connect natin dito sa not. It's not, no? 0, wala. And then, ang R, i-connect natin sa first letter of the word red. So, not red and then chromatic color. So, therefore, not red color. So, it is not sensitive to red color. So, next is pan. Ang prefix na pan, ang English prefix pan, ang ibig sabihin niyan ay all. Kaya naman, kung ma-encounter natin yung terminology, Pan-American Games. So, that is a game that is only participated in by people living in American continent. Pan-American Games. Yun. So, pan, all colors. So, yan, all colors. Another na naitanong dito sa board examinations, ang description na to. There is a film with the most natural and realistic reproduction of color. So, tapos na tayo dyan, no? Dito na tayo sa infrared film. O, take note, no? Paano natin makuha, ma-memorize ito? Simple lang, red. Ano ang red? Saan natin siya i-connect? Ang red ay i-connect natin sa word na longest. Bakit? Because tandaan natin sa Roy G. Biv. Ang pula ang may pinakamataas na range in the visible light. That is 700. Ang violet naman, yun yung pinakamababa, that is 400. So, ibig sabihin, ang red pala ay the longest, no, in the visible light. Kaya pwede natin makorek yung red with longest. So again, take note, all are sensitive to UV rays. Like to check first kung meron ditong na actual question. I am sorry, meron palang hindi natin na take up. No? I'd like to get back to that. Balikan ko muna kung ito siya. I'll get back to this one again later. Matapos natin yung isang board question, no? Relating to this, to the so-called sensitivity of the film or the so-called emulsion speed. So ito, actual board question to siya. What is the film to use in taking secret pictures at night? So, tingnan natin, secret pictures at saka nighttime pa. So, tingnan natin secret pictures, palihim yan. Ang intention ng kumuha ng litrato ay dapat hindi siya mahuli. At ang implication ng night So madilim, no? So ano yung gagamitin dito na film na pwede in secret pictures and at night? Yes, thank you for your answer. Ang sagot natin dito, dalawa lang ang pagpipilian. High sensitive at saka very high sensitive. Although ako, I do not agree sa ginagamit na term dito ng mga board examiners. So, I do not agree with that one. No? It should be faster film or pwede natin na slower film or pwede natin sabihin na very sensitive or no, I'm sorry. Pwede natin sabihin na more sensitive or di kaya less sensitive. Yan. Yun ang pinakakuan. So again, ang variable natin ay secret pictures and at night. It should be letter D. Na that will be very high sensitive na film capable of recording secret pictures and at night. Now, thank you for interacting, people. So, do interact from time to time or ask question if you need to be clarified para mas ma-enhance natin ang discussion. So, balik tayo doon sa kono. Kanina. Let me see kung meron tayo ditong. Okay. Ito, may tanong to siya sa 2019 na question. Ito yung tanong. Sara Aquino was assigned as the photographer of President Duterte when the latter visited Zamboanga City. What type of film should she use if her purpose is to record the primary colors? Kung gusto niyang i-record ang primary colors. And also the ultraviolet rays. So ito yung pinaka-clue natin. O sige, I ask for participation from the onliners. I'm waiting for marami nang sumagot. So, ang pinaka-key natin, primary colors, and then ultraviolet rays. Alam natin, no? Lahat ng mga types of films ay sensitive to ultraviolet. Okay? Many answered. So, primary colors. Ano nga ulit ang primary colors? We have red, green, and blue. We have red, green, and blue. If we combine red, green, and blue, yung mga sagot dito, okay, maganda yan. If we combine red, green, and blue, yan ay magiging white. Magiging puti. No? Ano nga ulit ang puti? Kung i-describe natin siya that we have described earlier. Presence of all colors. Presence of all colors. The presence of light or the presence of all colors. That is the description of white, which is said to be the combination of the red, green, and blue na sinasabi dito primary colors. So, alin dito sa mga choices na talking about all colors? Walang iba kundi ang Bravo. Because ang Bravo ay yung tinatawag natin na pan, ang ibig sabihin niyan all, and then chromatic means to say colors. So, this is a film that is sensitive to all colors. Okay? Thank you again for interacting. Maganda yan para mas may ano tayo dito, source of our source of inspiration, no, na may nakinig pala talaga. Okay? Dito tayo sa sunod. Granularity, graininess. The size of the metallic silver grains formed after development of the exposed film. So it is said to be dependent on the film speed and the developing solution. Kanina, yung sabi natin kanina, no, yung grains, no, na malalaki. Kung we have higher emulsion speed, makita natin na merong malalaking imahe o may malalaking grains affecting the image, affecting the clarity of the image. So ito yung kadalasan, no, na-encounter natin sa actual exams. In terms of film speed, the lower rating, finer grain. Higher rating, bigger grain. No? So, pwede tayong gagawa ng memory aid dito para mas makuha natin. Pwede natin sabihin, kung maliit na tao, maliit din ang batuta. No? Pwede sabihin, no? Lower rating. Maliit din ang batuta. No? Pwede din sabihin natin, no? Malaking mama o malaki din ang batuta. So, parang ganyan, no? For purposes only of memorization. Okay? So, tingnan natin to siyang, ano na to, picture dito. Nanyo, no? Ang gustong mangyari ng photographer dito ay liwanag. No? So, tingnan natin mula sa 800, no? Sa 800, liwanag siya. In fact, sa 800, meron na tayo makita mga grains dito. May makita tayo mga grains na malaki na. But if we move to 1,600, mas lumaki yung mga grano dito that now affected greatly the clarity of the image. More so kung lumipat tayo sa 3,200, mas malalaki na, mas klaro na ang kalakihan ng tinatawag natin na grains dito. And then, dito naman, mas lalong lumaki dito, no? Hanggang papunta dito sa 25,600. So, liwanag nga, merong liwanag dito sa lugar, pero that really affected the clarity of the image because of the grains which are coarse, which are big. Okay? Yun ang epekto, no, ng higher emulsion speed to the so-called grains. Okay? Developing solution, usually, kung ang ginamit na developing solution ay film developer, it will result to finer grain. Pag ang ginamit na developing solution is paper developer, bigger grains. Speaking of yung mga developer, ano natin yan? Kasi meron ding na-encounter natin na mga question with regard to developer. So, kung ang pinag-usapan natin ay film, a developer for film, so sa Kodak company, that is said to be D76. Kung ang pinag-usapan natin ay paper, the developer there is Dectol. So, madali lang ma-connect natin, no? Memorization. Ang paper, ang letter E sa paper, i-connect natin dito sa Dectol. Kaya hindi tayo mawala kasi ang paper ay merong letter E that you can connect with letter E in Dectol. So, ang film, hindi tayo mawala na it is D76. Pero merong tinatawag na universal na pwede siyang magamit in both the film and the paper. Ano to siya? Ang universal developer. Okay? So, ito yung mga developer solution. Okay? Let us continue. So, ito yung table showing the motion speed with the corresponding results. So, ultra slow, like in this instance, ultra slow, 25 to 50. Very fine grain ang nandito, no, ang present. Where fine detail is part of the subject matter. So, ang gustong makuha ng photographer dito ay yung detalye. Kaya, dapat pino. So, ito is low, 64 to 100. Fine ang grain. So, for use in good light or when slow shutter speed and tripod can be used. So, siguraduhin, no, na gamit ng slow shutter speed at saka merong tripod na gagamitin. So, ito yung table. Okay. So, let me just present it para later on pwede nyo mabasa. Ang mga ito kasi, mas maintindihan natin by doing it, no? Actual activity. But I presume, no, sa subject ninyo, meron kayong activity sa MAU. Okay, ito yung sa na-take up pala natin kanina, hindi ko na-erase. Yung patungkol sa color films. Okay. Balikan natin konti yan. So, ang color films, more or less gaya din siya ng black and white film. Although, ang sa color film, multi-layer emulsion. So, nasabi na natin, no, it also contains phase with anti-halation backing. Na-discuss natin ng buong detalye yan kanina, no? In case lang na may tanong dito sa board exams na the correct order of the sub-layers of the emulsion. Parang isipin nyo lang, no, kanina, di ba, sa primary colors, RGB. Pag sa color films, baliktad, BGR. Huh? BGR. Now, ito, merong tanong nito sa board exams, yung type of color films. Dalawa kasi ang klase ng color films. Negative or non-reversal film. Ang tanong dito sa board exams ay ang suffix. Ano yung suffix to indicate that the film you are using is a negative or non-reversal film? The suffix is the word color. Kaya sabi natin dito, it yields negative to positive na resulta. So, ang film I-develop siya, magiging negative. And then from the negative, yun yung pinaka basis in making the positive. Okay? So, example dito, Kodacolor, Fujicolor, Agfacolor. Ito yung klaseng film, no? This is the type of film that is commonly bought in store kasi pagka tapos na nakuha ang litrato, punta doon sa uh, isang developing center, ipapadevelop and then kakuha ng tinatawag na photograph. So ito yung usual na binibili sa tindahan. The other type of color film is the slide or reversal film. So ang slide or reversal film, iba siya sa negative or non-reversal film. Kasi dito, ito yung ginagamit sa mga movie films. So, ang movie films, ang pinaka-film doon ay, reversal. Huh? So, ang suffix naman dito ay chrome. So, doon kanina, no? Negative or non-reversal film, ang suffix ay word color. And then dito sa slide or reversal film, ang suffix ay chrome. It yields positive image or transparency for projection. Ang ginagamit ko sa dito na for projection viewing. Yung mga mayayaman nung araw, nung bago pa naging popular, naging commonplace ang digital photography. Mga mayayaman, meron silang slide projector. So, hindi kagaya ng mga mahirap na bili ng film and then pagkatapos ipa-develop. At saka merong positive or merong tinatawag natin na photograph. Yung mga mayayaman ng araw, pa rin nila, pa-develop pa rin nila, pero same material doon sa yung film mismo. So, magiging negative yun and then positive and then ilagay doon sa slide projector to be viewed, no? Ang makita yung projected image. So, ito yun sila, no? So, ito yung Kodachrome at saka Kodacolor. So, once ma-develop ang film na to, magiging negative siya. Iba tong sa negative film kasi once na i-develop to siya, i-convert to siya into positive, ibang material. Pero dito, once ma-develop siya, magiging negative, i-develop ulit, magiging positive siya on the same material. So, unlike in this case na different material para sa photograph or para sa positive. Okay? Ito yung slide projector. So, ilagay dyan ang mga, ilagay dito. So, ilagay dito sa area na to be projected, bawat image. So, ngayon, wala na tayong encounter ngayon na ganito, no? Kasi dying na ang trade for industry about film and paper because of digitalization of photography. Next, we'll go to photographic papers. So, para din siyang film, no? Because meron din siyang layers. So, ang front layer niya ay tinatawag na emulsion layer. So, ganun lang din, gaya ng film, it has what we call a suspended in its surface are silver halide granules or salts. Na ito yung pinaka chemical na sensitive to light. So it also contains paper or paper base or support para during development it can withstand it will still intact, no, without any deterioration. Next, characteristic of photographic paper. So you have there, motion speed, kagaya kanina, no? Kagaya ng films, meron din siyang immersion speed. So, tandaan lang natin ito sila. No? So, in terms of immersion speed, we have fluoride paper, bromide paper, and then fluoro-bromide paper. Ang na-encounter natin na question dito ay patungkol sa tinatawag natin na let me go to that question. Okay, ito siya. Ito yung na-encounter natin na actual question. What is the most versatile type of photographic paper? So the most versatile, meaning to say, pag sinabing versatile, multi-purpose, no? Pwede siya magamit. O, anong sagot? Okay. Pwede siya magamit for a lot of purposes. Yes, thank you for interacting. Parang tama yata lahat dito. Sa tanong na to. What is the most versatile type of photographic paper? Yes, ang sagot natin ay fluoro-bromide paper. Kasi pwede siya magamit in a lot of purposes. Kaya ang ibig sabihin nito, most versatile. Okay? So, ang gagawin natin dito, we have to memorize this one. Pwedeng sabihin natin, no? I-connect natin ang C dito, fluoride. By letter connection, ang memorization dito. Ang fluoride, ginagamit for contact printing. So, first letter, no? I-connect natin. Paano natin ma-memorize, no? Paano natin matandaan na slow speed ang fluoride paper? Pwede natin i-connect pa rin ang letter C with S, di ba? They sound somewhat alike. No? C, slow, o parang magkatunog sila. So, you can connect. So, you could say fluoride paper, slow speed, and then yung letter C sa fluoride, and then letter C sa contact. So, kaya contact printing. What about ang bromide paper? Paano natin siya ma-connect for purposes of memorization? So, isipin natin, no? This is how I memorize. No? So, parang isipin natin, letter B, parang letter P. So, pwede tayo makagawa ng istorya. Kasi dati, itong si letter B ay letter P dati. No? Nung Valentine's Day, nakipag-date siya. So, paglipas ng ilang buwan, nabuntis. So, si letter P pala ay dati letter B. Okay? Nabuntis siya nung nakipag-date. So, pwede natin ma-connect with that story. No? If only to memorize, no, the item. Kaya i-connect natin ang bromide paper with letter P in projection printing. Paano naman natin ma-connect ang letter F? Simple lang, na-connect na natin ang letter B, letter P sa projection printing with that letter B in bromide. Laman natin, no, na parang same lang sila. Kaso nga lang si B ay nabuntis. So, P siya dati. Pwede natin to connect ang letter P with letter F. So paano yan? We are not native speakers sa English. Kaya minsan, marinig natin yung mga kaklase natin na pag-pronounce nila ng letter P, na sobrahan sa pag-pronounce, ang sabi doon, feeful. O instead of people, nagiging feeful. So, sobrahan. Sobra na yung pagka-arte ng pagka-pronounce. No? So, madali lang ngayon ang chlorobromide paper because that is the combination that is sabi dito, multi-speed. Okay, again, wala tayong magawa dito but to memorize. That is why I use memory technique para matandaan ko siya. Next, exposure and development latitude. Kapag ka sinabing latitude, iba yan sa tinatawag na altitude. Altitude is yung height. Latitude, ito yung lawak, no? Ito yung width, no? Literal is ang width or ang lawak, no? So kapag ka sinabing exposure and development latitude, latitude is said to be the degree or the amount that can be deviated. Ang ibig sabihin, ito yung na pwede mong ma-deviate, no? Pwede mong ma-vary that you will not follow from the suggested development time, no? Or exposure time sa based on the manufacturer, no? So, yun ang ibig sabihin ng latitude. So, in the case of exposure latitude, no, kung ilang segundo i-expose, no? So, photographic papers, there is no wide exposure latitude. Ang ibig sabihin yan, as much as possible, dapat sundin dito ang recommended or recommendation ng manufacturer kung paano siya i-expose. Ilang segundo or fraction of a second siya i-expose. And then the other one is development latitude. So, there is a must, no, dito, na it should be as near as prescribed by the manufacturer. O say, yun ang tinatawag na development latitude. Speaking of development, pero may tanong dito, no, in terms of development latitude. We have to remember this one. So, kung ang pinag-usapan ay development, no, developing time, no? Developing and fixing time. This applies to both the film and the other one, the paper. So this applies to both the film and the paper. What is the developing and fixing time if you're referring to the film? The magic number to remember. So remember the magic number. This applies to both film and paper, and this applies to developing time and fixing time. The magic number here is said to be 5 minutes. Ibig sabihin, minimum of 5. Whichever sa actual exams na ma-encounter natin na isang choice bearing a number na 5 minutes, that is our answer. Actually, sa actual na question, meron tayong mga 4 or 5 question, no, na ang sagot doon ay bearing 5 minutes. Merong tanong na, merong choice na yun ang sagot natin 5 to 6 minutes. Meron din na encounter na isang question na ang sagot doon ay 5 to 7 minutes. Meron ding naitanong doon na nandun lang ay 5 minutes. Meron ding 5 to 10 minutes, ganyan. So wherever or whichever na may ma-encounter tayong 5, the minimum number, the magic number of developing and fixing time applicable to both film and paper, that is our answer. Okay? That is our answer. So again, magic number dito pagka one is 5 minutes. Developing and fixing time. Okay, can we now go to the next? Okay. Yun, no? Yun ang pinakamay tanong dito. Yan ang may tanong, yung developing and fixing time. Okay? Contrast range ito. Tinatanong dito siya, you have to memorize that, no? Nung araw, no, sa ngayon, popular ang tinatawag natin na Photoshop, where you can edit, no? Yung pagkuha ng litrato, hindi maganda pagkuha. Like for example, kulang sa light or sobra sa light, pwede mong ma-correct yan through digital editing using a software. The most common is the Photoshop. Pero nung araw, bago pa man yung mga digitalization of images, meron ding pamaraan para ma-correct ang errors in exposure or exposing the film. So for example, kung ang pagkuha ng litrato overexposed, no? Pwede mong ma-correct during the yung tinatawag natin na enlarging process. Yung pag-convert mo na mula sa negative into positive, pwede mong ma-correct. In that regard, gagamit ka ng papel number 0 and 1 for overexposed or low contrast negative. Kapag tama, no? Normal ang pagka-expose, tama ang pagka-expose sa negative, then you have to use the paper having this number 2. So for normal exposed or normal contrast negatives. Kapag underexposure, it could be around from 3, 4, or 5, no? Na numbers sa papel. Numbers 3 to 5. Underexposed or the so-called high contrast negative. Memorization, 0 and 1, overexposed. Number 2, normal exposed. And then number 3 to 5, underexposed. Okay? Let me go to the next. Physical characteristics. I will just discuss that in passing kasi wala tayong na-encounter na board question dito so far. So, physical characteristics, ito yung description sa physical aspect ng isang papel. Surface niya, ang base weight or thickness, or ang color. Okay? Let us go to the next. So, photographic papers na color. So, same with film, and it is coated on paper base. So, more or less, same lang din yan sa film, no? Ang ano niya. Multi-layer emulsion din siya. Okay? Dito na tayo sa camera and its accessories. So, I think ito yung pinaka last portion sa discussion natin ngayon that we will continue tomorrow. But we will utilize just a few minutes para at least we can capitalize with the topic na ma-discuss natin. So, camera and its accessories. Okay. Merong naitanong kagad, ano natin yung board question nito. how many parts are there in a camera with all other parts taken as accessories. Again, ang point of reference natin dito yung manual camera. Na palaging na-discuss sa mga libro based on the PRC curriculum. Okay, kindly answer please kung anong sagot ninyo dito. How many parts are there in a camera with all other parts taken as accessories? Ano kaya yung sagot natin dito? Okay, so thank you for giving your answer. The answer here is ano yung ilan ang parts, no, na all other parts are taken as accessories. So ang ibig sabihin nito, we are talking of the basic parts. So therefore, the answer here is 5. Okay, tingnan natin yung 5. Ano yung 5 na basic parts of the camera? Okay, dito. I will stop on the topic na ano. Okay. So we have the following. Light tight box that is said to be devoid of light. Minsan, although ang pinaka-main term is box, no? Pero merong naitanong sa actual examinations. Meron naitanong sa actual examinations na instead of box, ang ginamit na term ay camera body. Camera body. So, same lang din yan, no? And then lens, ang tanong nito sa board exams, that is a part of the camera that focuses the rays of light. And then next, shutter. So, ang shutter ay itinatawag natin na barrier of the rays of light. The barrier of the rays of light. And then, diaphragm. Pagka sinabing diaphragm, we are talking of the lens opening. So, ito yung tinatawag natin na aperture. And then, ang number 5, yun yung tinatawag na film holder. So, film holder. So, ito yung 5 basic parts ng camera. Before we end, itong pinaka-last na question na ibigay natin, an actual question again. Napakasimple lang ng tanong. Sabi dito sa tanong na to. Okay. So, ang tanong, what part of the camera that is considered as opposite the camera lens? So, alam natin, no? Yung 5 parts of the camera, we have the una, light tight box. And then, ang sunod, yung lens, diaphragm, and then shutter, and then film holder. So, pinakalas natin na part. Opposite the camera lens. Tingnan natin, no? Bigyan po ng illustration. Ito yung lens, for example. This is the body of the camera. So, ito yung lens dito. pinaka-front sa lens. And then, ang sabi dito, opposite the camera lens. So therefore, we are talking of sa likod, no? Kasi opposite yan eh. So ano yung matawag natin na opposite the camera lens? So ito yung front, ito yung nasa likod. Ano yung nasa likod? Yun yung film holder. Okay? With that, end muna natin ang topic so that we will continue this one tomorrow. Okay? Sir, Attorney? Thank you, Attorney, for the opportunity. And then, okay, people, so before I start, let me remind everyone na itong subject na to, photography, unlike sa ibang criminalistic subject, tawag natin to siya na somewhat like, masabi natin no, na may pagka-boring in the sense na ang mga tinake up dito ay mga technical. No? Lalo na if we progress, lalo na sa topic na to about camera. Actually, sa face-to-face na lecture, I have a lot of funny mga ad-libs. Pero dito sa online kasi, kailangan natin na i-concentrate ang topic, more of the topic lang, doing away with some ad-lib para we can maximize the time na nandito tayo. No? Kasi nga alam natin ang level of concentration dito ay talagang napakababa. Pero again, let me bring you back to your main goal. That is passing the board examinations. Ngayon pa, sa December 2022, ito yung masabi natin no, na departure from the old curriculum, from the traditional na mga klase na mga question. Kasi sabi dito sa mga training sa seminars na ginagawa sa PRC, sa PRC o sa members of board, ano talaga ang mga tanong ngayon, more of situational, more of analysis, more of application, lalo na sa ganitong subject na criminalistics. That is why ang approach natin is more going into that course, into that track na kailangan natin ma-prepare ang sarili ninyo. Kailangan ninyo ma-prepare na yung possibility of in an actual scenario or in the possibility na application of the concept. So again, importante na you put all your focus para maging interactive ang dating dito. From time to time, I'll be inserting board questions and then I encourage everyone na to participate by answering. No? So kagaya kahapon, I was so happy kasi many participated no, sa yung mga Q&A natin. So if we have time within the time frame natin ngayon, I'll be giving 30-item quiz sa photography para makita natin yung retention ninyo sa mga na-discuss natin. Okay? Hopefully, we still have time to do that. Okay, so kahapon, we discussed the very last topic that we ended up discussing was about this topic, camera and accessories. Okay? So we learned that there are 5 basic parts of the camera. And in fact, we answered yesterday sa tanong na to, no? Na basic na tanong, no? Na sagot natin ito. Ang tanong na to ay, sabi dito sa tanong, how many parts are there in a camera with all other parts taken as accessories? So we learned na sagot natin dito should be 5 because essentially ang tanong dito is about how many basic parts, no? And all other parts, they are just taken as accessory. So that was the question, no, that we had yesterday. And also, na ano ko dun din ang tanong na to, no? What part of the camera siya, what part of the camera that is considered as opposite the camera lens? So, kung tingnan natin, no, na take up ko na din to siya kahapon. So, ganyan. So, this is the lens, opposite camera lens, ang sabi. So, this is the lens dito sa front na to. So, ang tinatawag na opposite the camera lens, simply dun sa likod, no? That is the opposite. So, therefore, ang sagot natin dito ay film holder. So, ito siya, ang pinag-usapan natin is more of the manual camera or yung camera na gamit sa film photography. So, film camera, no? In other words. So, that's letter A. Ang sagot natin dito. Okay? So, there are other parts of the camera. We have the following viewing system or yung tinatawag natin na viewfinder eyepiece. Doon titingin ang photographer. And then, film advancer. So, once the frame of the film is already taken up or exposed, so we need to manually advance the film to the next. No? So, yung mga, lalo na yung mga camera na fully manual na camera. Shutter speed and focusing mechanism. Okay, so ito yung mga other parts. Mga previous board questions, nakita natin na ang mga reference na mga board examiners when they ask question, especially with regard to camera and some parts of the camera, is itong pinaka-common na camera na manual camera, the Nikon FM10 camera. So, actually, hindi naman natin nakita na kasi dami yung mga tanong dito, no? Pero at least, kung tingnan natin, ang pinaka-reference nila is more of the manual camera. So, gusto ko sana i-ano to siya, pero for me, that is no longer relevant. No? So, let us proceed to the next. So, the next is about the major types of camera. Okay, so major types of the camera. So we have the following viewfinder type. So pag sinabing viewfinder type, the other term to this one is instamatic camera, box camera, point and shoot camera, compact camera, and this particular type of camera suffers parallax error. So there is also a board question with regard to that, na ano tong parallax error. So mayroong naitanong sa board examinations dito sa viewfinder type. Ang description doon sa question is the smallest and simplest type of camera. Pero ang nandun, ito siya, ang nakita natin, box camera. Pero kung walang box camera, it could be viewfinder type, instamatic camera, point and shoot camera, or compact camera. So they are all referring to the same thing. Okay, again, this particular type of camera suffers parallax error. As define that one shortly. So tingnan natin itong viewfinder type. So ito yung tinatawag na viewfinder type. So pag sinabing viewfinder type, ito yung klaseng camera na ang photographer will view through the viewfinder eyepiece. Kaya makita niya ang scene. Kasi may mga camera nung araw na hindi ganito ang structure ng viewing system. Rather, dito sa itaas titingin. No? Kaya nung na-invent ang camera na doon sa likod ng camera titingin ang photographer, so sa viewfinder eyepiece. So may pagbabago, no, na matawag, no, na type of camera. Okay? So kung tingnan natin ito siya, parang merong makikita natin na variance, no? Kasi ang nakikita ng photographer through the viewfinder eyepiece dito, this part here, ito yung part ng babae, nakita niya. But pagdating sa area, no, na that will be taken up by the film, no, itong area na to that will be taken up by the film, iba ang makita, no? Yan. So ito, there is what we call as variance, no? Merong pagkaiba, merong difference ng nakikita ng photographer at saka that will be recorded into the film. Ito yung tinatawag natin na parallax error. This is what we call as parallax error. So again, pag sinabing when we say parallax error, there is what we call as difference. Nakita natin, no? There is difference between what is seen by the photographer through the viewfinder eyepiece and what will be recorded into the scene, into the film. Iba yung ma-record ng film, iba din makita ng photographer. There is what we call as parallax error. We will emphasize on that. So, parallax error. Mangyari ang parallax error in a particular camera na may dalawang lenses, no? So, may lens na konektado doon papunta sa viewfinder. Meron ding lens that taking lens, yung lens na ginagamit in capturing the image into the film. So, dalawa. Kaya ang problema dito, merong variance, no? So, sa mga ganitong klaseng camera, merong tinatawag na minimum distance na minimum distance na kailangan na ang photographer, distance ng photographer at saka sa subject. Pag mas malapit pa sa distansya na yan, doon lalabas ang tinatawag natin na parallax error. Like for example, in several cameras na may dalawang lenses, may mga minimum of, for example, mga 3.5 feet, no, na distance na kailangan, minimum yan na distance ng photographer to the subject. Kapag ka mas malapit pa nito ang photographer, doon lalabas ang parallax error. Kaya dito, kung tingnan natin, nakita ng photographer through the viewfinder eyepiece, ito yung nakita na area. Pero iba yung nakita dito sa lens na to na konektado doon papunta sa film. So kaya nung araw, mga litrato ni nanay, tatay, lolo, lula, kita natin, no, na karamihan doon, mga putol ang ulo, hindi maganda pagkakuha. Because cameras during those times are cameras using two lenses, resulting to parallax error. So therefore, how do we define parallax error? Paano natin i-define ang parallax error? So when we say parallax error, yan muna natin. So tinatanong din to siya. Parallax error is the difference between what is seen by the photographer. No, dito, no? Difference between what is seen by the photographer through the viewfinder eyepiece. So, and then what will be recorded into the film. So, iba yung nakita ng photographer through the viewfinder eyepiece, iba din yung nakita doon sa lens na that will be recording into or will be recorded into the film. Kasi dalawang lenses, no? So usually happens when the camera is brought closer to the subject. Itong klaseng camera na suffering from parallax error, hindi to siya maganda gamitin, lalo na sa mga close-up photographs. Kasi nga, the more or the closer the subject to the camera, the more that this parallax error will come out. That is the definition of parallax error. Okay? Let us go to the next. Next is the single lens reflex type. So single lens reflex type, that is when light passes through the same lens. So same lang na lens, ibig sabihin, nandito single, there is only one lens. No? Isa lang ang lens na ginamit, hindi kagaya ng ibang camera that there are two lenses. That is why those types of cameras suffer parallax error. So light passes through the same lens to both ground glass and film. So sa isang lens, no? As if in this situation, as if the photographer is simply looking behind the lens of the camera. So kaya ito, there will be no parallax error in this type of camera. Tingnan natin, no? Yan. There is only one lens na ginamit. No? Ito lang na lens ang ginamit. No? Ang lens na to ang ginamit, same lang makita ng photographer to the viewfinder eyepiece because of this passage of light dito. Kung tingnan natin, no, mula dito, punta doon sa taas, ganyan. So, ang nakita ng photographer dito is exactly the same light or image na makita dito. And also, when the shutter release button is already pressed, so this mirror will go upwards in split of a second, and then ito magbukas na to, magbukas tong shutter curtain, kaya magtuloy-tuloy yung light exposing the film. So, in other words, kung ano yung nakita ng photographer to the viewfinder eyepiece, kung ano yung nakita dito sa area na to, no? Sa lens opening, ano yung ma-record dito sa film, they have the same amount of light, the same image na makita. The same image na makita. So, therefore, this type of camera does not suffer parallax error. Kasi walang variance, walang difference that is usually happening kung may dalawang lenses. Okay? So again, this type of camera does not suffer parallax error. Okay, let us now go to one board question. Tungkol dito. Okay, this is the question. What is the most versatile type of camera that is ideal for police photography? Sigot natin dito, no? So, ito siya. The single lens reflex camera. So, single lens reflex camera because it can be used, pwede siya magamit, no? Sa general photograph, walang problema. Kahit sa wide ang gusto makuha, like in the case of general photograph, pwede din sa normal photograph or normal photograph, yes, in the case of medium range photograph, pwede din sa close-up photograph. So, walang problema. Kaya tinawag siya most versatile or most versatile. Meaning to say, multi-purpose. So, that is why ang gagamitin dito is single lens reflex type of camera. So, this is an ideal type of camera for police photography. Okay, so let us go to the other type of camera. Twin lens reflex. Pagka sinabing twin lens reflex, automatic, may dalawang lenses. So may isang lens that is used for viewing and focusing lens, and there is the other lens na for taking lens. Ito yung konektado doon papunta sa film. So, since dalawang lenses, this type of camera also suffers parallax error. So, tingnan natin. Yan. So, ito yung klaseng camera na hindi siya viewfinder eyepiece. Kasi, katulad kanina, no, na viewfinder dito sa likod, titingin. So, dito, ang photographer will have to look below para makita niya. So, it suffers parallax error because there are two lenses. Okay? Next type. It is said to be, board question ito na lumabas, it is said to be the biggest and the most sophisticated type of camera. So, it is not ideal for candid photography. Pagka sinabing candid, ang ibig sabihin ng candid, yung mga stolen shots. So, hindi to siya, yung mga hindi siya prepared, ang tao dito is stolen. So, hindi siya magamit for candid or even action photography. Kasi nga, ito yung tinatawag na biggest and most sophisticated. So, kung tingnan natin, ito siya. So, it contains bellows, rubber bellows that will be stretched. So, yan. Hindi siya ideal, no, for mga candid or action photography. Next is special cameras. So, special cameras like Polaroid camera, like yung mga fingerprint camera, no, kuha ng litrato, labas kaagad yung ang photograph. Panoramic cameras, aerial cameras, ngayon, mga drone, miniature, and ultra miniature, ito, ginagamit na to sa yung mga digital voyeurism, ito siya ginagamit. Because this is readily available in Shopee, Lazada, and mga bibentang mga spy cameras which are used, no, in committing crimes such as video and photo voyeurism. So ito siya, yung special cameras. So there are special cameras na like this one also suffer parallax error. Okay, so let us continue with the next. So ito yung major types of camera. So nowadays, may marami pa mga ibang klaseng camera, but the ones that I presented are yung mga common types of cameras. So dito tayo sa concept na earliest, kung ang keyword na nandun sa actual question, yung tinatawag na earliest and smallest cameras. Ito yung mga lumabas na sa board exams na ang topic ay earliest and smallest cameras. So we have camera obscura. That is said to be the earliest camera. Actually, in history, kung tingnan natin ang camera obscura, hindi naman talaga yan ginagamit, no, for the ones that it's not originally being used as we use it today in taking photograph. Nung araw kasi, it was based on the observation, no? Like for example, yung mga cavemen nung araw, nakita nila na dun sa cave, if there is a slit of light na nandun sa cave, and then ang light, na papasok yan, no, papunta doon sa loob ng cave, it will be projected onto the walls. Na-observe ng mga tao nung araw na mayroong imahe na baliktad. No? So, kaya mayroong itanong na very matagal na klase na question. No? Ang tanong doon, what is the image created? yung mga na-encounter natin, a very old question. What is the image created? Type ko na lang para mas ano tayo. Ang tanong na yun, no? What is the image created by the camera obscura? So, sa konsepto sa camera obscura, no? This is actually subject to discussions, mga observations, no? Na mga scientists and even mga ancient people. Nung observation nila na mayroong butas na makapasok, no? Doon sa isang wall, ma-project ang light, may butas, no? May light na makapasok doon, will be projected onto the walls of a house, walls of the cave. Yun, makita nila na mayroong imahe. So yun ang tinatawag na fenomeno na camera obscura. Hindi pa yung na ginawa na baksa. So, kaya ang tanong, what is the image created by the camera obscura? The answer here, the question is inverted image. Baliktad na image. No? The image created by the camera obscura. Okay? So, ang camera obscura, it is said to be the earliest camera. So, may mga observation. And then, itong observation na to, this camera obscura phenomenon, ginamit to siya ng mga tao, no? Kaya ang mga tao gumawa sila, no, na they constructed, no? Mga ancient people, constructed a room, a huge room for the purpose of for viewing eclipse. So, unang practical use sa phenomenon na camera obscura is for viewing eclipse. So, yan, nagawa nila. And then later on, people were so inventive. Kaya ginamit din to siya, no? Merong pinaliit yung kuanong ang room na yan. Ginawang kuano, ginamit din ang camera obscura for ano din, no? Ginamit din nila for drawing and entertainment. So, sa modern times, itong camera obscura is used, no? Ito siya, ang pinakagamit ito, camera obscura, is for photography. Ito na itong naabutan natin, no? Ayun, na camera obscura, gamit sa photography. Pero it is not that situation as it is na gaya na ngayon, nung araw iba, no? So, sa ngayon, ang naabutan natin, gamit na siya sa photography. Okay, that is ang gamit, no? For viewing eclipse, for drawing and entertainment, and now for photography. Gamit ng camera obscura. Okay? So, let us continue. Tingnan natin ang camera obscura. O yan. Yun yung isa sa mga sinasabi natin, no? Na for drawing and entertainment. Yung di marunong mag-drawing, yan, i-project lang. Tingnan natin, tingnan dyan sa camera obscura. makita ang image. So, dali nang i-trace. And then, ang tanong nito kung may tanong, ang statement na yan, earliest camera, so that the answer should be camera obscura. And then, box camera, ang tanong nito, the smallest and the simplest camera. So yan, that is the box camera. And then we have another question. A simple camera without a lens, but with a tiny aperture. Or, ibig sabihin natin ng tiny aperture is a small hole. So, tingnan natin ang pinhole camera. Ito, tingnan nyo. Wala siyang lens. No? Yan, cover lang yan, pero hindi yan lens. No? So, merong maliit na butas dito. So, we call that one as pinhole camera. Okay. Let us move to the next. So, dito tayo sa mga pinaka-importanting topics sa photography. No? Kung sabihin ko, ito yung mga pinaka-central na topics sa photography. No? Because dito natin matutunan yung paggamit ng camera. And there are 3 controls of the camera. We have the following. Focusing. So focusing is said to be the setting of the proper distance in order to form sharp image. Setting of proper distance in order to form sharp image. So ito yung yung pinakaunang step in taking photograph is to focus the subject. And then diaphragm, it usually serves as aperture. Pag sinabing aperture, butas, no? Opening. So aperture stop and it controls aperture. It is like the iris of the eye na bubukas at saka sarado, ganyan. Or lalaki at saka liliit, no? Ang butas, no? Next is shutter. So ito siya ay tinatawag na barriers of the rays of light. Harang, no? Harang. So, kumbaga, itong shutter na to, ito yung taga-protect ng film that prevents light from exposing the film. So, pagka i-expose ng film, that is why we press the shutter release button. Because that is the only instance, the only time where the film is exposed to light. So, let us discuss that one by one. Simulan natin sa lens, no? So sa focusing, no? It's about the lens, focusing. So focusing, there are 3 types of focusing. We have the first one, rangefinder type. Itong rangefinder type ay kadalasan ginagamit, no, sa viewfinder, cinematic camera, and the 35mm cameras. Pagka sinabing 35mm cameras, ito yung camera na gumagamit ng film size na 35mm. I will discuss that more detail shortly. So this is said to be TTL focusing. What does it mean pag sinabing TTL focusing? Ibig sabihin yan, through the lens. Through the lens focusing. So, pagka sinabing through the lens focusing, ibig sabihin yan, sa loob ng camera, makikita mo na when you adjust the focusing ring, makita mo na may tama ang pagka-focus or blurred ang nakikita kasi mayroong preview sa loob ng camera. So you can tell, no, through viewing inside the camera na tama ang pagka-focus kasi kung out of focus, that is blurred or parang nahati ang imahe. No? So that is what we call as TTL focusing. It would seem na ganyan naman talaga ang ano, parang sabihin natin, ganyan naman talaga ang focusing ng camera. But actually, it is not. Kasi nung araw, ang mga camera, may mga camera na iba ang kanilang focusing. Walang TTL, meaning to say, hindi mo masabi na tama ang pagka-focus kasi walang preview kung blurred ba or nahati ba, ganyan. Wala kang makitang ganyan sa loob ng camera. Pero ito, tingnan natin, no? Like this type of camera, itong scale bed type, na itong klaseng camera is already obsolete. Bakit obsolete? Because ito yung klaseng camera na walang TTL focusing. Ibig sabihin, sa loob ng camera, however you will adjust the focusing ring, hindi mo makita kung may blurred ba or nahati ba yung imahe, hindi mo makita ganyan, wala kang preview. So, that is already an obsolete type of camera. Paano natin masigurado ang focusing dito, na tama ang focusing? Ang gagawin dito ay i-calculate ng photographer ang kanyang distansya or di kaya i-estimate niya ang kanyang distansya doon sa object to be photographed or yung subject niya. No? Better yet, kung may ano ka, may still tape ka, be sure mo, exact talaga. And then, doon sa loob ng camera, we say simply adjust it kung anong distansya kasi doon dito sa focusing ring may makikita ka dong mga distansya. So kung ano yung nakita mong distansya doon o iset mo lang doon sa focusing ring ang distansya. Kaya itong klaseng camera na to wala siyang preview, no? Hindi mo malaman na tama ang focusing mo because there will be nothing na makita mo sa loob na blurred ba ang imahe or nahati ba ang imahe. So you have to actually calculate or estimate the distance between you and between the photographer and the object to be photographed. Okay? So tingnan natin itong rangefinder type. So ang rangefinder type may dalawang klase. Unang klase ay ang coincidence type. Kung tingnan natin itong side na to, no? So parang may dalawang image dito, no? The image appears to be double. That is when it is said to be out of focus. So just adjust the camera in order to bring this double image into one. Kaya you could say na correct or tama ang pagka-focus when you have only one image. So we have here the coincidence type. The other type of rangefinder type focusing is the split type. So tingnan natin itong building na to, no? So kita mo na para siyang nahati, no? So you just adjust the focusing ring and then bring the image of the building, no? Or whatever image na makita mo doon, whatever image. So parang ganito lang siya, no? There is only one image. Hindi siya nahati. Okay? That is when you have split type. Okay? So again, ang rangefinder coincidence type at saka yung split type. Then we have the ground glass type. So sabi dito, the object appears blurred when out of focus. So this one also has a TTL focusing. So ito, TTL focusing. Makita mo dito na meron talagang preview na hindi tama ang focusing. That is why you simply adjust the focusing ring para hindi na siya blurry. So, yan yung tinatawag natin na focusing. Let us now go to the topic about lens. So, pag sinabing lens, that is an optical device with perfect or approximate axial symmetry which transmits and refracts light, converging or diverging the beam. Okay? So, along that line, no, may dalawang klaseng lens. First is convex lens. Ito, tinatanong to sa board exams, kaya be able to remember, understand this particular topic. So, convex lens, the other term, you have to know the other terms, no? It is also known as converging or convergent or positive lens. No? So, these are the other terms, converging or convergent or positive lens. So in terms of description, what this type of lens is, it is said to be thicker at the center while the sides are thinner. So kung tingnan natin, no, para siyang ito, no? So thicker sa center, no, ito yung center. Ito naman yung side niya, the sides. So, no, tinan nyo ang center is said to be thicker while the sides are thinner. Now, tinatanong din ang what image that will be produced by convex lens. The image that is produced by convex lens is real image. Pagka sinabing real image, ito yung makita talaga ng mata, no? Kahit, like for example, if it is being projected, no? Yung makita na malaki, ganyan, no? Na whatever image, that is the exact image na nakita, no? That is real image. So, real image on the opposite side of the lens. Next type of lens is, so tandaan nyo, it's about memorization this time around. Memorize yung other name, yung description, and then anong ma-produce na image, real image, nandito sa convex lens. Dito sa concave lens, the other term is diverging lens, divergent lens, or negative lens. So, baliktad to siya because this time around, the center is thinner. Dito kanina, the center is thicker. Dito, center is thinner. While the sides are thicker. Ito naman, sides are thinner. So, kumbaga, kung i-ano natin, no, bigyan natin ng comparison. So, yung kanina, ito naman, dito, that is when the sides are thicker, while the center is said to be thinner. So, ito yung sa tinatawag natin na concave. Ito naman ang sa convex. Okay. Ngayon, I want you to have a quick look at the two types of lenses, convex lens at saka concave lens. Shortly, ibigay ko ang actual question na lumabas yan. No? I want you to answer. Okay? So, tingnan natin itong board question na to. So, please do participate. So, you may answer. What type of lens? Where its center is thicker while the sides are thinner. Okay? So, ano yung mga sagot dito? And thank you sa pag-participate. That inspires me na hindi lang pala ako ang dito, hindi ako nag-iisa. Marami tayo na nandito online. So, pag sinabing what type of lens, tandaan natin, no? One of the most important technique of answering multiple choice question. I-share ko dito, one of the most important techniques of answering multiple choice question is to apply the so-called familiarity principle. So ito, ginamit ko sa technique when I took the board examinations. So i-apply natin ang familiarity principle. For example, sa tanong na to, what type of lens where its center is thicker while the sides are thinner? Ang pag-apply ng familiarity principle is that, una, itatanong mo doon sa question, what subject, anong subject ang nandito sa tanong na to? O di kaya, what topic? So, itong familiarity principle will work best, no, kung talagang nagbabasa ka talaga, no? So, coupled with that diligence in reading your notes, at saka mayroon ka ditong familiarity principle, talagang masabi natin na sure ball ang pagsagot mo sa board question. So, unang tanong, subject, what subject or topic? Like for example, in this instance, what subject? Alam natin, photography to siya. No? What topic? The topic here is about the type of lens. So from there, pangalawang tanong, are the choices, ang mga choices na nandito, are they found in the subject? So makita ba natin sila sa subject or topic? Oh, like for example, when we say type of lens, makita ba natin ang concave? Of course, yes. Makita ba natin ang term na micro? Meron bang micro lens in the topic type of lens? Wala, no? Bago lang natin na take up yan, no? Kaya eliminate natin, no? So yung mga choices na hindi natin makita sa subject, eliminate natin, no? Para yung pinakaunang gawin talaga is eliminate, no? At saka positive lens, wala. Wala or nandun. Okay, nandun, no? And then divergent, nandun. So, from there, ma-eliminate na natin ang mga unlikely answers. So, at least, eliminated na ang tinatawag natin na mali, na hindi siya part sa tinatawag na type of lens. Another technique that I'd like to share to you So yung familiarity principle, no, you can apply that in practically all other subjects, no, not just in in criminalistics. Another is yung concept na if you encounter two synonymous choices, if you encounter two synonymous choices in a multiple choice, ang mga yan ay wrong. Ang mga yan ay wrong. Why? Simple lang. If you choose one, why not the other? No, kaya kung magkahalintulad sila, they may be synonymous sa word, no, meaning, or they may be in a sentence, no, they may be phrased in the sentence, pero ang idea ay same lang. Yung dalawang bagay na yan magkahalintulad, they are said to be wrong. They should be wrong, no? Because if you choose one, why not the other? Kanta nga, no? Yung kanta, kung ang hirap mo ay dalawa, palayain ang isa. No, palayain ang isa. So, it's really wrong na magmahal ng dalawang tao at the same time. No? So, kung tingnan natin dito, mayroong dalawang choices na magkalitulan. That refers to concave at saka concave at saka divergent. Because they are the same. So in that regard, they should be wrong. So eliminated na. Our answer therefore is positive, which is the other term for convex. So ang convex lens is one where the center is said to be thicker, while the sides are said to be thinner. Okay? So our answer therefore is positive. Ken, thank you for those who participated. No? That inspires me na hindi lang pala ako dito nag-iisa. Okay, let us continue. So these are the variety of lenses. You have here biconvex. So, you know, plano convex, plane dito, flat, and then convex. And then positive meniscus. Pag sinabing meniscus kasi combination of the convex at saka concave. Pero bakit sinabi dito positive meniscus? Kasi more pronounced dito. Yung ibig sabihin, mas klaro ang convex dito, yung positive, yung convex mas klaro or the so-called positive kumpara sa concave. Ito naman negative meniscus kasi mas emphasize dito ang concave kumpara sa convex. And then we have plano, concave, plane, and then dito ang concave, and then biconcave, dalawa. Ito, memorization to. Kasi marami nang naitanong nito sa actual examinations, no? Kaya importante dito ay memorization, no? So we need to memorize these particular terms, no, with regard to the inherent lens defects. Kapag sinabing inherent lens defects or aberrations, ibig sabihin yan natural na, no, natural na depekto. So it's a matter, no? Sa lahat ng mga lenses talaga, may possibility na may mga defecto talaga yan. Sa pag-manufacture, inherent yan. So it's a matter for the photographer to discover the defects of or the operations of this lens. No? So, we have here spherical aberration. So, ang defect niya dito ay nasa center. So much so na mas focus niya ang nasa gitna, no, kaysa yung nasa gilid. So, central. Ang coma naman, this is another type of, or another form of spherical aberration where light rays entering the lens said to be obliquely. Ito yung mga keywords na may encounter natin sa actual question, no? So, we can just use the keywords. Obliquely, kung may encounter natin yan, then we are talking of coma or outer edges or comet-like form. Okay? Next is curvature of field. So, it brings to sharper focus or it brings sharper focus in curved surface than flat surface. Meaning to say, mas ma-focus niya ang curved surface rather than flat surface. Meron ding naitanong nito sa board exams now, recent examinations. Description doon, it creates what we call as the dome-like image. No? Ito yung keyword na ma-encounter natin doon sa question. It creates a dome-like. Dome-like. Problema to sa internet connection kasi. Dome-like image. So it creates a dome-like image. Okay? So it's just memorization dito. Wala tayo magawa dito. Ano na yan? It's very hard to have an actual activity on this topic. Kaya more of memorization ang dating dito. Yan ako muna to. The other one is distortion. Pagka sinabing distortion, incapable of rendering straight lines correctly. So, kung ano natin ditong tingnan natin, ang distortion, dalawa yan, no? Na ang pinaka ano dito, what's that, okay. Okay, so dalawa, no? Ang defects about lines. Itong distortion is a defect about lines. Like another one is astigmatism. Ito yung na-observe natin, no? Ang pinaka-concern ko dito is how you can well remember that is distortion and that is astigmatism. Of course, it pays to know the meaning, no? Like this one. Incapable of rendering straight lines correctly, either horizontal or vertical lines, and then barrel bulges outside, diaphragm in front of the lens. Ganyan. Pero if you will observe carefully, no, sa na-encounter natin sa actual na mga board questions dito, so nandito no, ang pinaka-keywords nila, horizontal vertical lines. Ganon din dito sa astigmatism, horizontal vertical lines. Pero if you will observe closely, sa actual question talaga, ang pagkatanong nito, incapable of straight lines correctly, either horizontal or vertical lines. Kaya, for easy recall, itong or dito, pag ganyan, no, i-connect natin dyan sa distortion. Meaning to say, we will be guided na ang sagot natin ay distortion because ang pagka-bigay diyan horizontal or vertical lines. Now, another easy way to remember, no? For easy recall, again, it is good na basahin natin, intindihin natin anong ibig sabihin yan, pero it is also good to sometimes go into easy way of memorizing. Like for example, in the case of astigmatism, horizontal and ang gamit ito. So i-connect natin ang letter A dito sa astigmatism. Horizontal and vertical lines at the same time. Okay? So magandang maintindihan natin, no? Again, nothing beats understanding the topic. Pero sometimes there are things na better left, no, na ma-memorize kagad by those mga easy way to do it, to memorize it. Like for example, when we say distortion, merong OR, and then sa description, kadalasan pag tatanong ko siya, horizontal or, connect mo na yung or diyan sa distortion. Kaya kapag ka ang ibinigay na question, horizontal or vertical lines, then that should be distortion. Kapag ka ang nandun ay horizontal and vertical lines, so it refers to astigmatism. So you just simply link the letter A in astigmatism and the letter A in and. Okay? So easy way to remember, no? By letter connection. Another is chromatic aberration. Pag ma-encounter natin itong term na chromatic aberration, we can look for the word wavelength. Or, ang pinaka, malapit dito ay yung word na color. Because in photography, chromatic means color. Okay? Now, so chromatic aberration, no, inability of the lens to bring photographic rays of different wavelengths or the so-called color to the same focus. So UV rays are bent the most, meaning to say mas ma-focus ang UV rays, whereas infrared rays are bent the least. And then we have the term chromatic difference of magnification. So, ano natin dito? Tandaan natin dito. So, again, ang chromatic or ang color, i-connect natin dito sa wavelength. Magnification, i-connect natin sa size. Kaya, makita natin sa description, no? Merong size at saka wavelength, then we are talking of chromatic difference of magnification. Okay? To summarize yung mga natin, no? Kasi binigyan ko to siya ng emphasis kasi we have basis to say na importante to siya. Kasi marami nang naitanong nito. In fact, lahat to siya naitanong na sa examinations, no? Not necessarily recent, but in the past naitanong na to siya. So we have 5 lens defects at saka corresponding keywords. So spherical aberration, central, comma, oblique, outer edges, comet-like, and then curvature of field, word curved, dome-like image, so distortion, horizontal or vertical lines, and then astigmatism, horizontal and vertical, And chromatic aberration, we have the word wavelength or color, or chromatic difference of magnification, we have wavelength, color, and size. So, ito siya purely memorization ang ginawa natin dito. So, again, going back to the principle of learning. So, principle of learning. Tatlong bagay. Una, you have to understand the topic. So that do not leave the topic unless you satisfy yourself, no, na talagang naintindihan mo. Pagkatapos niyan, i-memorize mo yung naintindihan mo kasi importante na ma-retain mo yan. Especially na matagal-tagal pa yung board exam. December, matagal-tagal pa yon, no? So, marami pang mga information na ma-encounter at saka may cause them to make you forget the early discussion. So, merong tinatawag na memorization. Memorize what you understood, and then pagkatapos yung pangatlo, gawa ka ng tanong base sa topic, no? So, exhaust whatever question na makita mo doon sa isang topic, and then you provide an answer. Pwede mong ilagay yan in this card so that kung ano yung gawin mo, can just browse on it. No? So, let us now move to the next. The next topic is lens aberration. So, yung is lens aberration, correction to lens aberration, I mean. So, we have the first one, achromatic lens. So, madali lang, no? So, may connect mo na yan diyan. So, that is to correct chromatic aberration. Kasi ang a, the prefix a, it means to say not or pangontra, no? So, that is why ito yung pangontra sa chromatic aberration. And then, apochromatic lens. So, memorization pa rin tayo dito, ha? Madali mga memorize yan. Yeah, for example, pag sinabing a, i-connect mo yan dito sa astigmatism na merong letter A. And then, apo. Alam natin yung apo, hiking society, 3 tao. Yan. 3. So, may connect mo na yan, no? 3 color defects. And then, of course, nandito yung chromatic aberration. Okay? Dali lang, no? 3 na i-correct dito, astigmatism, 3 color defects, chromatic aberration. And then, anastigmat lens. Madali lang, no? Kasi merong astigmat dito. So, for astigmatism. And the other one, yung tinatawag natin na rapid rectilinear lens. Tandaan natin, ang isa sa mga defects about lines, di ba? Dalawa yan, distortion and then the other one, astigmat. So, pero nang pang-correct sa astigmatism, so dito ang isang klaseng defect about lines. So, line, itong itong distortion. Okay? So, more of memorization ang ginawa natin dito. Okay, so let us continue with the next topic. So dito tayo, no, sa topic na to. It's about the focal length. So focal length is said to be the distance from the optical center of the lens to the film plane when the lens is set or focused at infinity position or far distance. Ito lang, ibig sabihin yan. Sabi yan, the optical center of the lens. Let us make a illustration. So ito yung film area. So this is where the film is located at. No? So the distance mula sa optical center of the lens to the film plane when the lens is focused, pinakamalayong mai-focus niya at infinity position, yung distance na yan, yun ang tinatawag natin na focal length. No? Yun ang tinatawag na focal length. Okay? So, that is focal length. Ngayon, I think na ano ninyo, no? Na merong corresponding equivalence nito ng focal length without going into the technicality of the matter. Diba may na-encounter tayong 35 mm. 35 mm na camera. Ano yung 35 mm camera? No, anong ibig sabihin nitong 35 mm? Yung 35 mm dito, this actually refers to the frame size of the film. So, sorry. Sorry. So, type ko na lang dito, no? Yung tinatawag natin na 35 mm camera. Ang term na 35 mm din, the 35 mm, the 35 mm refers to the frame size of the film. It was observed, no, ng mga tao, no, na involved in photography, science of photography, na ang pinakamalapit na frame size ng film, lapit that will approximate the perspective of the human eye ay yung 35 mm. So, pinakamalapit siya, no, na frame size. Ang lawak, no, yung the angle of view of the human eye, yung lawak, no, ang width ng pakita ng mata, ganon din ang ma-record ng 35 mm na frame size. Kaya merong tinatawag na approximation of this focal length of this to the so-called 35 mm camera, no? Or the 35 mm frame size, no, of the film. Okay? Illustrate ko siya dito kasi kailangan natin ma-illustrate yan, no? So, let us suppose ito yung frame size. Ito yung frame ng o itong film, no, 'di ba? May frame yan sila. So ito yung frame ng 35 mm. So yan ang distance dito papunta dito, that is said to be 35 mm. Okay? Ngayon, sa 35 mm na frame size, kung lagyan mo ng itong distance ng diagonal from there up to there, that point there, that is actually equivalent to 50 mm. 50 mm yan. Now, ang lawak no ng makita ng 35 mm na frame size, equivalent yan no itong makuha no na imahe no ma-capture dito sa 35 mm frame size is equivalent to the angular view of the human eye. That is equivalent to 45-degree angle. 45-degree angle ang makita, no? So, itong 50 mm, no? Ito yung makita natin na standard na focal length of the lens, no? So kaya tinawag to siyang 50 mm na normal or standard lens. Normal or standard lens. Okay? Kanya, I would not want to go much deeper para hindi siya ganun kahirap intindihin. Just giving you some preview of what this 35 mm camera and then connecting it with the focal length. Let us proceed further no sa description natin sa focal length. So yan ang definition, no? Distance from the optical center lens to the field plane. Other one, it is the measure of the light bending power of the lens. Gaano makafocus ang lens? Because again, ang pagka-sinabing bending, it has something to do with focusing. And then the other one, it is measured in millimeters. So like we have 50 mm, 70 mm, ganyan, no? So let us go to the different types of focal length or the lens in terms of the focal length. So we have here a definition. Ito yung actual na definition na lumabas sa board exams and then several times encounter natin. Pag wide angle lens, ang ibig sabihin niyan is less than the diagonal of its negative material. So ang ibig sabihin natin dito, sabi natin kanina, no, 'di ba, sa 35 mm na frame size ng film, ang diagonal niyan, no, diagonal niyan ay equivalent sa 50 mm. So kumbaga, itong wide angle lens is less than the diagonal, no, of its negative material. So ano nga yung negative material na sinasabi? So yung 35 mm, no? So, ito yung 35 mm, the frame size from this point, no, to this point, that is equivalent to 35 mm. But when we draw a diagonal line of that frame size na 35 mm, ito siya, diagonal line na yan, that is equivalent to 50 mm. So, ang sabi dito, less than the diagonal of its negative material. The negative material here has the size of 35 mm. Kaya, ang 50 mm, yung pinaka-basis natin, kung mababa pa dito, we are talking of wide angle lens. Ibig sabihin, kung mataas pa dito, ito ang tinatawag na telephoto lens. Okay? And yan. So, may ano na tayo idea what this diagonal of its negative material. So next, we have normal lens, 50 mm, no? Also known as standard lens, or approximately equal or more, but not more than twice the diagonal of its negative material. So equal sa diagonal na yan ng 35 mm, that is said to be 50 mm. So equal to the human eye. Kasi sabi natin, yung tinatawag na 50 mm na diagonal line ng 35 mm, that is roughly equivalent to 45-degree angle. So that is equivalent to the 45-degree angle na makita ng mata. Ang lawak, no? Yung angle of view ng mata. Next, telephoto lens that is said to be more than twice the diagonal of its negative material. Meaning to say, pag above na ng 50 mm, that is already telephoto lens. Ito siya iba. Number 4. It has nothing to do with focal length na relating to wide angle, to normal lens, at saka telephoto. Ang ibig sabihin nito, ito yung lens, no, na it has both variable focal length. Kasi kung tingnan natin, ang lens talaga, whether wide angle, normal, telephoto, ganyan. May dalawang klaseng lens in terms of ganyan, yung mga tinatawag na lens barrel. In terms of lens barrel, meron tayong tinatawag na prime lens. Pag sinabing prime lens, prime, from the term prime, isa lang. No? So, for example, isa lang siya. Kung for example, kung ang nandun niya ay pang wide angle lens lang siya, isa lang, no? It is only capable only of wide angle lens or wide angle lang. So, and then, pwede din na telephoto lang. Pwede din na normal lens lang. Pero merong isa, yung tinatawag natin na zoom lens. Itong zoom lens, this is a lens barrel, no? A type of lens barrel na sa isang lens barrel, pwede siya na merong wide angle, pwede siya, meron siyang wide angle lens, meron siyang telephoto, meron din siyang normal lens. Para mabigyan natin ng difference, no, lagyan natin siya ng or, no? So, wide angle lens or telephoto lens or normal lens. Meaning to say, sa isang lens barrel na to, isa lang, no? Wide angle lang. Or, pwede din na telephoto lens lang. Or pwede din na normal lens lang. Pagka sinabing zoom lens, in one lens barrel, nandito siya, no? 3 in 1, no? So, 3 in 1. No? Kung sa kape ito siya, 3 in 1 coffee. Kung itong zoom lens, kung sa kape naman, stick, itong prime lens, no? Stick to siya. Anong klaseng stick? Wide angle lens na stick yan, or telephoto lens, or normal lens na stick. O ganyan, no? For easy recall lang, no? So, naiba ang zoom lens because it is more of the lens barrel, no? A lens barrel consisting of several lenses. Pwede siyang maging telephoto, pwede siyang normal lens, pwede din siyang wide angle lens. So, before continuing further, let us first have the board question, no? So, I'd like to request na you participate, you answer this particular board question. Sorry. Okay, tingnan natin ang keywords dito sa question na to, no? Keywords. In a stakeout surveillance, pagka sinabing stakeout surveillance, fixed yan, stationary surveillance. Ibig sabihin, nandun lang sa isang lugar ang mga surveillance officers nakamasid, naka-observe sa activities ng mga subject, no? Hindi sila lumalapit, hindi sila moving, no? Where the photographer cannot get close to the subject. Ang photographer, hindi siya makalapit sa subject. Anyway, no yan surveillance yan eh. What type of lens should be used? So definitely malayo ang subject, no? So out na to siya because we are talking of malayo ang subject kasi cannot get close to the subject. So hindi siya makalapit. So pag sinabing hindi makalapit, ibig sabihin ang subject ay malayo. So anong dapat na lens na gagamitin? Ang sagot natin should be telephoto lens. Bakit hindi zoom lens? Kasi while ang zoom lens, meron ding telephoto, sinasabi natin, meron din siyang telephoto, pero ang telephoto niya dito ay of limited, no? Ang telephoto ay limited scope. No? Hindi kagaya ng prime lens na telephoto lang, no? Na pwede niyang gamitin up to 300 mm na telephoto. So mas powerful kumpara dito sa limited in scope lang na telephoto lens, like for example up to 70 mm lang. So kaya ang sagot natin dito should be telephoto lens. Okay, thank you for those who participate. No? Importante yan para at least more interactive ang natin. Okay, let us have another board question. Okay. So please do answer itong pangalawang question natin. Okay, thank you. Upon arrival at the crime scene, pagdating niya sa crime scene, the police should photograph it as soon as possible. That's an ideal principle. Dapat naman talaga as soon as possible. What type of lens to use in taking the facade of the building? By the way, hindi yan pakeda. That is pronounced correctly. That is a French word. Facade, ang ibig sabihin niyan ay front, no? Harap ng building. Hindi sinabi dito kung malaki, maliit, malawak ang building, hindi sinabi diyan. Basta saklaw lahat, no? Facade of the building. So ito yung general photograph to, no? So kapag general photograph ang kunin mo doon sa crime scene, naturally you are talking of being able to get as many of the scene, or as wide of the scene as possible. Dapat mas malawak ang makita. So therefore, ang sagot natin should be wide angle lens. Okay? So that's the answer, wide angle lens. Okay? Let us continue. And again, thank you for your participation. It really helps a lot. It inspires your lecturer, to do more. Now, let us continue with the next topic. Focal length still. O, tingnan natin yung mga comparative po sa mga klase-klaseng lens. So, like for example, pag standard 50 mm, the view that it gives is similar to that of the human eye. And then in the case of wide angle lens, it is said to be having shorter focal length. Tingnan nyo kagad, no? Ang sa telepoto, ito, opposite talaga siya, no? Greater than 50 mm. Meaning to say, longer ang focal length dito. So wide angle lens, ang image na ma-create ay said to be smaller. Pagdating dito sa telepoto, the image created is said to be bigger. Talagang opposite sila. And then pagdating dito sa wide angle lens, wider ang angle of view na makita, no? Pagdating dito sa telepoto, that is said to be narrower angle of view. So kumbaga ang wide angle at saka telepoto, they are indirect. They are in direct contrast. No? Diretsahan sila na opposite to each other. No? And then we have zoom lens, variable focal length. Para mas mabigyan natin ng tamang perspective, what is this shorter focal length, what is this greater or longer focal length, and what is this smaller image, bigger image, wider angle of view, narrower angle of view. Tingnan natin itong comparative view of the different focal length. So tingnan nyo dito ha. So ang point of reference natin, ito 18 mm, wide angle to siya, no? Kasi less than 50. Ang point of reference natin itong nasa gilid, no? Itong fence na kahoy nasa gilid. At ang mga imahe. So sa 18 mm, talagang malawak ang makita, no? Kita natin dito ang fence. As we move up 24 mm, may mga parte na dito sa kuan na nawala. So, kukunti lang nga lang, no? Like this part, nandito pa. Hindi na natin nakita to siya. Oh. Ang naiwan dito na part, ito na lang. So, mas, siya, naging sumikip konti, no? Mas narrower na ito siya kaysa dito. Whereas ang imahe ng mga object na nakita, lumaki konti. Although not significantly larger than the other one, that is 18 mm. But as we move up to 35 mm, mas lalong sumikip ang angle of view because dito hindi na natin nakita. At saka lumaki ang image. Mas lalo na sa 55 mm, wala natin nakita ganyan mga friends, no? Mas lumaki ang image. Ito, 85 mm, mas lumaki nga ang image. Dito, 105 mm, mga telepoto na. Hanggang sa umabot sa 300 mm. Yung dating napakaliit na bahay na yan, dito, napakalaki na. No? So, that is the effect, no? So, as the focal length is increased, no? The angle of view becomes narrower and the object na pinaka-focus ay naging mas lumaki, no? Or yes, pag naging mas mataas ng telepoto, mas lumaki yung image, imahe ng isang object, no, na focus. Okay? So, going back. Continue tayo. So, dito na tayo sa topic about diaphragm. So, tingnan natin yung characteristic ng diaphragm first, no? Okay. So, pag sinabing diaphragm, ito yan siya. Mga opening na yan. So, pag sinabing diaphragm, it is known as the lens opening or aperture or relative aperture. These are the other terms. Pero sa board exams, mas ginagamit ng mga board examiners ang term na diaphragm. So, it is defined as itong mga the size of the aperture. Ang size ng aperture daw ay measured in f slash number or f slash stops. So, anong ibig sabihin ng f and then slash? Ang ibig sabihin yan ay focal ratio. What does it mean na ratio? Ibig sabihin, divided. No? Ibig sabihin, kung may number dyan, hindi pala yan exact. It does not reflect opening. Rather, it is ratio. No? Divided yan. No? So, let me give you an example. No? Shortly. So, the ratio of the F number the ratio of the F number to the aperture is ganito. The larger the number of the F number, the smaller the aperture. The smaller the number of the F number, the bigger the aperture. O, mahirap matandaan, no? Kasi ito, dapat, ano to siya sa merong actual activity dito sa subject, no? Doon sa klase pa, no? Doon sa college pa, may actual activity. So, ang sabi dito, if you have a big number of the aperture of the F number, if you have a big number or larger number of the F number, ang aperture niyan maliit. Baliktad, no? If you have a smaller number of the F number, ang aperture niyan ay malaki, bigger aperture. No? So, let me give you a good example. No? Sa Nikon FM10 camera, although malapit din sa ibang mga klaseng camera, ganito din ang mga nila, no, ng aperture. So, ito yung aperture ng lens ng Nikon FM10. So, we have 3.5, 5.6, 8, 11, 16, and then we have 22. Sabi natin, itong number na to ng aperture, hindi to siya exact number because ang sabi, slash F and then slash and then the number. So, ibig sabihin, ito palang 3.5, no? Itong 3.5 is actually 1 divided by 3.5. Itong 5.6 is actually 1 divided by 5.6. Okay? And so on, so forth. So, same lang din dito, no? Kaya itong 22 pala ay 1 divided by 22. You need not compute, no? Para makita nyo ang actual na resulta if you divide 1 over 1 divided by 3.5 or 1 divided by 5.6 and so on. You only need to make use of your common sense. No? Kasi dito, ang divisor, kapag ang divisor maliit, ang resulta niyan, ang number, dapat malaki. Kapag ka ang divisor ay malaki, ang number niyan maliit. So, kung dito malaki ang number kumpara dito, how much more dito na malaki ang divisor, so dito maliit ang resulta talaga ng number. The resultant number dito, yun ang actual opening. So, kung tingnan natin dito sa principle, kung ano natin yung kanina, yung sinabi na the ratio of the F number, ito yung F number na sinasabi, the ratio of the F number to the actual opening is ganito. Ito yung palaging tandaan natin. Bata pa lang, no, para memory 8 ito ha, bata pa lang, malaki na ang butas. Malaki na ang butas. O, bata pa lang, no? Malaki na butas yan. So, maliit dito, no? Bata, maliit pa lang, itong maliit number, malaki ang butas dito. Nung lumaki na, no? Lumaki na, or sabihin natin, tumanda na, no? Nung tumanda na, lumiit na ang butas. Siguro totoo yan kay Lula, no? Wala nang nangyayaring labanan kay Lula. Lumit na ang butas. So, this is how we remember kasi hirap tayo matandaan yung mga no? Yung kanina, no? You have a small number, bigger opening. If you have a big number, smaller opening, baliktad. So, pwede natin sabihin dito, bata pa lang, malaki na ang butas. Kaya dito, compare natin 3.5 sa 5.6, mas malaki ang butas sa maliit na number. Nung tumanda na, lumiit na ang butas. Kaya kung may mataas na number, liliit ang butas niyan. Kaya dito, ito siya sa set na to, ito yung may pinakamalaking butas. Ito naman ang may pinakamaliit na butas. Kaya lagi tandaan yung statement na yan, bata pa lang, malaki na ang butas. Nung tumanda na, lumiit na ang butas. Okay. Continue tayo dito. Ang tanong kasi, why do we need to vary the opening? Why do we have to have big opening, small opening? Why not fix it? Well, fix yan sa ibang camera. Pero, fix lang din ang kaya makuha. Iba talaga kapag adjustable ang aperture because you can take photograph according to your purpose. Kaya ito yung mga purpose in setting the aperture into big or small. Why vary the opening? Yun ang pinakatanong. Why vary the opening? So, the purpose of varying the opening is unang purpose kung bakit ang opening maliit, malaki. No? Ang pinaka-factor dyan ay ang lighting condition. In low lighting condition, lang sa light, in terms of aperture, no? Malaki ang aperture. So, para maiwasan yung tinatawag na underexposure, meaning kulang sa light. In terms of a situation na we have sufficient light condition, ang aperture naman dapat ay small aperture para maiwasan yung tinatawag na overexposure. So kung kulang sa light, again, lalakihan yung opening. Kapag enough ang light or mas lalo na yung bright ang light na nandun sa isang scene, then you have to set the aperture into small. Okay, that is one condition, one factor. Another, for shutter speed compensation. Ang ibig sabihin ng shutter speed compensation, ito dapat yung bawi-bawi ba? No? So again yung shutter speed, ito yung harang na nasa harap talaga ng film. No? So hindi ma-expose ang film hanggat hindi magbukas itong shutter. No? So ang paggamit ng aperture, that is in line also sa particular shutter speed. No? Particular shutter speed. For example, in this case, kung ang shutter speed ay slow, mabagal, so mahababa ang panahon na ang light ay makapasok, maka-expose sa film. So para hindi masunog, no, hindi ma-overexpose, kung slow ang shutter speed, dapat small ang aperture. That is to prevent overexposure. Kapag mabilis ang shutter speed, merong tendency na kulang yan sa light kasi ang time na makapasok ng light, maka-expose sa film would be limited. Kaya naman, para mabawi yan, kasi mabilis ang pagsarado ng shutter speed, dapat lang na ang opening, ang aperture should be big. Okay? So you may just make some mental or note taking on this topic kasi napaka technical dito. So hindi to siya makuha na basta isang basahan lang, no? It should be repeated and repeated over and over again. Next, in the case of selective focusing, pag sinabing selective focusing, di ba, yung gusto mong makita na scene na ma-emphasize ang subject, na highlight ang subject, whereas ang ibang mga image na malapit o nasa likod o nasa gilid ng subject, they are said to be rendered blurred. No? Blurred ang background. So, kung ma-blurred ang background, mas ma-emphasize, ma-highlight ang subject. So, you will have to use a particular aperture dito. Dapat, ang gamit na aperture dito ay big. So, big aperture ang gagamitin. Okay, I'd like to use the remaining time. No? Ilang. Next. Another purpose kung bakit ibari natin ang opening. It's because of the concept of depth of field. Okay, tinatanong to siya sa board examinations, kaya hanapin nyo lang ang keywords na nearest and farthest object in the same sharpness. Kung makita mo yung nearest, farthest, sharp, then you are talking of depth of field. In terms of depth of field, dalawang klase ang depth of field. Meron tayong good depth of field. Pag sinabing good depth of field, ang aperture na gagamitin dito ay small aperture. So, anong resulta kung small ang aperture? The nearest and the farthest are said to be of equal sharpness. Ang isa naman, poor depth of field. In here, you set the aperture into a big aperture. So, ang effect nito is only or di kaya ang farthest object ang sharp. So, depende kung alin sa dalawa ang na-focus. Now, let me emphasize, no, na ang paggamit ng term na good or poor ang good depth of field, hindi ibig sabihin na you are talking of advantage or poor depth of field, you are talking of disadvantage. No. Hindi yan negative ang paggamit ng word na poor, hindi din yan positive ang paggamit na good. That is just a photography terminology na kung sinabing good depth of field, kuha na malinaw ang pinakamaharap at saka pinakamalayo, they are of equal sharpness. So whereas ang poor depth of field, that is describing na ang resulta, only the nearest or the farthest is said to be sharp. Okay? Kaya tingnan natin ang literature rito. So, look at this image. Ito yung pinakamalapit ha. No? This is the nearest object, no, na nakuha. Tingnan nyo ang pinakamalayo. Siguro ito. So, malayo. Pakita natin na meron talagang distansya niya, no? From here or here up to this area. But look at the sharpness. Tingnan nyo ang sharpness, no? Sabihin nga natin na napakalayo, ito sky, no? Napakalayo niyan. Pero the sharpness is still, makita natin, we can make out na talaga malinaw siya. No? Equal ang sharpness sa harap at saka sa pinakamalayo. No? That is the effect of the so-called, the effect of the so-called well. Okay. So, yun ang makita natin, no, na effect sa tinatawag natin na good depth of field. Oh. In the case of poor depth of field naman, tingnan nyo. So, in the case of poor depth of field, na-highlight ang subject, So, kung tinanin nyo, malapit lang tong dito, madahon dito sa babae. Pero, bakit blurry ang kanyang background? The reason is that the aperture here is set to big aperture. Ang purpose niyan, merong purpose para ma-highlight ang subject. Kaya the aperture is big. So let me again emphasize in this images. The aperture here is big. Small, I'm sorry. Small aperture. And in here, the aperture is big. Okay. So, tingnan natin ang comparison, ng dalawang type of depth of field. So, ito yung tinatawag na poor depth of field. Kaya ang gamit din dito is narrow or poor depth of field. Ito naman ang good depth of field. Tingnan nyo, sa poor depth of field, same lang ang object na kinunan, whereas ang image na nasa likod nanyo, ito blurry, ang na-emphasize ito siya. Whereas nandito ang imahe ng object na to, linaw, pati na yung nasa likod. So we have good depth of field here. So stress natin na ito, ang gamit dito ay small ang aperture. Dito naman ang aperture ay big. So ito, big aperture. And then dito ay small aperture. Okay? So let us have a break muna. Already 8:51. So let us continue with this one. Ito yung na-take up natin, no, shortly dito sa before we took our break, no, ang comparison ng dalawa, no. Again, ito ay big aperture, no, kasi makita natin na blurry ang background, so only the nearest is sharp whereas the farthest is not rendered in sharpness. So dito, tabla dito ay sharpness sa harap at saka nasa likod, then the aperture being used here is small. So this is said to be good depth of field, or ang ginamit dito ay wide depth of field and the other one narrow depth of field. Okay, let us continue with the next. So ano ko na lang yan, sana ano yan, story natin yan for memory aid, pero to conserve our time, let me just pass this one. So these are the factors that will affect the setting of the depth of field, or that will affect the depth of field. Tinan niyo dito yung shaded area. That reflects the clarity of the image of the scene. So kung tinan natin, ang unang factor dito ay ang aperture. So there really is an effect on the depth of field, no? Ang pagbago sa opening, tinan nyo, malaking opening dito, kaya tinan nyo dito ang area shaded na, ito yung shaded area that indicates clarity of the image. Ito lang, oh. As we set the opening smaller than the previous one, mas lumawak ang depth of field. Pero nandun sa may pinakamaliit in this set, the depth of field becomes greater. No? So, kung ang question, is there an effect, no, of changing the aperture? The answer is yes. The other one is the distance. So, same lang ang opening. Kung tinan natin dito, the closer the subject to the camera, the narrower the depth of field. No? Kukunti lang dito. But as the subject is said to be farther from the camera, kaya nag-increase ang depth of field. Kung nasa pinakamalayo, mas lalong na-increase ang depth of field. Therefore, mayroong effect ang pag-vary ng distance, no? And then another factor is the lens. So, for example, dito, same lang ang opening. Ito dito, 135 mm, and then 50 mm, and then 28 mm. So, kung tinan mo dito, no? Kung telephoto na 135, kukunti lang, no, ang depth of field, ang clarity dito lang. Very narrow ang depth of field. But as we move to the normal lens, the depth of field becomes wider. More so kung ang pinag-usapan natin ay wide angle lens. Mas narrow mas wider ang depth of field, I mean. No? So therefore, there is an effect on the depth of field. We change the aperture, change the distance, and change the lens. Another factor that will affect the depth of field is the circle of confusion. Ang tanong nito sa board exam, yan, no? Yung definition na yan. The circle of confusion is the small circle seen by the eye as that or point and not as a circle. That is circle of confusion. Kung tingnan natin ang illustration dito, yan, no? This is what we call as the circle of confusion. So, observe natin yan when we adjust the focusing ring. Merong point doon na merong blurry until such point na makita natin na wala na tayong makitang mga ganitong imahe, mga blurry. Yeah, din yan, no? So, until such point na makita natin ang clarity. That is what we call as the circle of confusion. Next is hyperfocal distance. Ang hyperfocal distance is, it answers the question kung iset natin ang aperture into small in order to attain that so-called depth of field. Ang tanong, saan i-focus ang camera in order to attain the so-called maximum depth of field? Given the same particular, given the particular diaphragm, saan i-focus ang camera? Yun ang pinaka punto na gustong masagot ng hyperfocal distance. So, kaya dito, no? Ang photographer dito, ang purpose niya ay dapat makuha niya ang imahe ng mga image nito. Malinaw ang sa nasa malapit hanggang sa pinaka malayo. Ang tanong, kung na particular aperture, alam natin na opening niyan ay maliit. Pero ang tanong, saan niya dapat i-focus? Ang sagot diyan ay more or less, no, nandito sa gitna, but not exactly at the center, no. So more or less, no, nasa center. So yun ang tinatawag natin na hyperfocal distance. Okay? So be able to remember the definition, no? Kasi naitanong na yan, mga yan sa actual examinations. Dito tayo sa concept sa lens speed. Ito, naitanong din to siya. Very recent ang pagkatanong nito. Pag sinabing lens speed, that refers to the amount of light that travels through the lens while the shutter is open. Pagka sinabing amount of light, it talks of opening. Gaano kalaki ang opening that will yield certain amount of light. No? The amount of light that travels through the lens while the shutter is open. So, ang lens speed is controlled by the size of the hole or the aperture in the lens diaphragm. Kaya, when we talk of lens speed, we have to have in mind yung mga term na faster lens. So, anong ibig sabihin natin ng faster lens? Faster lens is said to be the larger maximum aperture in a diaphragm. For example, no, sa Nikon FM10, alam natin 3.5. Alam natin, no, 3.5. And then 5.6. So 3.5, sorry, 5.6, and then 8, then 11, and then 16, and then 22. So, ang sabi dito, faster lens, sabi niyan, sabi dito, larger maximum aperture in a diaphragm. So, 3.5 up to 22. Alin dito ang tinatawag na larger maximum aperture in a diaphragm. Ito ang lens speed ng Nikon F10, therefore is 3.5, no? Now, faster lens, ay epekto ng faster lens. Now, kung merong lens na mga lens speed na mas malaki pa sa 3.5, merong lens speed na 2, meron pang lens speed na 1.5. So, mas mabilis yan, no? Na tawag natin, no? Faster lens yan kumpara sa 3.5 or 2, no? Kaya, ideal to, halimbawa itong 1.5, ideal talaga to siya. Ideal talaga to siya in taking photograph na ang purpose ay ma-highlight mo ang subject kasi mas malaki dito ang opening. So therefore, mas ma-highlight ang subject. Now, faster lens, ang idea when we talk of faster lens, it has more light will hit the sensor at the shutter speed. Kasi nga, more light in the sense na ang amount of light na makapasok, mas malaki because of the bigger opening. Now, dito tayo sa application nito, no? Ang use sa tinatawag na fast lens. So, may mga, again ha, pag sinabing fast lens, ito yung may pinakamalaking opening. So, for example, in this case, ang imahe na to, kita nyo, grabe pagka-blurry, no? Ang nasa likod, no? Mas na-highlight ang subject, no? It really highlighted the subject kasi makita natin blurred talaga ang area, no? In fact, no, kung tingnan nyo dito, malapit na yung sunod niya nga dito, ano siya, no, may pagka-blurry na, no? Na-emphasize natin ang mukha. So, this is the effect if we have a big opening, no? So, mas meron tayong mga fast lens. Kaya kung i-compare natin, no, 3.5 lang, hindi yan fast. It should be when we say 2 or hindi kaya 1.5. That is a fast lens. So, yung 1.5, makakreate yan ng ganitong pagka-highlight sa subject. Another use of the fast lens, creativity, no? May pagkakuha sa art, no? Like this one, no? Na-highlight natin to siya. Yan. Merong highlight this on this portion. But the immediate surrounding, blurry na siya. So ito, mas na-highlight natin itong mga copy dito. Another is in taking photograph na you will only use the available light at the scene. So you will only use the available light at the scene. So walang masyadong mga side effects, no, mga effects sa mga artificial light dito. Kaya mas na-emphasize ang image. Kaya yun ang gamit ng tinatawag na fast lens. Again, pag sinabing fast lens, it has a big opening. It has a big opening. Let us now go to the next, that is the shutter or the shutter. So again, pag sinabing shutter, it is about the curtain. Shutter curtain na nasa harap ng film. So kumbaga ang shutter, ito siya ang barrier of the rays of light. Ito yung taga-protect ng film para hindi siya necessarily ma-expose. Pero bubuksan to ang shutter para to expose the film. So it functions a lot in controlling the exposure of the film. So it allows light to pass for a determined period of time. Merong, more or less, it's about the determined period of time based on the camera. So the purpose, no? When we say shutter speed, it is about the exposure time or the effective length of time the shutter is open. So shutter speed is expressed in fraction of a second. So let us take, for example, the Nikon FM10, ang shutter speed doon. Nandun ang 1 up to 2,000. So itong 1 up to 2,000, actually, it is not an exact number because it is expressed in a fraction of a second. Kaya ang ibig sabihin ng 1, that is 1 over 1 of a second. 2, 1 over 2 of a second, and so on, up to, in here, 1 over 2,000 of a second. As the number becomes bigger, the faster the shutter speed. Okay? Now, ano tong tinatawag natin na bakit may mga color-coded dito? May color coding, no? Ano to siya? 30 or 1 over 30 of a second. What does it mean? Pag ganyan, no? Ang pinaka-purpose natin yan, ma-emphasize, no? Ano natin ang sa guide, no? Kung ano yung blue. Okay? Itong blue kasi na this is just my guide na give you an idea na isang question na lumabas sa board exams. Itong 31 over 30 of a second. Merong tanong yan, no? Ito siya. The question was, what is the length or the so-called lowest shutter speed available in a handheld photography? Ibig sabihin, hawak kamay mo lang yung camera. Pinakamababang shutter speed na pwede mong gamitin na kamababa na speed. So in a handheld photography, in that board question, it should be 1 over 30 of a second. Why? Because lower than 1 over 30 of a second, kailangan mo na ngayon ng tripod. No? Or even other sturdy support kung wala kang tripod. So what is the effect if there is no tripod? For example, in 1 over 15 and below of a second na shutter speed. Ang epekto nito ay blurry image na this indicates the so-called camera shape, no? Because here recorded. Gumalaw, no? Mas ma-record yung paggalaw ng photographer. Kaya, ang pinakamababang pwedeng magamit na shutter speed in a handheld photography should be 1 over 30 of a second. Okay. So, along the line, no? Pero palang na-encounter natin, no, na question. Before that. What about this red number? No? Ano tong red number na to? 125 or 1 over 155. This indicates that the so-called synchronization number. Ito yun ha. Once na ilagay mo yung flash unit doon sa camera, alam natin ang flash unit is an accessory of the camera. Ibig sabihin, hindi siya essential part or the accompanying part of the camera. Accessory lang siya. So once insert mo ang flash unit into the camera, into your camera, you have to bear in mind the concept of synchronization. Anong ibig sabihin ng synchronization? Simple lang, magsabay, no? At the same time. Kasi ang ibig sabihin ng syn in Latin, ang ibig sabihin nito ay with. Whereas pagka sinabing chronization, from the Latin word na chronos, no? Ang ibig sabihin ng chronos in Latin, ang ibig sabihin niyan time. So simple lang, pag sinabing synchronization, we are referring to two or several things going together at the same time. No? They are going together or at the same time, or they are with each other at the same time. Kaya, ang ibig sabihin dito, ang flash unit at ang camera should function together at the same time. Magsabay sila. So, the timing of camera, shutter, and the flash usually indicated as red number in the shutter speed. Like for example, in this case, no? Oh, itong pula na to, no? Synchronization number 2 siya. Kapag gumamit ka na ng flash unit, you have to set the shutter speed into 1/125. How do you do that? Simple lang, i-align mo to siya dito sa dark line na to, no, naka-line. Kaya dito, no, ang naka-line ay ang 250 na shutter speed. Dapat ito siya, i-align mo dito siya. 1/125. Kaya, kung may flash unit ka na, ilagay mo yan sa 125, fixed na yan, no? Hindi mo na galawin yung shutter speed. So what you will just vary is the aperture. Yun ang tinatawag natin na synchronization, no? Meron din pala na itanong isang concept dito. Ito, guide number na itanong dito siya, no? So, ano tong guide number? Konektado pa rin to siya sa flash unit, no? Ano to siyang dito sa likod ng flash unit, kung i-insert mo na ang flash unit, may makikita kang table dito, yung tinatawag na exposure table. Yun ang tinatawag natin na guide number. So ito yung mag-guide kung ano yung aperture na gagamitin. Remember, kapag ka mag-insert ka na ng flash unit sa camera, you bear in mind the concept of synchronization. So fixed na ang shutter speed. So in an Nikon FM10, 125 yung pula. Basta may pula, no? Doon sa shutter speed dial. So depending on the camera, kung ano yung tinatawag na synchronization number niya, no? Now, tinan nyo dito. So, ano yung nandito na number, no? So, merong sa distance, no, in feet or in meters. So, you have there 5, 7, 5 feet, 7 feet, 10 feet, 13 feet. And then, in terms of meters, 1.5 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, no? And then, ito siya ang film speed, 100, 200, 400. So, paano gamitin ito siya? Simple lang, no? For example, ang distansya ng subject mo ay 10 feet. At ang ginamit mo na film speed is 200. So, 10 feet, 200. So, dito mo lang kung saan nagtagpo ang dalawang number, no? So, ang intersection nila, no? 10 at saka 200, 5.6. Ibig sabihin, ang gagamitin mo na aperture ay 5.6. So, again, fixed lang ang shutter speed, no? Doon sa synchronization number, yung pula. So, another example, kung 400 ang shutter, yung film speed na ginamit mo, at ang distance ng subject ay 2 meters. So 400, 2 meters, dito lang. 11 ang aperture, no? So that's how to use the so-called guide number. Ano yung laman ng guide number? So, natin para ma-emphasize natin yan, for us to be able to address, for you to be able to address should there be a question again on this topic, guide number. Ano yung nandun? Ang distance, and then the film speed, and then the third one is the so-called aperture. So tatlong bagay, no, ang makita mong data with regard to the guide number: the distance, the film speed, and the aperture. So nakadepende kung ano yung gamitin mo na aperture sa distance at saka film speed na ginamit. Distance ng photographer to the subject at film speed na ginamit. So nakadepende kung ano yung okay? So ito sa synchronization. Dito, merong naitanong sa board examinations. Let us consider this one. Yeah. What is the usual problem encountered by the photographer in using a flash unit? So, our answer is synchronization. Kapag yun na ang isipin, no? Pag gumamit ka ng flash unit, insert mo doon sa camera, you have to bear in mind this concept of synchronization. Okay, let us continue. So, I'm sorry. Okay, so let us continue. We learned earlier, no? Pagka sinabing shutter speed, it is based on the predetermined time. So again, kung ang pinag-usapan natin ay Nikon FM10, so sa na-consider natin earlier, no? Sa Nikon FM10, so nandun ang 1, 2, 4, 8, no? And then 15, 30, 60. Then nakita natin na up to ano yan, 2,000. So, sa Nikon FM10 or even other cameras, na may mga number dyan na nakalagay, yun ang tinatawag natin na predetermined number of the shutter speed. So in other words, in general, we could say ang shutter speed is based on the preset time na nandun sa isang camera. It is a predetermined time in a particular type of camera. Pero there are settings of the shutter speed na hindi siya naka-base doon sa predetermined time na nakalagay, no? So, kailan gagamitin? Lalo na ito sa mga madidilim, no? Na mga lugar. So, halimbawa, kung you need to use you need to have much longer time for the shutter curtain to open. Kailangan, no, na gamit ka ng tinatawag na bulb setting or di kaya ang T setting, no? What is bulb setting or the B setting? So, ang ano dito, it keeps the shutter open as long as the shutter release is held. Hanggat nakapress ang shutter release button, ang kamay, kapress yan, the shutter curtain will remain open. Pagka bitawan na yan, saka pa magsarado. Now, in the case of the setting, iba dito siya. It keeps the shutter open until the shutter release is pressed again. So pagka-press ng ganyan, bukas yan. You need to press again para maisarado mo ang shutter. Okay, tingnan natin ang dito, no? Sample. So, bulb setting ang nandito, no? B setting. So, kung sobrang dilim ng lugar or kulang sa light, you need to have much longer time than the predetermined time. Like, kaya dito, 1, 2, 4, 8, 15. So, sabihin natin kung 1/1 second na mabagal talaga na siya to speed, pero kung kulang pa rin to siya, that's the time that you will have to have B setting. Kaya i-align mo dapat itong B na to dito. You have to align this one dito sa portion na to. Okay? Now, so example dito, no? Kuha ka ng litrato. You want to highlight, no, yung tinatawag natin na road light, no? Na nandito sa daan, no? Light na yan. So, kung tingnan natin, kulang talaga sa light to siya. Kaya, ang scene kulang sa light, kaya you need to have much longer time para ang light ay maka-expose sa film. So, along that line, let us go to the actual board question, no, na kita ko kanina, pero I hope na hindi nyo na may sagot na doon, no? So please do participate in answering. O, sagutin ninyo, please. Okay. Again, people, pasensya na, napaka-technical talaga, no, ng photography. Kaya, this requires a lot of concentration. Hindi nyo makuha kagad ng isang ano to siya. Kaya, you may refer later on, no? I-review nyo ulit ang recorded video dito. Kasi, talagang napaka-technical ng subject nito. We cannot do otherwise kasi mga tanong din sa board exams, you need to anticipate, we need to anticipate right now, especially na bago na ang curriculum and then mas ano na mga board examiners, kaya i-anticipate natin yung possibility na mahirap ang mga tanong. So, tinandaw natin yung sagot. Parang tama yata lahat, no? So, okay, ang tanong, this is an actual question, ha? So, ang tanong, what is the camera setting to use in taking photograph at night? So, photograph at night and when no available natural and artificial light. So, hindi kailangan na maggamit ka ng artificial light, ha? So, in that regard, ang sagot ninyo, which is letter B, is correct. Bulb setting. So, yung na ipakita natin kanina. Kung walang bulb setting, T setting. So, let us now continue. Okay. What are the factors to consider in setting the shutter speed? So, ito yung mga factors when we set the shutter speed. Una, the light sensitivity of the film. Ibig sabihin, ang film speed, no? Gaano ka-sensitive ang film in capturing whatever light there is in the scene. So it is determined through its ISO. So that is why kung ang ginamit mo na film ay fast film, pwede kang gumamit ng fast shutter speed. Hindi pwede na slow film ang ginamit mo at saka fast shutter speed ang setting mo sa shutter speed. Hindi yan pwede. Ang mangyari niyan, underexposure, kulang sa light. No? Dapat mag-jive ang dalawa. So kung kailangan mong gumamit ng fast shutter speed, you have to make sure na ang film ay fast. Kung ang ginamit mo naman ay slow film, dapat gamit ka rin ng slow shutter speed. Or slow shutter speed ang gamitin mo, so pwede yung slow film. Tingnan natin ang example. Like in this instance, obviously, photographer dito, ang pinaka-purpose niya ay gusto niya ma-capture, gusto niya ma-freeze in the air ang movement na to. Mayroong danger sa ganito na klase, no? In the sense na posibleng madilim ang kuha ng trato kung ang gamit niya ay hindi tugma sa fast shutter speed. Kaya kailangan niyang gumamit ng fast film para at least hindi madilim ang kuha. No? In the case of slow film, slow shutter speed ang gamitin. Slow shutter speed. Ang gustong ma-highlight dito ng photographer ay ang kissing scene, no? Kawawa yung mga wala pang mga boyfriend, girlfriend, kanyan. You will not experience this one. So makita natin, no, na slow ang shutter speed dito kasi kita mo yun, blurry ang kuha sa frame. Kasi ito, nagpapakita to siya na there is movement, no? Kaya kung gusto mong ma-emphasize ang movement ng isang bagay, kaya ito, maipakita mo na talagang gumagalaw itong train na to Kasi makita mo yung ang blur dito sa movement ng train, na-emphasize. Kaya ang gagamitin mo in that situation, you have to use slow shutter speed. Kung, on the other hand, kung ang gusto mong maipakita ay parang hindi gumagalaw ang train or parang ang dating ay na-freeze mo ang movement, then you have to have fast shutter speed. So next, factor to consider, the lighting condition. So for example, if you have low lighting condition, kulang sa light, ang ibig sabihin, dapat ang shutter speed mo ay slow. Kasi nga, kulang sa light. Kung adequate lighting condition naman, you can use fast shutter speed. No? Kasi maliwanag naman. No? Tingnan natin example. In this particular scene, no? Tapit hapon to siya, no? At dusk na malapit na yung paggabi dito. Malapit ng gabi. No? Kaya, in this regard, gusto may pakita ng photographer, no? Yung scene with the ambient light na nandyan. So in this regard, kulang sa light, low lighting condition, you have to have, or the photographer should use slow shutter speed. Another is when you have adequate lighting. Kaya nito, na-freeze niya ang action, fast shutter speed. Pwede niya magawa yan kasi well-lighted ang scene. Next, the motion of the subjects on different angles, whether across, whether moving towards, whether diagonal. So depending on the different angles, no? Kaya Depende dito, no? Towards the camera, diagonal, or across the camera. So, depende din sa subject, pedestrian, jogger, sprinter, cyclist, city traffic, racing car. So, depende, no? So, mag-differ ang tinatawag na shutter speed. So, depending on how you will present the movement of the subject, no? So, it also depends on the direction of the travel of the subject. Is it towards the camera, or is it diagonal, or is it across the camera? Another is the purpose of the photographs to be taken. Depende sa purpose ng photographer. So, for example, in this case, yung tinatawag natin na maximizing sharpness. So, dito, tingnan natin, no? Maximize, no? Maganda ang depth of field dito. No? Klaro ang, ano? Ay, sorry. Sorry. Well, ito muna. Okay, let us get back. I'm sorry, no? May na-click tayo dito. So, balik tayo dito, no? The purpose of the photographs to be taken. So, kung tingnan natin, no? Itong picture na to. So, ito yung pinakamalapit, malinaw, ang imahe na to. Ang pinakamalayo ito. So, look at it, no? Ang sharpness ng nasa pinakamalayo at saka yung pinakamalapit, more or less, they have equal sharpness, no? So, we are here talking about maximizing sharpness. In this case, ang shutter speed na gagamitin should be slow. Bakit slow? Because kailangan nyo ng small aperture. Tandaan natin, yung small aperture, ang resulta ng small aperture ay good depth of field. Yung kapag small ang aperture, kaya it will result to good depth of field. Kaya ang nearest at ang farthest object is said to be of equal sharpness. Equal ang sharpness nila. There is equal sharpness dito. Basta small ang aperture. Ngayon, para mag-compensate, makabawi. Kasi kung maliit ang opening, kulang sa light ito. No? So, para hindi madilim, kailangan ang shutter speed ay matagal-tagal magsarado para it allows more time for light to expose the film. So another is nightscapes. So if low shutter speed, anong course ang aperture ay small. So slow and then small. Mhm. And then, creative blur. No? Gusto ma-emphasize ng photographer ang movement na umiikot to siya by producing this blur. So kaya ang shutter speed should be set to slow para mag-compensate na slow ang shutter speed, ang aperture should be small. The aperture should be small. Next. Oh, in the fight between Bradley and Pacquiao. So, ang pinaka priority ng photographer dito ay fast shutter speed. Meaning to say, the photographer wants to freeze the action, no? Ang movement ng mga fighters, no? Kaya ang ano dito, fast shutter speed para makabawi kasi naturally dito ang mangyari fast shutter speed. Less time for light to expose the film. That is why ang aperture dito na gagamitin should be big. The aperture should be big. Sorry. We have to set the aperture into big. So, kung tinan niyo dito, observe carefully. Malinaw nga si Pacquiao at saka si Bradley. Pero, yung nasa likod, no, na si Kenny Bayless, lapit lang sila, no, ni Pacquiao at saka ni Bradley. Pero, bakit blurry na siya? Because again, bringing you back to the effect, kasi nga, basta ang aperture ay big, no? If you have a big aperture, the effect is that ang depth of field ay poor, no? Kaya yan ang epekto. In fact, kung tinan nyo dito, no, may mga audience pa nandun sa itaas. Lapit lang din sila, hindi klaro. Okay. Let us bring the two together, no? Compare natin yung dalawa. So, kung tingnan natin dito, obviously, ang scene na to ay it has a good depth of field. Whereas ang scene na to, poor depth of field. So to be able to do that, no? Dapat tama ang combination between the aperture and the shutter speed. Kaya ang shutter speed dito sa scene na to, and then ang aperture ganito, no? Gustong ma-create yung image niya na equal sharpness ang pinaka nasa harap hanggang sa pinaka nasa likod. Ang aperture in that situation should be small, as we have discussed already, no? Small. Pero since ang aperture na small ay maliit lang ang amount na light dito na maka-expose sa film, kailangan merong mahababang time para ma-expose ng light ang film. Therefore, dito ang shutter speed should be slow. Okay? In this case, ang pinaka-priority ng photographer ay ma-capture ang action in the air. Freeze the action. So therefore, ang priority nito ay ang shutter speed. The shutter speed should be fast. No? Mabilis, no? So para hindi siya magiging underexposed kasi nga fast ang pagbukas ng shutter speed. So dapat mag-compensate, makabawi ang aperture. So, kung fast, dapat big. No? Dapat big. So that's the combination of the shutter speed and the aperture. It really depends on the purpose of the photographer. Okay, let us now go to this one. Ano pala yung exposure? Anong ibig sabihin natin ng exposure? Exposure is actually the combination of the aperture, no, ang pag-combine ng aperture at saka shutter speed. So both control the amount of light reaching the film. So if the aperture or the lens opening, no, is smaller, maliit ang lens opening, shutter speed or the time the shutter is open should be longer. Ang ibig sabihin, slow. No? Slower. So kung bigyan pa natin ng additional ano dito, kung bigger ang opening, ang combination naman dito is shorter. Or faster. No? That's the combination. No? So, yung sinasabi natin, no, na pag small ang opening, longer. Pag big ang opening, or longer or slower. Pag big ang opening, fast. No? Yun ang tinatawag na compensation, bawi-bawi. No? So, for example, pag malaki ng butas, no? Okay lang, no? Parang sa totoong buhay. Kung malaki ang butas, bilisan. No? Kasi malaki ang butas. Kapag maliit ang butas, dapat hinay-hinay lang para swabe ang dating. No? So, ganyan, parang sa totoong buhay. No? Pag malaki ang butas, bilisan. Pag maliit ang butas, bagalan or hinay-hinay lang para swabe. Okay, let us continue with the next. Oh, ito. Kung tingnan natin ang set dito ng aperture, no, ang aperture dito at ang shutter speed, no? Mula sa f2 hanggang sa f16, the same amount of light will reach the field. Kung meron mang kaibahan, ito yung tinatawag natin na depth of field. Kasi dito, yung may pinakamalit, it has the greatest depth of field. So, tinan natin dito, no, ng close or zoom in na na view. So, pinakamalaki ang butas, dapat pinakamabilis ito. So, kung nilitan natin ang butas dito, it should be set into slower, naging slower na ang shutter speed. That is why if we have the smallest opening ulang sa light dito, dapat mag-compensate. Mahaba-haba ang panahon na ang light ay makapasok sa film. No? So, maka-expose sa film. Kaya, 1/15. Kapag malaki ang butas, kunti lang ang time. No? Kaya, mabilis. No? So, the same amount of light na makapasok at saka maka-expose sa film. Now, natandaan natin kanina, meron tayong tanong. No? Merong tanong kanina, standing question that we were not able, but that we skipped in answering. No? Hindi natin sinagot kasi kailangan natin na ma-take up muna ang patungkol sa aperture at saka shutter speed. Ito yung tanong na to. Okay. Ito yung tanong. No? In a bright sunlight, the aperture and shutter speed combination is f11 1/125. O sige. Sagot muna kayo. Sige, come on. Okay. Oh, ito. Kindly participate people, no? Para at least magising din kayo, no? Alam ko, ano na, mababa na ang level of concentration. I can understand, no? Kasi photography subject talagang mabigat na subjecto. Highly technical ang discussion dito. Much more difficult to siya kumpara sa fingerprints. Okay, sagutin natin, no? In a bright sunlight, the aperture and shutter speed combination is f11. Ito yung aperture. And then 1/125 per second ang shutter speed. Given the same shutter speed, no? Same lang, no? 1/125. What is the aperture to use in a dull sunlight? Okay, tinan natin ha. Nung na-discuss natin ang kinds of sunlight, we have yung pinakamaliwanag sa lahat is yung bright sunlight. Pagkatapos niyan, kung kulang konti ng light, we have the hazy sunlight. Mas kulang ang light dito pag ang pinag-usapan ay dull sunlight. Okay? Dito sa tanong na to, given ang aperture sa bright sunlight, we have f11 and then 1/125 na shutter speed, no? So, ang tanong ay ito siya ang hinahanap sa tanong. Ano kaya ang aperture na gagamitin dito sa dull sunlight? So, let us first remember, no, na if we compare bright sunlight, no, if we compare the two, so in terms of the abundance of light at saka hazy sunlight, compare natin to siya, naturally we would say na ang bright sunlight mas maliwanag. Hazy sunlight, kulang sa light. If we compare, ito siya, compare naman natin ang hazy sunlight at saka dull sunlight, we would say na ang light dito ay mas maliwanag kumpara dito sa dull sunlight, no? Yun ang pinaka-observation natin. Kaya mas maliwanag bright sunlight and then sunod niyan hazy sunlight and then dull sunlight, no? Ibig sabihin natin dito sa punto na to, no? Kung ang aperture na given dito is f11 at ito yung tinanong, no? Ito siya ang gusto nating malaman. We cannot get direct to the dull sunlight unless we know first kung ano yung aperture dapat sa hazy sunlight. So again sa bright sunlight, ito yung aperture. Ngayon, kulang sa liwanag papunta sa hazy sunlight, ay anong gawin natin sa aperture? Liitan or lakihan? Kylie, answer. Anong gawin natin dito? Liitan o lakihan ang aperture mula sa bright sunlight papunta sa hazy sunlight? Kung ang bright sunlight F11 and then papunta sa hazy sunlight, ano ngayon ang aperture? Liitan o lakihan? Kelly, answer muna ano na ang sagot natin? Liitan o lakihan? No, I'm talking of the aperture, yung butas mismo, not just the number. Not just the number. No? Ano siya? Ang sagot natin dito is malaki or liitan or lakihan, no? Liitan or di kaya lakihan. Yun ang sagot, ang dapat isagot natin, no? Liitan or lakihan. Doon din muna sa number. Okay, tama. Lakihan. Lakihan dapat natin ang aperture kasi nga kulang sa light eh. So ang tanong ngayon, sunod. Kung lakihan natin ang opening, ang aperture, in terms of the F number, anong number dito? Maliit, malaki. So in terms of F number in terms of F number, anong number? A number malaki, big, or is it small? Sige, ano natin? Sigot. Yes. Kasi nga, ang maliit na number ay may malaking opening. No? Tandaan natin, no? Bata pa lang, malaki na ang butas. Nung tumanda na, lumiit ang butas. Kaya, dito, ang sunod na malaking opening dito ay ang may sunod na maliit na opening. Maliit na number. Kaya, ang sunod na malaki dito sa F11 ay F8. No? So, therefore, F8 to siya. Kasi ang F8 ay mas may malaking opening kumpara sa F11. No? It should be very clear. In terms of F number, ang may maliit na F number, yun ang may malaking opening. Okay? Ngayon, balik tayo dito. Mula sa F8 or mula sa hazy sunlight, papunta dito sa dull sunlight, alam natin, kulang yan sa light, no? Anong gawin natin, no, sa aperture? Liitan ang opening or lakihan ang opening or small ang opening? Is it a big opening or small opening? Okay, so go. Okay, big, lakihan. Yes, tama. Lakihan natin ang opening kasi kulang sa light dito eh. So, in terms of the F number, big ang number or small ang number? Yes, no? In terms of the number, para masabi natin na F number, malaki ang opening, ang number doon should be small, no? Kasi nalaman natin, palagi ko emphasize, na bata pa lang, malaki ng butas. Nung tumanda na, lumiit ang butas. Kaya, ang sunod na malaking butas dito sa F number dito sa F8 na sunod na mas malaki ay ito dapat 5.6. So the answer therefore is letter B, 5.6. Okay, I hope na may nakuha tayong lesson dito. Gusto kong na-emphasize ko to siya kasi ito, sigurado tayo na meron talagang similar kung ang board examinations by December 2022 ay talagang tutuhanin ng mga board examiners na merong situational application, ito, sigurado, application to na concept, no? Application to na klase na question. Kaya you prepare for this eventuality, no? Huwag nating basta-bastahin ang topic, no? You have to be able to exhaust all possibilities. Kaya nga, nasabi ko kanina na importante talaga na mag-test ka din sa sarili mo. I-test mo. I-exhaust mo lahat ng mga possibilities para you can prepare in advance kung ano yung mga possibilities in a particular topic, ano yung mga possible na mga questions. No? Next. Okay, let us go to the next. Okay. Natin na. Ito, lumabas sa last, last December board examinations, lumabas po ang bracketing. Ano yung bracketing? Kung ang situation ay kukuha ka ng litrato, hindi ka sigurado ba kung tama ba yung exposure mo. Kaya, para mapasigurado mo, ang kunin mo, kuha ka ng mga ilang exposure, no? Like for example, ang bracketing minimum of 3 photographs, no? Ito yung gawin, no? You have 3 photographs. So in the same scene, no? Tatlo ang photograph. Halimbawa, naka-decide ka na yun ang exposure mo. Like for example, F11. Example lang ha. Di ba? F11 and then 1/125 ang combination mo sa aperture at saka shutter speed. So, hindi ka sure. O, kung hindi ka sure niyan, siguro gawin mo na i-overexpose mo konti. So, F8 kasi mas malaki ang opening dito. So, you're not sure, no? So, i-overexpose mo. So, save lang ang shutter speed. And then, again, para mas masigurado, i-underexpose mo konti dito. So, F16. So, F8. Okay. And then, F16. No? Parang ang dating merong insurance shots. No? So, 3 photographs ang kinuha mo. Okay? That's about bracketing. Kaya dito, no? Tingnan natin, no? Merong normal exposure, overexposure, underexposure. Para makasigurado ka na later on, you will decide kung anong gusto mong piliin. Overexposure ba, normal exposure, or underexposure. Okay, na-discuss na natin yan, yung question. You can just pass this one. Ang tinatawag na inverse square law, ang ibig sabihin yan, habang nasa malapit ka sa light source or yung we are talking here plus unit, mas marami ang light na nandun. No? So in other words, kung malayo ka, wala sa light. No? Kaya yun ang tinatawag na inverse square law. Sila tayo na-take up to. No? Take up na natin to siya yesterday. So, dito tayo sa let me go direct to muna. Dito ko muna, balikan natin yung chemical processing, development, ganyan. Dito muna tayo sa crime scene photography para at least ma-emphasize natin. Balikan natin yung topic na yan later on. Dito muna tayo sa crime scene photography. Okay, dito tayo, crime scene photography. But then we get back later on the chemical processing. So, sa crime scene photography, there are three types of photographs. General photograph, mid-range photograph, and then close-up photograph. Okay? Yun yung tatlong klase photograph at the crime scene. Okay? Now, let us start with the general photograph. I-ano natin dito direct to the point tayo. Yung mga merong actual na question, no? Yung mga concept na naitanong sa actual na board exams. It is also known as long range or overall photographs. Merong question yan, no? Overall photographs. And sa isang board question, ito yung nakita natin na description. It is the first photograph shots of the crime scene. So, kasi nga tatlong klase ang photograph nandun sa crime scene, no? Ang una, yung general photograph. Tinawag siyang first photograph shots. Ang purpose nito is to get the best picture of the scene. The best feature of the scene. So, ma-emphasize ang crime scene dito. So, hindi pa ang ang focus nito, hindi pa yung physical evidence. Rather, yung crime scene maipakita. And then, lumabas din sa board exams ang tinatawag na term na total take. No? So, tanda natin yung total take na yan, term na yan, hindi yan ibig sabihin na ilan ang nakuhang evidence, no? Litrato ng ilang nakuhang evidence, hindi. So, ang question dito na lumabas ay dalawa. Patungkol sa meaning at saka patungkol sa purpose. In terms of meaning, the total take is said to be taking all the angles of the scene, at ang purpose is to reflect the entire area. Na yung pagkasulat natin dito. Okay, balik tayo rito sa kwan. So, again, no? Lumabas tong term na total take. Dalawa yung board question dito. Una, yung itanong patungkol sa kanyang meaning. So, dito, purpose is to get all the angles of the scene. At then, naitanong din ang purpose, no? Yung purpose nito. The purpose is to reflect the entire area. So, na yung meaning at saka yung tinatawag na purpose. So, naitanong din ang focal length. What is the focal length of the lens being used, no? In this particular type of photograph? The answer is wide angle lens. Next is the methods. Lumabas dito siyang methods na to, ha? And one is the four corner shots, and the other one overlapping shots. So, ano yung overlapping shots na tinatawag? Okay, let me emphasize this one on overlapping shots. So, ang overlapping shots, no? When to use the so-called overlapping shots? Una, when there are evidence on the walls. No? Kung merong evidence doon sa walls na kita, so hindi lang yung doon makita nakalatag doon sa floor, kundi nandun sa walls. Importante ang overlapping shots. Another, where will the photographer stand? Sigot natin dito, at a vantage point. Anong ibig sabihin ng vantage point? Ito yung area sa crime scene na makita niya ang buong scene. No? And of course, it should be in a place na walang evidence na maapakan. No? So, it could be in a place na kitang-kita mo lahat, pero ang problema, may posible kang maapakan na ebidensya. Mali din yun. No? So, it should be in a place na makita mo ang buong scene and there should be no evidence that will be trampled upon. Another is description. Ang description niya. The object on the right, ito yung sa actual question na lumabas. No? The object on the right of the previous photograph will be found on the left of the subsequent photographs. O, anong ibig sabihin yan? O, ito. Sabi niyo, the object on the right of the previous photograph, sa naunang photograph, will be found on the subsequent photographs. Tignan niyo, ha? So, kung ito yung tinatawag natin na, okay, ito na lang, yung four corners natin. Ito yung four corners natin. So, ang photographer will stand at a vantage point. Let us suppose, pinaka nasa gitna, vantage point yan. Dapat walang mga evidence dito na maapakan. So, ang first photograph niya ito. Dapat merong reference point, merong object, no? Na makita niya dito sa kanan. Let us suppose may object diyan sa kanan. So, ito yung unang trato. Okay? Ito yung you have the image on the right. Pagdating sa second photograph or sa subsequent photograph, ang image na nasa kanan sa unang photograph, sa previous photograph, nandito sa kaliwa na. Nasa left na siya. So ito naman ang nasa right. Pagdating sa sunod na naman na litrato, it will be found on the left. No? Karon din dito. Okay? So, it will become on the left. Karon din dito. Ito yung right ngayon. But it will become on the left pag dito na may kuha na sunod na litrato. And then, ganun din dito. So, 6 and then 7. Ikot. No? So, that is what we call as overlap shots. Nagdugtong-dugtong, no, ang mga kuha dito. So, overlapping shots yan. Next. Okay, itong four corner shots. Okay, ang four corner shots, ganito siya. Should be taken from the four corners of the crime scene. So let us suppose ito yung unang shot. So, standing from that position, from that direction, nasa northwest side ang photographer. Then northeast, and then southeast, and then southwest. Okay, so kuha ang buong scene. Pero this is more or less, mas ano to siya kung ang gustong ang mga makuhang evidence ay nandun sa wall, nandun sa floors. Pero kung may mga evidence na nandun sa walls, maganda yung overlapping shots. So, they can be taken, no, ang dalawa, for corner shots at saka overlapping shots. Next. So, sample dito, no? So, they go hand in hand, no? Ang photograph will go hand in hand with the sketch. So, ito yung una. So, yun ang litrato. Kuha. Kaya dito may table, no? Meron din table dito. And then, so itong pangalawang litrato, no? Dito yung computer, yan. Yung lamesa. So ito naman, no? Kita, yung shirt dito, yung clothes dito, yan. And the other one. So kita pa rin ang cloth. So, ang sketch dito at ang photograph, they go hand in hand. Okay? Now, ang sunod na litrato ay yung tinatawag na mid-range photograph or medium-range photograph. No? It is also known as evidence-establishing photograph. Ibig sabihin, this is a type of photograph na it will establish where the photograph was, where the evidence was taken at the scene. So, ibig sabihin, it will give the anyone, no, na interested in the photograph an idea kung saan nakita ang evidence. No? In other words, hindi pwedeng kukuha ka diretsa ng litrato ng evidence, close up ng evidence, kung wala ka nito. No? So this one goes hand in hand with the close up photograph. So again, this established where the evidence was found at the crime scene. The purpose it frames the item of evidence with easily recognized landmark. Ang ibig sabihin ng landmark ay palatandaan. No? Halimbawa lang, no? Merong isang lamesa dito. And then, sa itaas ng lamesa, merong firearm ito. Hindi ka kaagad kukuha ng close-up photograph ng firearm. Kailangan mong makakuha ng photograph na maipakita mo na ang firearm na yan ay nasa no? Hindi ka agad ka kukuha ng close-up photograph dito without you first showing that this particular firearm was found on top of the table. So, ibig sabihin natin, ang table dito, no? Ang table dito, ito yung landmark. Ito yung tinatawag natin na evidence establishing photograph. Ang lamesa ang nagbibigay ng idea na doon pala nakita ang evidence on top of the table. Okay? So, ang lamesa ang tinatawag natin na, ang pagkuha ng litrato sa lamesa ang tinatawag natin na mid-range photograph. No? The photograph that established where the evidence was located at the scene. So again, the purpose of the mid-range is to it frames the item of evidence with easily recognized landmark. So palatandaan kung saan nakuha ang evidence. There is no detail yet of the evidence. Wala pang detalye dito. Hindi pa nga na-emphasize ang evidence dito. Nakita ang evidence pero ang pagpapakita sa kanya ay just to show na where that evidence was found at the crime scene. It goes hand in hand with the close-up photograph. When we say hand in hand, ang ibig sabihin nito, walang silbi ang close-up photograph kung hindi mo malitratuhan mo na ang photograph where as to where the photograph was the evidence was found at the crime scene. So kaya importante ito siya, no? And then the focal length of the lens being used. You know, focal length. Ang focal length of the lens being used is normal lens. Or yung tinatawag natin na 50 mm. Okay? Now, let us now go to close up. So, tapos na, no? Nakuha na natin ang tinatawag na evidence establishing photograph. So, we are able to establish, we are able to give anyone, no, na interested in viewing the photograph an orientation where the evidence was located at the scene. So, dito tayo, no? Close-up photograph, the purpose of which is to get the best picture of the nature of evidence. So, may pakita dito ang best picture of the evidence. So, it is exposed with macro lens. And it allows the viewer to see all evident detail on the item of evidence. So, may pakita dito, no? Lahat ng mga detalye, no, ng item of evidence kasi na close up. So, ang purpose ng macro lens, ang macro lens kasi itong lens talaga na to, ang ideal in close-up photograph because pwedeng ma-establish ang tinatawag na 1:1 image. Ang ibig sabihin ng 1:1 image ay life size. Halimbawa na lang, no? Ang fingerprint na nakita sa crime scene, at suppose kanya, no, fingerprint na nakita sa crime scene. Dapat kunan siya ng litrato in its actual size. So close up in its life size, no? Para if later on, if it is blown up, hindi magtaka yung mga abogado, yung mga or there will not be any reason for the opposing lawyer to make some argument na paano naging ganyan kalaki ang fingerprint na yan. Fingerprint pa yan ng higante or yung giant. So walang siyang ganyan na mga arguments, no? Mga unnecessary arguments. Because you can show, ang photographer can show na yung tinatawag na life-size image ng isang evidence, no? So, in other words, ang life-size image, ito yung pinaka-basis, no, ng blown up photo of the evidence, no? No purpose, no? And then, in here, in how the photographer will take photograph, he gets close, lalapit siya, at saka i-fill up niya lahat ng evidence doon sa loob ng kanyang camera. May pasok niya doon. No? Fills the frame with the evidence itself para masabi natin na close up. No? And it is taken with or without scale. No? With or without a scale. Tingnan natin ang mga na-encounter natin ng mga board question dito. So please do participate in answering this one, actual question. Oh, sigutin niyo muna, no? Please. Okay, so question na to, no? Ang sabi dito, what is the last photograph shot? Yung pinaka-keyword natin dito. What is the last photograph shot at the crime scene? Pagka sinabing last photograph shots at the crime scene, we are therefore talking about close-up. Kasi ang close-up ay ang pinaka last photograph shot, no, at the crime scene. So, close-up dapat, no? Ang tanong, saan dyan matawag natin na close-up? Where in the following would we say na may close-up? No? Kung ang po indicating the victim, ito siya in answering multiple choice question, ito yung tinatawag natin na apopenia. In psychology, pag sinabing apopenia, ito yung you are imagining things. No? You imagine things na wala naman dapat. No? You are simply imagining. Therefore, mali ang victim. Bakit sinabi natin na you're simply imagining? Kasi hindi naman sinabi sa tanong na merong biktima na nakandusay, no, nandun sa crime scene. No? Okay, pagpalagay natin, dapat merong victim, sir. Well, hindi lahat ng crime or crime scene merong biktima na nakandusay dito doon sa crime scene. So, what if ang crime ay robbery? Sabihan mo yung biktima na babae, sexy, maganda. Higa kami, siga ka para maipakita natin dito sa litrato na merong biktima. Mali, no? So, pag ganyan ang sagot mo, yun ang tinatawag natin na apopenia. So, ang apopenia, ang ibig sabihin yan, imagination, but there is no basis of seeing that one. O kaya, wrong ang victim. No? Meron bang sa crime scene photography na meron bang modus operandi na litrato? Kukunin siya sa 3 photographs, no? General, medium, at saka close-up. Meron bang tinatawag natin na modus operandi siya? Wala. No? So, hindi yan kasali. Although, meron tayong mga litratong kinukuha, kinukolect lang, no? Halimbawa, yung mga martilyo gang. Kung sa crime scene, may makita tayo, no? Na mga bunga ng pwede na maiwan ang martilyo o di kaya may magpapakita na ang mga bagay ay binasag, no, gamit ang martilyo. So, pwede kunin yung litrato na yan, ang close-up na yan, no, para mabigyan ng, ng analysis as to its modus operandi. Pero wala tayong litrato na specifically for modus operandi to. La, therefore, wrong yan. So, we are left with letter C and letter D. Evidence being taken out. Letter D. Meron bang litrato? Halimbawa, ito. Na-process na ang mga members sa team. Halimbawa, kukunin yung evidence, no? Papalabas. Meron bang mga litrato na, uy, pre, kunan mo ako ng litrato, pre, para ilabas ko yung evidence. Kasi sabi dito, evidence being taken out. Is that the last photograph of the crime scene? No, of course, that is wrong. It should be escape, route, or route. No? because I wasn't able to give you this one, but at this point in time, let me put emphasis dito, no? Na sa pagkuha ng close-up, ang pinaka-emphasis dito ay ang makuha yung tinatawag na close-up on the entrance, no? Entrance and the exit, no? Tingnan yung entrance, yung trato sa entrance na yan, yung point of entry, no? Kasi may mga evidence doon, yung close up ng point of entry and then point of exit. That is why ang sagot natin dito, escape route, because this talks of the exit, no? Which is one of the emphasis when we talk of close up, no? One of the emphasis of close up photograph, entrance and exit. Okay? Etong concept na to, lumabas pala ito sa board exams to. Ito. Gusto ko lang i-insert yan, no? If the firearm itself cannot be presented in court, or the firearm cannot be presented in court, can photograph of the same be presented instead? Ang firearm ay subject of the crime, ay hindi siya ma-present sa korte. Pwede ba ma-present instead of the firearm ang litrato? Sagot natin, no. Because the firearm itself should be presented. Because ang original, ang firearm mismo, no, ang i-present, no? Pero of course, in this case, ang photograph, matawag natin na secondary evidence lang, no? It is allowed only if the item of the evidence is, for example, immovable. Like, for example, building. O, hindi mo madala ang building doon sa korte. So, pwede yung litrato. Or kahit na movable ang evidence, pero its presentation in court is against public policy and sentiment. For example, magdala ka doon ng dead body, no? Sa korte. So, pwede doon ang litrato, no? Pero patungkol sa firearm, so sa tanong na yan, pwede ba ang firearm, ang litrato ng firearm? No, dapat ang firearm mismo ang i-present, no? So, lang, na-insert ko lang yan kasi just recall, no, na mayroong board question relating to that one. Okay, so let us now go to chemical processing. So, punta tayo dito, no, sa chemical processing. Okay, let us go to this topic. Now, this is gonna be the last topic. Although this is the last, pero importante ito siya, no? Marami din na item o the actual board exams na naitanong dito. Okay? So, chemical processing of the film. So, in the case of black and white processing, ang step, development, stop bath, and then fixation. In the case of color processing, ang step naman ay development, stop fix, at saka stabilizer. Ito ng topic na to dapat, na to ngayon obsolete na to na, dapat digital photography na dapat yun. Pero again, gaya ng sabi ko, nasa PRC syllabus, nasa curriculum pa rin sa CHED, we need to take this up. No? So, we still have to wait in the near future na talagang maialis na to na topic, no? Start tayo sa development. So, pag sinabing development, always remember, ang pinaka-keyword dito ay convert. Conversion. Anong i-convert? Ang tinatawag na latent image. The latent image is converted into visible image. Remember, ang silver halide, no? Na-expose, no? So, dito, black and white, reducing the exposed silver halide. Pag sinabing reducing dito, it is equivalent also to conversion. Reducing the exposed silver halide crystals na magiging black silver, nung na-expose siya, nagiging black silver siya, into metallic silver. Kasi itong metallic silver, ito na yung visible. No? Now, in the case of color emulsion, ang developed silver ay palitan lang, no? Replace with cyan, yellow, at saka magenta. Because nandito sa cyan, no? Sa loob ng cyan, ang kulay na pula or those related, no? Malapit sa pula. No? Nandito din sa yellow, blue, or other colors akin to blue. And dito sa magenta, nandito din ang green or those colors na malapit dito sa green. Okay? Next is stop bath. So, stop bath, ang purpose nito is to halt the development of the film, the plate or paper by either washing off or developing chemical or neutralizing it. So pagkatapos ng stop bath, no, ang sunod dito ay fixation. So ang keyword dito ay remove. Anong i-remove? Ang hindi na-exposed na silver halide. Bakit kailangan siya i-remove? Because ang effects, no, kung hindi siya ma-remove, no, walang fixing. So, kung hindi siya na-remove, ito yung epekto. The remaining silver halide, kasi hindi pa yan na-remove. Kung ma-expose siya sa light, it quickly darkens and causes the so-called fogging of the image. Kaya kailangan siya i-remove. Kung ma-remove na, ang epekto nito, it leaves behind the reduced metallic silver. Makita na, no? Forming the image makes the film insensitive to further action by the light. So, hindi na siya ma-expose kapag ma-remove na yan. Kaya importante yung fixation. Okay, how film processing is being done. I'd like to go to summary dito para mas maka-conserve tayo ng time. This is the summary. Essentials in film development. Una, you have to prepare the developer. So, kailangan ang temperature ng developer bago mo siya talaga i-gamitin, no? It should be room temperature, that is 20 degrees Celsius to 21 degrees Celsius. Or in terms of Fahrenheit, that is 68 degrees to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That is why one of the equipment na makita natin sa darkroom you should have thermometer para ma-determine natin ang temperature, no? So ang developer, ang temperature nito pagkatapos na mix na, it should be room temperature. Now, ito yung magic number natin. Sa development, the magic number should be 5. So it could be more than 5, but we have to have a minimum minutes of 5 minutes. Now, kung 5 minutes, no, di ba? There has to be agitation in the first 30 seconds, 1 minute of development, dapat merong agitation. Kaya nito, no? I-agitate. Yeah. So, first 30 seconds. So, after the 30 seconds, you stay the developing tank, no? Hanggang matapos yung 1 minute. Pagkatapos yan, the second minute of development, 10 seconds lang ang tinatawag natin na agitation. Okay? Hanggang matapos ang buong minutes of development. Now, every after agitation, no? Yan, dapat invert mo 3 times. Invert 3 times. So, ang purpose yan, para masigurado na ang buong film ay talagang ma-expose sa developing solution. And then tapping the bottom in order to dislodge the bubbles. And then, katapos yan, stop bath. You will just have to let it stay. So, you pour out the developer, no? And then pour in the stop bath. Just stay it for 30 seconds. And then, katapos yan, pour out the stop bath and then pour in the mixer. Ngayon, ang ginawa mo sa developer, same lang din na process sa mixer. Kung merong agitation, vibration, ganyan din ang gagawin, no? Top in the bottom, ganyan din gagawin sa fixer. By the way, stop bath, meron palang lumabas dito na boarding sounds. So, yung, ang solution, no? 28% glacial acetic acid. Lumabas din ito, no? Ang acetic acid, ang household name niya. Ang household name niya ay vinegar. Okay? Okay. So, pagkatapos yan, rinsing, banlawan, under running water for about 15 to 20 minutes. Pagkatapos, sponge the negative to remove the excess water. And then, hang it to dry. Hang to dry in a clean and dust-free area. Tapos yan, you have the negative. Okay, kung meron ka ng negative ngayon, i-convert natin ang negative into positive. So the ways of exposing the photographic paper are the following: pwede contact printing, enlarging, exposing in a specialized camera, or yung photograms. So these are the ways of exposing the paper. But yung tinatawag natin na from negative into positive, dito tayo ang ginagawa, no? Contact printing and enlarging. No? So, dito tayo sa yan, mga board question na yan, no? Parts of enlarger. So, ang term na enlarger, lumabas yan. camera in reverse. Lumabas din ang condenser. Oh, that is the part of the enlarger, yun ang description doon, that assures the even illumination of the negative. And lumabas din ang easel, the part of the enlarger that holds the paper in place. And baseboard, the part of the enlarger that supports the entire enlarger unit and holds the easel. So yan, no? Mga actual na board question na yan. No? So yung mga parts ng enlarger. Enlarger, condenser, easel, and then baseboard. Okay? Okay. Dito tayo sa sunod. So ito yung enlarger, no? Kunin lang natin yung mga pinaka ano dito na tanong. May tanong na. No? So ito yung enlarger. Well. So enlarging, meron ding lumabas sa board exams yung mga techniques in enlarging ito, mga actual na tanong sa board exams ito. So, ang term na cropping, ang actual na question dito ay eliminating the unwanted portions of the negative. Naitanong din ang burning in. So, parang sunog, no? Ang ibig sabihin yan, dagdagan ng tinatawag na exposure time. Adding of exposure time on a specific area to bring out the details. Whereas ang term na dodging is holding back, no? Meaning to say, takpan, no? Holding back of some lights to a specific area to make it lighter in density. Halimbawa, overexpose yan, no? Overexpose yung area na yan. So, pwedeng i-correct yan by holding it back. And then, the other one is vignetting. May tanong din yan, no? What is vignetting? That is rendering in shadow certain portions of the negative. So, yung ano yan, effect yan, no? Na parang madilim ang sa gilid pero ang nasa gitna ay bright. No? That is what we call vignetting. Let me give you a good example of vignetting. Well, okay, this is a good example of vignetting. Tingnan nyo, mayroong pagka ano dito, liwanag dito, whereas ang nasa gilid ay darkened. So this is a vignetting effect. This is a good example of vignetting. Okay? So yun, again, mga naitanong na yan, later po, no? Get back, be sure to get back sa presentation na to para makuha nyo na kagad itong mga naitanong na saborita with regard to this topic. So, burning in and dodging. Okay? So, that ends our topic. Kung sana we still have the time, no? We could have the quiz sana. Pero the time is already almost 11. 7 minutes before 11. So with this, this ends of my topic. And I thank each and everyone for the opportunity, no, na maka-present dito. Siguro, ang subject na criminalistics kasi, photography at saka fingerprint, talagang mabibigat na mga subjects ko. Kaya, may apology, no, na siguro, I bore you down, pero I can tell you, I'm proud to say na I bombard you with a lot of information necessary para ma-prepare kayo for the board examinations come December 2022. Again, thank you. And sir,